katatapos lang ng bagyo. So yung ibang mga internet connection medyo may problema pa, no? Understandably, merong mga areas tayo na medyo mahihirapan talaga. Because of the destruction of the typhoon. Anyway, I encourage everyone to kindly read your fire codes, and if there are any questions, probably later on, you can just approach me and ask questions kung medyo may mga bagay kayong kailangang i-clarify, you know. And considering also that you have been distributed to the different stations for your OJT, alam naman natin na not all stations have a very good internet connection. So understandably, there will be some form of disruption in our class. But anyway, we'll try to deliver it as good as possible, no, and as simple as possible, so that everybody will be able to understand the subject or the topic that we're going to discuss. And siguro by this time, because you're already on your OJT, siguro baka sort of may review na lang ito sa inyo, no? Kasi I'm sure marami na kayong natutunan for the past months that we are on break, and your knowledge have been supplemented already. So I expect that during this lecture, I hope more questions will be asked, no? Para mas ma-clarify natin yung mga bagay-bagay. So I'm going to start my discussion can you see now my slide?
Yes, sir.
Nakikita niyo na ba yung slide ko?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I'm now going to start my lecture by reminding you or rephrasing you of the outline of the fire code. So, or outline of the revised implementing rules and regulations. So, as we all know, there are 14 rules in this revised implementing rules and regulations, just like the old implementing rules and regulations. So, hindi natin binago yung number of rules. Although we have revised this, we have actually upgraded and amended certain provisions, but still we did not change the number of rules. Although may mga binago tayong title, no? Just like yung Rule 5. Rule 5 is now entitled Fire Code Technical Staff. If you have a copy of your old implementing rules and regulations, that is entitled BFP Reorganization and Professionalization. So ngayon, ang pangalan na ng Rule 5 is Fire Code Technical Staff. So, Rule 1, if you try to recall our discussions on Rules 1 to 9 and 11 to 13, Rule 1 is interpretation, okay? And then Rule 2 is coverage. Rule 3 is definition of terms. Rule 4 is the authority of the Chief of the Bureau of Fire Protection. And then, of course, I already mentioned, Rule 5 is Fire Code Technical Staff. 6 is Fire Brigades, Fire Volunteer Organizations, and Fire Safety Practitioners. 7 is Assistant and Support to the VFP. Now, Rule 8 is talking about the Fire Safety Enforcers, both its qualifications and functions. And then Rule 9 is Enforcement and Administration of Safety Measure. So Rule 10 is now the fire safety measure. This is our topic for the day. Rule 10 is now the technical side of the code. Okay? So yung natapos natin mga discussions, yung rules 1 to 9 and 11, 14, those are the legal and administrative side of the fire code. Itong Rule 10 is now the technical side, meaning if you are assigned to inspect a particular building or you're going to determine what are the fire safety requirements in a particular type of occupancy, you're going to look at Rule 10. So ang titingnan nyo ay Rule 10. Kasi dyan nakapaloob kung ano-ano yung mga dapat i-require nyo sa isang building. Okay? But the key, of course, is, you have to classify first the occupancy of that particular building. Anyway, we're going to proceed to that later on. So let me just continue that 11 is prohibited acts. 12 is fire code taxes, fees, charges, and fines. And then, of course, administrative courses of action, and then miscellaneous provisions. So that is the contents of the revised implementing rules and regulations. Now, going to Rule 10, we have the 5 chapters. No? We have 5 chapters. We have coverage, we have fire safety in buildings, structures, and facilities. That is Chapter 2. Chapter 3 is the fire safety for hazardous materials. Chapter 4 is the fire safety for hazardous operations and processes. And Chapter 5 is miscellaneous safety measures. So, if you look at your copy of the revised implementing rules and regulations, you will note that Rule 10 composes I think almost 3/4 of your copy of the fire code. So the thickness of the fire code is actually majorly assigned to Rule 10. Okay. So why do we have this Rule 10? Why do we have to impose or prescribe fire safety measures for buildings, structures, and facilities, fire safety for hazardous materials and hazardous operations? So bakit kailangan natin maglagay ng ganyan? So you have to go back to Section 7 of RA 9514, no? Section 7 of RA 9514, where it is stated there that the BFP shall prescribe fire safety measures for buildings, structures, and facilities, hazardous materials, and hazardous operations and processes as a requirement for inspection. No, as a requirement for inspection, which is in turn a requirement for business permit. So alam na natin lahat, di ba? Hindi pwede magbigay ng business permit ang isang local government unit without the fire safety inspection certificate. However, you cannot inspect without the fire safety measures that are prescribed by the BFP. Kaya meron tayong Rule 10. So anything that is not included in Rule 10, you should not issue FSIC. You should not inspect. Ulitin ko. Any structure or any kind of establishment or entity that is not included under Rule 10, you should not inspect and you should not collect fees. Why? Because inspection entails imposition of safety standards. If there is no standard prescribed by the BFP, then there is no reason for you to inspect and much more to collect fire safety inspection fee or any other fees or charges for that matter. Malinaw po yun, ha? O, example niyan, yung mga pinag-uusapan nating ambulant vendors. Okay? Hindi yan covered ng Rule 10. So pag hindi kasama sa Rule 10, walang safety standards na sinama sa Rule 10, hindi tayo pwede mag-inspection at hindi rin tayo pwede mangolekta ng fire code fees. So ngayon, nandyan kayo sa mga stations at nag-OJT kayo. So observe, no? Observe. Ano ba ang ginagawa nila? Do they inspect those that are not included in the Rule 10? So dapat dito sa lecture natin ngayon, tatandaan ninyo kung ano-ano ba yung mga mapag-uusapan natin dito. At anything na wala dito, dapat hindi ninyo i-inspectionin kasi hindi siya covered because there is no fire safety standard that is prescribed or imposed by the Bureau of Fire Protection. Yeah. Now, sa Chapter 2, meron tayong different divisions. No? Meron tayong different divisions. So, Division 1 is the scope of Chapter 2. Division 2 are the general requirements for buildings, structures, and facilities. Division 3 is the classification of occupancy. Sabi ko sa inyo kanina, the determination of what are the things that you should impose or require in buildings must first be taken from the classification of occupancy. What do I mean by that? Anong ibig kong sabihin yan? Hindi ka makaka-prescribe ng fire safety requirements kung hindi mo alam ang classification ng occupancy. Kasi iba-ibang building, iba-ibang classification ng occupancy, iba-iba rin ang fire safety requirements. No? Let us go directly to sprinkler system requirements, say for example. Yung requirement ng sprinkler system sa public assembly is different sa requirement ng educational. Iba rin sa business. Iba rin sa residential. Unlike before, sa PD 1185, where you only have one standard, no, for determining whether a building is required to be protected with sprinkler or not. And at that time, you only look at the height of the building. Isn't it? At the time, sa RE 1185, you only look at the height of the building, which is 15 meters. Okay. But now, each classification of occupancy has a different standard. So you have to classify first the building as to the type of occupancy bago ninyo ma-require ng kung ano-ano ang building na yan. Okay. Now, Division 4 is also very important because this will tell you what is the classification of hazard of a building, whether that is low, moderate, or high, because some fire safety requirements also tend to change depending on the classification of hazards of building. Some requirements become more strict when the hazard of buildings is also increased from low, moderate, to high. No? So, depende sa classification, nagbabago din yung requirement. Kaya importante rin na ma-determine niyo kung ano yung classification of hazard of building. Yan. Of course, Division 5 is very important because it tells you what are the requirements for fire exits. In fact, we are going to, I think, devote a very, important time for fire exits or means of egress. Okay? Then, Division 6 is features of fire protection. Division 7 is building service equipment. Division 8 is now the specific requirements for assembly occupancies, no? So, dyan na nagsisimula yung classification of occupancies. Yeah. Division 9 talks about educational occupancies. Division 10 talks about daycare occupancies. Bakit nakapula yan? Kasi yan ay bago, no? That is a new kind of occupancy. Then we have healthcare occupancies under Division 11. We have residential boarding care under Division 12. We have Division 13 for detention and correctional occupancies. We have Division 14 for residential occupancies. We have mercantile occupancies under Division 15, business occupancies under Division 16, industrial occupancies under Division 17. Division 18 talks about storage occupancies, and Division 19 talks about special structures. No? Itong special structures, ang pangalan natin dito are mixed occupancies, okay, or miscellaneous occupancies, I'm sorry. And then Division 20 talks about additional requirements for high-rise buildings. Kasi yung high-rise is not a new kind of occupancy. No? Hindi yan. It is just a classification of building based on height. Okay, so pwedeng yung high-rise building is an educational building. Pwedeng yung high-rise building is a mercantile building. So, you already have safety requirements doon sa different types of occupancies, but you also have to look at Division 20. Kailangan mo rin bisitahin si Division 20 kung ang building mo ay high-rise building kasi may mga additional requirements. Okay? May mga additional requirements. And then 21, ito yung operating features. Dito ninyo makikita kung ilang drills ang required kada taon sa bawat particular type of occupancy, paano yung maintenance requirements and programs or particular types of occupancies, nandiyan yan sa Division 21. Okay? So, sa Chapter 3 naman, syempre nandiyan yung hazardous materials. So, yan yung laman ng hazardous materials. Yan. You have divisions, 8 divisions. No? You have 8 divisions for hazardous materials. So, yung fire safety clearance requirements, ano yung classification ng materials, ano yung saan yung permissible storage and use location, ano yung general requirements, ano yung specific requirements for type of material, whether solid, liquid, or gas. And then material-specific requirements. Ano ba ang requirements, say, for example, sa LPG? Ano ba, say, for example, ang requirements sa carbon carbide? Nandiyan yan sa Division 7. And then Division 8 talks about other hazardous materials and chemicals. Sa Division 4 naman, yan, hazardous operations na ito. Hazardous processes and operations. So, kung gusto mo malaman, say, for example, kung ano ang requirements sa automobile wrecking yard, punta ka sa Division 3. Kung gusto mo malaman ano ang requirements sa dust-producing machines, punta ka sa Division 4. How about explosions or explosives? Punta ka sa Division 5. Okay? So, yan yung laman ng Chapter 4. Okay? Depende sa pangangailangan ninyo. Just look at the different divisions. Ito na, by the way, I'd like to highlight yung Divisions 17, ha? Division 17. Yung welding, cutting, and other hot works operations. So, please take note that under the same division, hot works clearance are necessary or is necessary for hot works operations. So, bago magkaroon ng pag-welding sa isang particular na lugar, kailangan may hot works permit. So, that is under Division 17. Sa Chapter 5 naman, anything na hindi mo maklasify sa Chapter 2, Chapter 3, and Chapter 4, dito na yan pumasok sa miscellaneous sa Chapter 5. Like water and wastewater treatment plants, pumasok dyan sa miscellaneous fire safety measure. Ano yung fire safety measure for smoking? Yan. Yan, yung controversial na fire extinguisher. Yan. Manufacture and sale of fire extinguishers, nandiyan yan. Open burning, incinerators, use of equipment, appliances, devices, and vacant buildings, and then urban and rural fire panning. Nandiyan yan sa chapter 5. So, tandaan ninyo ha, ang ating Rule 10 is composed of 5 chapters. 5 chapters. Ang dedicated para sa buildings, structures, and facilities is chapter 2. Ang dedicated sa hazmat ay chapter 3. Ang dedicated sa HAZOP or hazardous operation is chapter 4. Ngayon, kung hindi mo maklasify doon sa chapter 2, chapter 3, or chapter 4, punta ka ngayon sa chapter 5. Yan yung miscellaneous fire safety measures. Okay? So, let us start from chapter 2. Diretso na tayo sa chapter 2, no? Which is fire safety in buildings, structures, and facilities. So, dito, gusto kong simulan yung discussion by pointing to you that the fire code, although it prescribes safety requirements in buildings, structures, and facilities, whatever are the things that are written in the fire code are not the sole or only strategy or equipment that you can use, no? So kahit merong nakalagay sa fire code, pwede ka pa rin mag-propose ng iba. Ang tawag natin doon ay performance-based design, no? So sabi dito, nothing in this rule is intended to prevent the use of new methods or devices, provided that sufficient technical data are submitted to demonstrate that the new method or device is equivalent in quality, strength, fire resistance, effectiveness, durability, and safety to that prescribed by this rule. So anong ibig sabihin itong provision na to? Even if the fire code prescribes different fire safety measures per building, and a designer wanted to propose a new system, pwede niyang gawin yun, no? Halimbawa, sabi ng fire code, kailangan lahat ng high-rise buildings may sprinklers. Sabi ng fire code yan, dapat lahat ng high-rise buildings may sprinklers. Baka dumating ang panahon, maaaring may equivalent technology or a better technology than the sprinkler system. Okay? Kung wala itong particular provision na to sa letter C, baka hindi pwedeng gamitin sa Pilipinas kasi kung ano lang ang nakasulat sa fire code, yun lang ang pwedeng ilagay. But because there is this letter C, performance-based design is now allowed. So, sa ating mga ininyero, meron tayong tinatawag na dalawang klase ng design, di ba? Dalawang klase ng pag-design sa building. Yung isa, tinatawag natin na prescriptive-based design. Prescriptive-based design. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Kung ano ang sinabi ng fire code, yun ang ilalagay mo sa building. Prescriptive-based design. Yung isa naman, yung tinatawag na performance-based design. Itong performance-based design, you as the designer will propose a new system, a new device, or a new technology to the authority having jurisdiction. Ibig sabihin niyan yung fire marshals. No? Magpo-propose ka na instead na ito ang ilagay ko na nasa fire code, ito ang ilalagay ko because it has better or equivalent quality, strength, fire resistance, effectiveness, and durability, and it will give equivalent or better safety to the occupants of the building. So, performance-based design. However, itong rule na to, itong section na to, hindi pa natin ito masyadong nagagamit. Kasi, dapat may guidelines ang DFP kung paano ito i-implement. No? Paano i-implement. Halimbawa, designer ako. Ayaw kong maglagay ng sprinkler. Iyan sabi ng fire code, maglagay ka ng sprinkler. Paano aaprubahan nyo ng fire marshal? Walang guidelines. Hindi pa alam kung paano gagawin. So, although meron tayong ganitong provision, hindi pa siya pwedeng gamitin. So, tandaan niyo kung ano, as we speak today, whenever there are buildings that are being proposed to be constructed, or even existing buildings for that matters, fire safety measures must always be in accordance with what is written under Rule 10. Hindi pa pwede ang performance-based design in the absence of the guidelines duly issued by the BFP on how to use the performance-based option for designers. Okay. Now, another very important point that I'm going to belabor to you is yung joint occupancy ng isang building or joint use. Example, yung condominium units. When all condominium units have been sold, the responsibility for fire safety measures in the common areas, such as the means of egress, utilities, building equipment or systems, and the building as a whole, shall devolve jointly upon all individual unit owners, occupants, and building administrators. O bakit may ganitong provision? Kasi, we have experienced in the past that pag naka-receive na ng notice to comply, nagtuturoan na kung sino ang magko-comply. No? Halimbawa, si tenant, umuupa lang kay building owner. Pag naka-receive na si tenant ng notice, ipapasa na kay building owner. Sabi naman ni building owner, ay hindi. Nangungupahan ka sa akin, responsibility mo yan. So, hindi alam ngayon kung sino ang magko-comply. Although, sa point of view ng BFP, siyempre, kung sino ang aplikante, siya ang susulatan natin. But to avoid issues, there is this provision. Pag lugar mo, sa'yo. Pag common areas, joint kayo. Okay? Pag lugar mo, sa'yo. Pag common areas, joint responsibility. Anong ibig sabihin ng joint responsibility? So, in terms of expenses, they should share, They should share doon sa expenses. Okay? Although, yung responsibility can be passed on to somebody, Although the responsibility can be passed on to somebody. Example, building owner ako. Nilagay ko doon sa kontrata na mga mangungupahan sa akin na lahat ng government agencies compliances must be on the account of the lessee or tenant. So even if it's my responsibility, because the contract that we executed states that it should be passed on to the lessee, then I am exempted already. Because it has been agreed upon by me and the tenant that it will be him who will comply to the government. So again napapasa yung responsibilidad. Maaaring ako ang building owner, I am supposed to be liable, I am supposed to be complying that, but because doon sa kontrata na pinirmahan namin, siya dapat ang mag-comply, hindi ako, then nawawala na sa akin ng responsibility. Bakit ko ini-emphasize ito sa inyo? Kasi maraming tanong sa akin palagi, Sir, sino ba dapat ang mag-comply? Yung tenant or yung may-ari ng building? Di ba? That's the usual question. Si Ludi, taga-regional office yan. Minsan yan yung lumarating na question sa amin, sino ba dapat sila mag-comply? Yung tenant or yung lessor? Or yung, tenant or lessor? So, siyempre, ang initial na sagot, it will always be the owner. But if the contract says that it should be on the account of the tenant, then it is passed to the tenant. Okay, so I hope that is clear to everybody. By the way, kung may mga hapon tabi, just interrupt me so that we can immediately discuss that. But the question should be related to the topic that we're discussing. Take note. Okay. Then cooking requirements or cooking equipment must be provided with automatic kitchen hood suppression. So this is the general provision. This is the general provision. Because if you go to the specific types of occupancies or specific occupancies from Division A to Division 19, you will also read there, mababasa nyo rin doon sa mga specific na provision na yun, na may mga types of occupancies na pag may cooking equipment required, no? So, ng automatic kitchen hood suppression. Dito sa provision na to, nilagay lang natin sa general provision para if in case may type of occupancy that does not mention, may mga types of occupancy that does not mention na kailangan ng automatic kitchen hood ang cooking equipment. Ito yung provision na isa-cite ninyo, hindi yung particular na type of occupancy. No? Halimbawa, if you go to places of assembly occupancies, nakalagay doon na pag may cooking equipment sa isang lugar, dapat may automatic kitchen hood suppression. Sa educational, meron din. What if sa isang business occupancy, opisina, nagkaroon ng isang malaking kantin, and ang empleyado dyan sa opisina na yan is hundreds or thousands. Therefore, yung cooking equipment niya is para ng commercial cooking operations na, para nagluluto sa Jollibee, para nagluluto sa malaki. Kailangan nalagyan ng cooking equipment yun, ng automatic kitchen hood suppression pursuant to this provision. Because if you go to business occupancies, there is no mention. There is no mention there. Hindi binabanggit doon sa business occupancy division na kailangan maglagay ka ng automatic kitchen hood suppression sa cooking equipment. Wala doon. So itong general provision na ito ang isa-set mo because yung characteristics ng lutuan is that of a commercial cooking operation. So inilagay natin ito sa general provision para sakupin niya lahat ng hindi binanggit doon sa individual divisions. May mapupoint kayo kasi yan ang naging problema before. Sir, ang laki-laki sir nung opisina, napakalaki nung kantin. Kaso sir, hindi required sa business occupancies na may automatic kitchen hood suppression. So hindi namin sir ma-require. So ito na yung gamot sa provision na yun, sa problema na yun. Okay? So let us now go to the classification of occupancy. Yan, classification of occupancy. Ito na yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na it will always start here. Dito talaga tayo magsisimula. Kailangan kabisado ninyo kung ano ang classification ng occupancy ng isang building. Bakit? Hindi mo masasabi, hindi mo maituturo, hindi mo maisasabi sa owner, hindi mo mako-complete yung yung after inspection report mo. O, di ba ngayon, nasa OJT na kayo ngayon. Ano bang OJT nyo? Investigation or inspection? I think both. Halimbawa, nasa inspection kayo ngayon. Hindi ninyo matatapos yung yung after inspection report, yung standard classified checklist, if you do not know the classification of occupancy. Hindi nyo talaga matatapos. Or, baka makagawa kayo ng ng after inspection report using the standard checklist na mali. Kasi nga hindi ninyo alam yung classification of occupancy. Naalala ko lang, nung bago ako sa Quezon City na-assign as Chief of the Fire Safety Enforcement Section, may isang medyo may edad ng bumbero na medyo matagal na sa inspection. Siguro ko hindi ako nagkakamali, mga 20 years na siya as inspector, fire safety inspector. nakita ko yung checklist na ginamit niya is business occupancy. Pero, nung drawing na nakaatat sa kanya, nakalagay is store, tindahan. So sabi ko sa kanya, bakit kako ang ginamit mong checklist ay business? Tindahan ba ngayon, sir? Business? Iligin mong kalokohan. Ang tindahan ba ngayon, sir? Business? Yugin mo 20 anyos ng fire safety inspector. Nagtapos nakipai kay Colonel Kahipi. Dahil aram sa type of occupancy. Ang aram paano kang panahon, magparadarin ta sa nakipire extinguisher. Dahil pakiaram kung ano ang proper na type of occupancy. So, starting with that incident, I was so strict sa Quezon City Fire District at that time. I was so strict pagdating sa use of checklist. Kasi gusto ko ma-perfect ang mga fire safety inspectors so classification of occupancy. Because if they do not master that, they're going to impose wrong requirements. Maling requirements ang may impose natin. Okay? So, let us start from assembly occupancies. Some books call it places of assembly. So, this is assembly occupancy. These are buildings or portions of buildings that is used together for gathering purposes of 50 or more persons. Take note 50 or more persons. Ano ang purpose? For purposes of deliberation, worship, entertainment, eating, drinking, awaiting transportation, amusement, and similar uses. So, ngunyan, para ma-classify mo ang sarong building na assembly, kaipuhan i-satisfy niya ang two conditions, no? They have to satisfy two conditions. And what are these conditions? First condition is the number of occupant. Okay? Sa number of occupant is it must be 50 or more. It must be 50 or more. Second condition na dapat i-satisfy is use or purpose. Sa inya gagamiton sa building na makaka-accommodate kay 50 or more. Dapat ang gamit kang building ay deliberation, worship, entertainment, eating, drinking, amusement, awaiting transportation, or similar uses. So, even if your building can accommodate 50 or more persons, but the purpose is not those among that we have enumerated, that building is not classified as places of assembly. Clear po ba yan? Example, malls. Malls, supermarkets. These buildings can accommodate more than 50 persons, 50 or more persons. But the purpose is, it's not deliberation, it's not worship, it's not entertainment, it's not eating, it's not drinking, it's not amusement, it's not awaiting transportation, or other use of similar purpose. Hindi. Diba? When you are on a supermarket or in a mall, the purpose there is sale or display of merchandise. Bibili ka. Correct? So even if a mall can accommodate 50 or more persons, they should not be classified as assembly. They should be classified as mercantile occupancies because the purpose is sale and or display of merchandise. So tandaan niyo para makategorize natin ang isang building. Wait lang, may tumatawag sa akin. Ma'am?
Yes, hello.
Nag-lecture kasi ako. Sige. Opo.
May ako sa'yo.
Okay, sorry. may very important concern lang. Please, I just would like to share this to you. This is not part of our topic, no? Uniform personnel tayo, di ba may sinusunod tayong protocol, may sinusunod tayong chain of command, no? So, please do not bypass naman your chiefs or districts or province, no? May mga FO1 ang lalakas ng loob. Rekta ang request diretso sa regional office, bypassing the fire marshal, bypassing the provincial. Lalakas ng loob, no? Another point. Okay. So, example po nung assembly occupancies are shelters, assembly halls, auditorium, exhibition halls, museum, restaurants, drinking establishments, places of worship, classrooms of 50 persons over capacity, libraries, internet shops of over 50 persons capacity, dance halls, club rooms, skating rooms, gymnasiums, cockpit arenas, bowling facilities, pool rooms, passenger stations, terminals of air, surface, underground, and marine public transportation facilities, recreational facilities, piers, courtrooms, conference room, and mortuary chapels or funeral room. Basta hatandaan po ninyo ito, makaklasify lang as assembly occupancies pag 50 or more persons. Okay? So, pag less than 50, halimbawa, punta tayo sa number 22, courtroom. Yan, court. Yung courtroom, if the courtroom will not be able to accommodate 50 or more persons, that courtroom will not be classified as assembly. It will only be classified as business occupancy. Opisina. Okay? So, the courtroom will now become incidental to the business type of occupancy. But if the courtroom will be able to accommodate 50 or more persons, then that courtroom should be classified as assembly occupancies. Okay? Now, examples also restaurants. Restaurants and drinking establishments with an occupant load of less than 50, they shall be classified as mercantile occupancies. So, mercantile, di ba? Sale or display of merchandise. So, kahit may inuman, may beer house. No? May beer house. Yung beer house is initially classified as assembly occupancy. But when you calculate for the number of persons, nakita mo less than 50, then that beer house will not be classified as assembly occupancy anymore. It shall be classified as mercantile occupancy. Now, yung occupancy of any room or space for assembly purposes, pero less than 50 ang capacity, they become incidental to the main occupancy. Example. Meron kang eskwelahan. Meron kang educational building. Doon sa educational building na yun, may conference room. Diba? Yung conference room, initial determination mo, assembly occupancy. Correct? But when you calculated for the occupant load, it gives you less than 50, then that conference room should not be classified anymore as assembly occupancy, but business occupancy. Naging incidental. Yung assembly purpose niya become incidental to the business or educational occupancy. Okay? Business, kasi baka kahit nasa eskwelahan siya, pero yung building na yun are dedicated for the offices. Office of the principal, library, yung library less than 50, ganyan. Mga supervisors. Okay. Pero kung yung conference room is incorporated in the school building per se, meaning nandun yung mga classrooms and all, that becomes educational occupancy. Again, pag may tanong just ask the question. So let us proceed dun sa pangalawa. Ang pangalawa natin is educational occupancies. Okay? Ang
Sir,
educational...
excuse po sir, may tanong po sir.
Go ahead, Itan.
Yes sir, may concern po kami dito sir sa mga kasama ko sir. Doon sir sa assembly,
Okay.
sir, alam mo sir, yung isang sabihin natin sir, yung restaurant, yung occupant niya lang sir na ina-accommodate dun sa isang restaurant sir, sabihin natin mga 45 persons.
Correct. Okay.
Tapos meron siyang ano sir, empleyado na sabihin natin sir mga 10 empleyado, ma-consider po ba yun sir as assembly?
No. Ang determination ninyo nung as to how many persons will be able to be accommodated is occupant load. Occupant load calculation. Mamaya pupunta tayo sa means of egress, pag-uusapan natin ng occupant load calculation. So it's not because there are this much number of employees or this much number of chairs. No? So we will go later on to occupant load calculation, which is the one that you're going to use to determine the capacity or the occupant load para malaman mo kung yan ay 50 or more. Okay? So malinaw ha, occupant load calculation ang gagamitin mo to determine whether there are 50 or more. So pagdating natin doon sa occupant load calculation, di ba sabi, occupant load is equal to daw area of the building divided by the capacity or the occupant load factor. So anyway, may mamaya pupunta tayo doon sa means of egress. So, kung wala nang tanong sa 1, punta na tayo sa 2, which is educational occupancies. Ito namang educational occupancies, these are buildings or portions thereof used for gathering of group of 6 or more persons for purposes of instruction. So, meron ulit dalawang criteria para ma-determine mo kung siya ay educational. Number 1 is how many persons, pangalawa, ano ang purpose. Parehas lang nung sa assembly. Sa assembly, di ba? May number of persons ka, ano yung purpose. Dito sa educational, ganun din. Ilang tao, tapos anong purpose. Dito, instead of 50, 6 na lang. So, educational, 6 or more persons, ang purpose niya naman ay instruction. Ang purpose niya naman ay instruction. Ha? So, ano bang mga kasama dito? Schools, universities, colleges, academies, nursery schools, kindergartens. So yan ang kasama sa educational occupancy. So halimbawa, meron kang tutorial center. Diba? Tutorial center, yung mga or kaya review centers. Okay. So, kung more than 6 or 6 or more ang ina-accommodate for purposes of tutoring, for purposes of review, then that room will be classified as educational. That room. Although, maaaring yung review center ay nasa commercial building. At yung classification ng commercial building is probably business occupancy or mercantile occupancy. Correct? So, ang ibig sabihin yan, in one particular building, there may be multiple occupancies. Tama? There may be multiple occupancies. Like malls. Diba? Sa mga mall. Yung mall, yung buong building is classified as what? As mercantile occupancies. But inside the building, there is a cinema. Where it is classified as what? As assembly occupancies. Diba? Sabi natin kanina. Theater, cinemas. And probably, there are also restaurants in a mall, which is also classified as what? As assembly occupancies. Probably, there is a space there that is dedicated for, say for example, tutorial center for a driving school. Kasi may driving school na may space ng driving school doon, office ng driving school doon sa mall. Yung mga sikat, yung mga magagandang driving school, di ba? So pag may lecture sa driving, doon ginaganap. So ang purpose nun, instruction. Pag more than 6 ang capacity ng kwarto, then it becomes educational. Correct? You have one building with multiple occupancies inside. So ano ang purpose ng sinasabi ko sa inyo? The purpose is, how do you now classify the entire building, and how do you now classify each room or space? Okay? So the entire building must be classified according to the dominant occupancy. Okay? The main building must be classified according to the dominant occupancy. So in that case, ang dominant occupancy is sale or display of merchandise, then it becomes mercantile. Now, yung particular na area which is occupied by the cinema will be classified as assembly. Okay? Now, yung particular na space that is being used by as an office of the driving school will be classified as business. But the room where they hold classes or lectures should be classified as educational room. So, ganun ang ibig kong sabihin. Ha? Ganun ang ibig kong sabihin. Any question on number 2 sa educational occupancy? Paano sir yung tutorial center pero hindi 6? Isa-isa lang, face-to-face, one-to-one. No, may isang maliit na office yung may isang like yung Kumon. Alam niyo ba yung Kumon? May mga Kumon centers na malalaki, so they should be classified as educational occupancy. Pero may mga Kumon center na maliliit, no? Less than 6. Then they should be classified as what? What do you think? Ano sa tingin niyo ang classification niya? Business occupancies. Okay? So, that is profession. Professional service. Yeah. So, let's go to daycare occupancies. Itong daycare, originally sa lumang IRR, this is included under educational occupancies. Dati kasama siya. Pero dito sa revised IRR, we dedicated a separate division. So it now becomes Division 10. It becomes Division 10. Dati, this is part of Division 9, which is educational. Ngayon, tinanggal natin sa educational, we dedicated a separate division, we call it Division 10 as daycare occupancy. Why did we separated it from educational occupancies? Because if you're going to read or understand the definition, yung definition nasa left portion, that is basically different from the definition of an educational building. Diba? Diba doon sa educational building, 6 or more persons for purposes of instructions. Tama? Dito sa daycare, anong tingnan mo? 4 or more clients receive care, maintenance, and supervision by other than their relatives or guardian for less than 24 hours. Nakakuha nyo ang concept? Dati, daycare occupancy, ang main idea is, yung daycare mo, palaging nasa eskwelahan. Ginagawang school yung daycare. Dito ang idea is no. If you are, say, for example, a single mother, iniwan ka ng boyfriend mo, hindi kayo nagkasundo, nagkaanak ka, umalis ka na rin sa magulang mo, so kayong dalawa lang ng anak mo sa bahay. Pero nagtatrabaho ka, syempre, kasi pakakainin mo yung anak mo eh. Hindi kasi nasustintahan ng boyfriend mo, nagtatrabaho ka. Hindi mo naman bawal naman sa office yung anak, bitbitin. No? Buti kung bureau pa rin, pwede kang magbitbit ng anak sa istasyon. O pwede kang magdala ng bata sa office. Okay lang. Paano kung nasa private entity ka na medyo mahigpit sa mga ganyan? So, wala kang kamag-anak. Wala kang tiyahin, wala kang lola, wala kang luna pwedeng iwanan, wala kang kamag-anak. Lumayas ka kasi sa inyo kasi tinakwil ka ng magulang mo, naguntis ka eh. So ano gagawin mo? There must be a center where you can bring your child para silang mag-alaga sa anak mo habang nagtatrabaho ka. Tapos pag uwi mo ng hapon ng alas 5, dadaanan mo yung anak mo, iuwi mo sa bahay. So they are taking care, they are maintaining, they are supervising your children or your child or your son or your daughter for less than 24 hours. Yun yung idea, no? Meron kang magulang, kayong dalawa na lang ng magulang mo, nagtatrabaho ka, medyo matanda na yung magulang mo, kailangan hindi niya na maalagaan ng sarili yung sarili niya, pero nagtatrabaho ka. So, hindi mo siya pwedeng iwanan mag-isa. So, may isang center kung saan pwede mo siyang iwanan para alagaan siya sa maghapon. Pag uwi mo ng hapon, dadaanan mo yung nanay mo, iuwi mo sa bahay niyo. So, that is daycare occupancies. Pero para maklasify siya na daycare occupancy, again, dapat isatisfy na naman ang dalawang kondisyon. Kaparehas nung assembly, kaparehas nung educational, isasatisfy din ang dalawang kondisyon dito sa daycare occupancies. Dito naman, number of person and ano yung purpose. So, parehas din, di ba? Parehas din. Ang purpose ay, ang number of person dito ay 4. 4. Tapos ang purpose naman ay care, maintenance, and supervision by other than their relative. Ha? So, balikan natin yung assembly. Assembly, number of persons is 50 or more. Ano ang purpose? Deliberation, worship, eating, drinking, entertainment, awaiting transportation, or similar use. Yun ang purpose. O, punta ka ngayon sa educational. 6 or more naman. Ano ang purpose? Instruction. O, dito ka sa daycare. Ilan? 4. Ano ang purpose? Maintenance, care, and supervision by other than relative. Okay? So, ano ang mga example? Adult daycare centers. Adult daycare. Basta hindi kasama, basta walang healthcare, walang paggamutan. Kasi pag may nagagamot na, healthcare na yun. Ha? Pag may gamutan na, healthcare na yun. Child daycare center. Ito yung sinasabi ko, na pwede mong iwanan yung anak mo, pupunta ka sa isang lugar, hindi mo pwedeng isama yung anak mo, o pwede mong iwanan sa isang center. Daycare homes. Yan. Kindergarten classes that are incidental to daycare occupancies. So, minsan, ang uso dito sa Pilipinas, ang daycare ay may kasama na ring instruction. Tinuturuan na magsulat, tinuturuan na magbasa. And then, we have nursery schools. So, yan yung mga kasama sa daycare occupancies. Any question? Punta tayo sa number 4. Hermosa, you have some questions? Naka-off ka, Hermosa. Go ahead.
No, sir. Nawala kasi ang signal, sir.
Okay. So let us proceed to the 4th classification, which is healthcare occupancy. So, ano naman itong healthcare occupancy? Dito sa healthcare occupancy, wala nang pinag-uusapan na number of persons. Ang pinag-uusapan na lang dito, purpose. Purpose. Although, syempre, sa DOH classification, may sinasabi primary hospital, tertiary hospital, number of beds. Dito sa atin, hindi pinag-uusapan dito ang number of beds. Basta dito, purpose. Halimbawa, meron kang maliit na hospital, maliit na building, ang purpose ay para pagamutan. Healthcare agad yan. Whether ang nag-occupy niyan ay 1, 2, 3, 10, 12, that is always healthcare. Ano ang purpose? medical or other treatment or care of persons. Why? Because of age, physical or mental disability, or because of security measures not under the occupant's control. So, ibig sabihin, may sakit yung tao. Because of probably edad, probably because of may mental problem, may physical disability. Yan. So, ang purpose niya ay medical or other treatment or care of persons. Pero, yung care dito na sinasabi, hindi katulad nung care doon sa daycare. No? Dito, ang care or maintenance dito is because there is age, physical, or mental disability. Kaya yan. So, yan yung healthcare occupancy. Ano mga kasama dyan? Hospitals, nursing homes, birth centers. Okay? Yan yung kasama sa healthcare occupancy. Sir, paano yung clinic ni Doc? Outpatient. Sir, paano yung dental clinic? Healthcare ba yun? Kasi sir, tiripo na ngayon sir, kaya puhan i-care so ngipon. Dapat nga sir, part nga ito kang healthcare occupancy. Bako, they will form part, they will be classified as business, as business occupancy. So pagdating natin mamaya sa business occupancy, I will explain bakit si offices of doctors, lawyers, and dentists are part of business occupancies and not part of healthcare occupancy. Okay? Basta sa healthcare, yan lang ang hospitals, nursing homes, birth center. Sir, so lying in clinic, kaya yan na nga ni, birth center na nga ni, bumukang birth center, gusto mo, lying in clinic. Parehas man sa na yan. Birth centers, lying in clinic. Sir, ngayon, so lying in clinic ngayon, ang nakakangaya, hospital. Sala niya naglaan siyang hospital, di hospital siya. Imbis ang requirement niya pang birth center, sana gusto niya hospital, di hospital siya lugod. Mas maigpit ang requirement. Okay? And then, ang fifth classification is residential board and care. Residential board and care. Ano naman ang purpose nito? Ang purpose niya ay providing personal care services. Buildings used for lodging and boarding of 4 or more residents not related by blood or marriage to the owners, operators, for purposes of providing personal care services. Itong residential board and care. Ano sa inid mo ang pagkakaiba kayo ni duman sa daycare occupancy? Kasi sa daycare occupancy, bako lang aki, di ba? If you recall, yung daycare occupancies, they can also be adult daycare centers. Di ba? Adult. Meaning, yung example ko nga kanina is, you have your parent who is no longer able to take care of her own, no? So you have to bring him to the center or bring her to the center while you are working. Pero, dito din sa residential boarding care, meron din, providing personal care services. What do you think is the difference? The difference is, yung residential boarding care, this is something that is long-term. Yung pagpapaalaga mo sa nanay mo, this is something that is long-term. Like homes for the aged. Diba? So yung homes for the aged will be residential boarding care. Yung adult daycare center will be daycare center lang. Bakit? Yung adult daycare center will be something that is less than 24 hours. Yung paglagay mo doon sa nanay mo para alagaan, less than 24 hours. Dito, sa residential boarding care, this is something that is long-term. Okay? So, ano ang kasama dito? Group housing arrangement for mentally or physically handicapped persons who normally attend school, worship in the community, or otherwise use community facilities, or those are undergoing training and preparation for independent living, paid employment, or other normal community activities. B, group housing arrangement that provides personal care services but does not provide nursing care. So it may include for the elderly, so home for the aged, in facilities for social rehabilitation, alcoholism, drug abuse, or mental health problems, and others. Or as yung letter C is assisted living facility. So, I just would like to clarify this. Yung mga rehabilitation centers, pag meron pang treatment, they are considered healthcare. Tandaan ninyo Pero pag wala ng treatment at nandoon na sila sa developmental works, tinuturuan sila halimbawa mag-weed, tinuturuan sila magtahi in preparation para makalabas sila, they are considered residential board and care. Tandaan niyo ang difference Pag yung drug rehab center, meron pang treatment diyan. Kasi merong mga naluloko, merong convulsion kasi may withdrawal syndrome. So therefore, may mga doctors and nurses na nag-aalaga sa inda, they are healthcare occupancies. Pag nagdumana sa stage na wala na sa treatment part, tigre-ready na lang sila psychologically, tigre-ready na lang sila emotionally, then pasok na yan sa residential board and care. Pero, kung one and the same center, dahil man piglilipat, one and the same center, then that center will be classified as healthcare, not residential board and care. Okay? Tandaan po ninyo
Sir, good afternoon.
Sige, Cabrera.
Clarification na po, sir. Yung rural health unit po, sir, saan po kasi pwedeng mag-fall, sir, na classification ng occupancy?
Ang rural health unit, check up man sa na yan, business yan, offices for doctors, dentists, okay? Business occupancy. Ako yan,
Sir, may kasi yung bagong design dito sa part ng ibang munisipyo ng Batangas, like, yung RHU po, may kasama na pong demo, yung lying in.
May kasama?
Lying in, sir.
Ako may kasamang lying in. Di malaog sa malaog sa healthcare. Oo.
Okay,
pero arugani. Ano ang dominant occupancy? Baka naman so lying in is only a room. Diba?
Okay, sir.
Baka naman yung lying in is only a room in a big building. The building is classified as business. Yung particular room where they are capable of delivering births, then it should be classified as healthcare. No? That means, dahil mo i-require na healthcare sa buong building. Okay? Malinaw? And then we proceed to the sixth classification, which is detention and correctional. Detention. Ano naman yung detention and correctional? Those used to house one or more persons under varied degrees of restraint or security, where such occupants are mostly incapable of self-preservation because of security measures not under the occupant's control. Tama nga naman. Pag nakapreso ka, pag nagkasulo, may ligtas ang sarili mo. Because the security measure is not your own control. Diba? Not the occupant's control. So, one or more persons under varied degrees of restraint or security. Okay? Nakakulong sinda. No? Detention and correctional. Examples. Correctional institutions, detention facilities, community residential centers, training schools, work camps, and substance abuse centers where occupants are confined or housed under some degree of restraint or security. Okay. Kaya pala niya, sir, pag nasa NFTI kami, nasa detention and correctional kami, kung yung bagay sir, number 4 training school. Ano ang NFTI? Presuhan? Bakuman siya detention and correctional. No? Sa mga criminologists dyan, Di ba pag sinabi mong detention and correctional, ang purpose niyan, bako lang para ikulong ka. Ang main purpose is reformation. Di ba? Tama ba ako, criminologist? Natatapig kukulong ka. Because the the government wants you to be reformed. Diba? Unless, probably, ang iyong sentensya ay reclusion perpetua to death. Yan. Diba? 40 years. After 40 years, pwede ka nang lumuwas. Yan. Araw ka ni. Araw nindo, because of quarantine, na-realize ko, nagkaigo ako kay realization. Kasi 4 na bisis na ako na quarantine eh. 4 na bisis na ako na swab. So, na-realize ko, sabi ko duman sa mga tao ko sa Camarines Sur, sa Amsur, kaya pala niya ako ang presuhan. Penalty ano? Natangaya, sir. Kita nga niya ako na nakakalakaw-lakaw din sa loob ng opisina ta. Mabubuan na kita, mabuburyong na kita. Garin ako magsuryaw duman sa opisina ko. Nakakaluwas-luwas ako duman sa building. Pero di ka lang talaga makaduman sa harayo. Nabuburyong ka na, kahalat mo kang result kang swab. Kasi quarantine supposed to ka mag 14 days. Nakaburyong baga. Kaya pala niya ako, ang presuhan, ang detention, penalty talaga. Kasi psychologically, iwag yung problema. Aro na may tataramong karon na. Sige ba? Ano? Ano na? Dahil, that means, nagkakataon. Siyempre, di ba? Nagkakataon. Ang dungo ko tsaka ang halunan ko, ako na virgin na di pungal, di duruduruk-duruk na mag, 4 times. Yugun mo at. Kaya yun, na-realize ko. Sabi ko, kaya pala niya ako ang presuhan is a form of punishment. Why? Because, technically, if you are inside baga the kulungan, ang igibo mo masana, you just eat and just sleep. Although in some instances, may mga activities man ka mo, pero you do not have to worry about your food. You do not have to worry of your living, di ba? Because you will be provided with food. The problem is, psychologically, you will be affected because hindi ganun ang tao eh. Ang tao kasi, dapat, may social environment ka eh. You interact, you roam around. And because you are not permitted to do that becomes a penalty. Yun ang na-realize ko kang quarantine. Hindi po wala quarantine 4 times. Okay. And I think madagdagan pa kasi second wave pa ang Pilipinas eh. Huh? So, you prepare mga kasama for the second wave. Europe is now experiencing the second wave, no? Second wave. And it's much more deadlier, no? And more potent. So, ang Pilipinas, we should prepare for the second wave. And I do not know if we can survive because the government has no money anymore. So you prepare for the second wave. Okay. Next, we have residential occupancies. This is the 7th classification or the 7th type. These are buildings in which sleeping accommodations are provided for normal residential purposes. And these include all buildings designed to provide sleeping accommodation. Take note normal residential purposes. Take note normal residential purposes. Examples, hotels, motels, apartels, pension houses, inns, apartments, condominium, dormitories, lodging or rooming house, and 1 and 2 family dwellings. No. So, napansin nindo, ining mga classification na ini from 1 to 10, you use this for normal residential purposes, di ba? Pwede ka mambaga, normal residential purposes na may sleeping accommodation. Pwede ka mambaga magkatulog sa hospital, may sleeping accommodation ka. Kaso nga lang, bakit ito normal? May hilang ka. O ngayon, pwede ka man magkaturog duman ngayon sa pwede ka man ngayon magkaturog duman sa opisina mo. Pero baka siya normal residential purposes, di ba? So dito, These are normal residential purposes which are sleeping accommodations are provided, in which sleeping accommodations are provided. Hotel, motel, apartel, dormtel, si Cristel pinasok sa motel. O, yan, ganyan. So, lahat na may mga tel dyan. Ba? Hotel, motel, apartel, dormtel, condotel, ano na sa mga tel, ano? Yan. Basta yan, residential occupancy. O yung mga ordinaryong bahay natin, 1 and 2 family dwellings or single and 2 family dwellings. Yan. Number 8, we have mercantile occupancies. Yan. Ano naman itong mercantile occupancies? These are stores, markets, and other rooms or spaces in buildings or structures for the display and or sale of merchandise. Ha? Sale and or display of merchandise. Natanya ko nagamit ka ki business occupancy checklist. Tindahan ba ngaya, sir? Business. Gago ugok. No? Ang linaw-linaw 20 years ng inspector. Dahil parang kung ano ang mercantile tsaka ang business. Yeah. So, mercantile occupancies, sale and or display of merchandise. So, ano mga examples kaya? Malls, supermarkets, department stores, shopping centers, flea market. Ano yung flea market? Flea market baga? Pag sinabi mong fly, langaw. Anong karakteristik ng langaw? Palipat-lipat. Flea market. Mga baratilyo pag may piyesta. Flea markets. Yan. Restaurants of less than 50 persons capacity. Public and private dry and wet markets. Water refilling stations, drugstores, hardwares and construction supplies, showrooms, and auction rooms. Oh, dakol pang niya, wala dyan ha. The list is not exclusive. Huh? I just would like to emphasize that. The list is not exclusive. That means there may be others that are not incorporated dito sa examples. These are just some of the few examples ng mga mercantile occupancies. Okay? Ano pang example na wala dyan? Paano ngayon, sir, nagatinda ngayon, sir, ngayon sa gilid kang tinampong ngayon, sir, mga nigo-nigo ngayon, sir. Ngayon, part ngayon, sir, kang mercantile occupancy. Balikin daw niya ko ang definition. Definition. Include stores, markets, and other rooms or building or structures. So, nata may structure man, so nakanigo, may man baga. Nata may tindahan man, so nakanigo, may market. Wala man. So, you cannot classify them as mercantile occupancy because there are no structures that will be classified as mercantile occupancies. Okay? Yeah. Business occupancy. Yan. Those used for the transaction of business other than that covered under mercantile occupancies. For the transaction of accounts, records, and similar purposes. So, ano mga kaibaligdi? Offices for lawyers, doctors, dentists, and other professionals. General offices. City and municipal halls. Internet shops. Massage parlors, beauty parlors, barber shops with less than 50 occupants, courthouses. Yan yung mga example ha. Yan. Yung business, again, yung courthouse will not be counted as places of assembly kung less than 50. Okay, kaya business siya. Pero pag yung courthouse ay 50 or more, then it becomes assembly occupancies. Yan. Number 10, we have industrial occupancies. So, these are factories that make products of all kinds and properties. This includes processing, assembling, disassembling, mixing, packaging, finishing or decorating, repairing, and even materials recovery. Sa industrial occupancy. So, ano yan? factories of all kinds, laboratories, dry cleaning plants, power plants, pumping stations, smokehouses, gas plants, refineries, sawmills, laundries, and creameries. So these are, again, the list is not exclusive. The list is not exclusive. There may be other structures which may belong to industrial occupancy. Maaari. Hindi ko alam. But there are others. I'm sure there are others. Okay? So storage. Ano itong storage? Buildings or structures utilized primarily for the storage or sheltering of goods, merchandise, products, vehicles, or even animals. Tandaan niyo even animals, sheltering of animals. Kwadrati kabayo, poultry, piggery, these are storage occupancies. Okay? Warehouses. Yan. Cold storages, freight terminals, some pronounce it freight, freight terminal. Parehas, masalang freight or freight, parehas, basta bagahe yan. Truck and marine terminals, bulk storage, LPG, parking garages, hangars, grain elevators, barns, and stables. So yan mga examples kang storage occupancy. Again, the list is not exclusive. No? There may be other structures which may belong to storage occupancy and are not enumerated therein. Okay? We have mixed. Ito, very interesting itong mixed occupancy. Kasi kamo, sige ninong ka, ano nga yung type of occupancy? Mixed na yan, sir. Para nagkaigwa ki duang classic occupancy sa sarong building, mixed na tulos. Tandaan niyo you have to understand this principle ng mix, tingnan. Two or more classes of occupancies occurring, located, situated, or existing in the same building and or structure. Ito ang catch. So intermingled that separate safeguards are impracticable. Yan, Take note dito, So intermingled. Yan. Sandali. Paano ba Pointer. Pointer options. Pen. Red. Yan. Ito, take note ito. Yan. So intermingled. Yan. Yan ang catch. Yan ang key phrase, So intermingled that separate safeguards are impracticable. So bako ibig sabihin, may duwa or tulong klase ki sarong occupancy sa sarong building, automatic mix na. No. They must be so intermingled that separate safeguards are impracticable. Example. May factory ka. Duman sa factory mo, siyempre may finished product ka. Yung finished product mo is being transferred to the storage area. Okay? You have separate fire safety requirements for the storage area. You have separate requirements for the storage or industrial building. So it's not classified as mixed occupancy kasi separate si storage, separate si industrial. Hindi siya so intermingled. Ngayon, paano siya maging so intermingled? Pagkatapos na mag-ibon sa mga produkto, kung hain so gibuhan, yaon man nakatambak, yun man ang storage. So you do not know where is the occupancy, you do not know where is the storage. So intermingled. Okay? That it becomes mixed occupancies. Yeah. Okay. Then, we have special structures. Ito na yung mga cannot be classified from doon sa mga napag-usapan natin. Yeah. Examples, towers, windowless and underground buildings, piers and water surrounded structures, immobilized vehicles in vessels, pumasok na rin dyan yung solar photovoltaic system, tapos pumasok na rin yung train system, yan. Pasok yan dyan sa special structures. Yan. Dati ang tawag yan ay miscellaneous structure. Ngayon, they are called special structures. Because they cannot be classified. No? They cannot be classified. Hindi siya business. Hindi siya occupancy. Hindi siya business. Hindi siya office. Hindi siya assembly. Hindi siya industrial. So they are called special structure. Example, tower. Ano ngayon, sir, tabi ngayon classification ng occupancy ang tower? Ano ngayon, sir? Industrial. Para man bagay dyan making of products of all kinds of products, di ba? Whether assembling, disassembling, packaging, finishing. Para man baga. Di mo man pwedeng i-classify as industrial. Sain nga yan, kang panahon, niyan duman sa miscellaneous. Ngunya, nakapod sa iya, special structure. Okay? Sir nga may nag-apply nga sa muya, tabi nga ki occupancy nga kang tower nga kang globe, tsaka nga kang smart. Ano nga sir na checklist ang gamiton ni? Igwa bagang checklist na miscellaneous? Dati, yung gamitan nindo. Ano nga sir? Nasa ano nga sir? Nasa ibabaw nga sir kang building, so tower. Ano nga sir? Pwede ba nga gamitan sa checklist kang building? Kaso building nga business. Baka uman sa building ang inspection nyo. So tower, magamit ka ng business na checklist. The subject matter of your inspection is the tower. The tower is a special structure, not part of the building. Okay? In fact, it is just an addition. Yan. Means of egress shall be sufficient to meet the exit requirements for the occupants of each individual room or section and for the maximum occupancy. Sa case yan kang mixed occupancy. Siyempre, pag may mixed occupancy ka, so intermingle, dapat, dahil may intermingling of occupants, dapat ang means of egress mo, yung fire exit mo, should be sufficient for all the kinds of occupancies inside. Ba? Yan. Fire safety construction, protective and warning systems, and other safeguards shall meet requirements of the most hazardous occupancy. Okay. So kung may ang hapot niya, sir, ano nga ang pag mixed occupancy niya, sir? Paano nga, sir, ang fire safety requirements? The fire safety requirements must be based on the most hazardous occupancy. Okay? Yeah. In case of conflict as to the type of classification of occupancy, the same shall be determined by the chief BFP. Ano ang ibig sabihin ka? Minsan, may mga engineer or may mga designer na mga matagas ang payo. Pag-classify mo na ngayon, sir, ano nga ang classification ngayon kayo ni sir? Healthcare. Bako mga sir, healthcare, businessman sa ngayon. Parang ngayon, opisina ngayon kang doktor. At bako man sir, opisina kang doktor yan, baga may pakian, baga sir, At ngayon sir, businessman sa ngayon. So nagdidebate ka mo kang type of occupancy. Kasi pag business, simple ang requirements. Pag healthcare, magabat ang requirements. So minsan nakikidebate. So anong provision? It is always determined by the BFP. Kung ano ang sinabi ni BFP, yan ang classification niya. Hindi ka pwedeng makareklamo. Unless you are talaga wrong naman. Unless mali ka talaga. Diba? Minsan kasi sa bumbero, tanga-tanga man. Pag ang bumbero pati sala-sala, tapos nag-agi sa kuya, ipapudkuan, naskihain. Di po nga nag-agi kay Engineer Luna sa pait. Tapos sala-sala, masi-masihon, takangamag ka. Kaya dapat, yan. Tandaan mo so classification of occupancy. Yan. So, punta tayo sa, by the way, bago tayo pumunta sa hazards, any question, duman tabi sa classification of occupancy. Baka may mga naisip ka mong building na dahil nindo arang i-classify. Dahil naman na pag-urunan, medyo malabo sa isip nindo. you are still in a quandary as to what type of building or structure is that. Any question before we proceed to Division 4?
Sir,
Question, wala? Or De La Cruz?
Sir, meron sir.
Go ahead.
Sir, yung sa, sir? Sa industrial, sir. Ano, sir, yung smoke houses? Ano yun, sir?
Smoke houses. Ano gani? Di ba may mga kita, may mga lutuan kita may mga lutuan kita produkto na using smoke. Example, lukad. Alam niyo yung Copra?
Yes, sir.
Di ba? Yung dyan sa Mercedes, usuhulon ang tinapa. Tinapa. Industrial baga. Smoke houses.
Yes, sir. Salamat, sir. Yes, sir.
These are structures that uses smoke to make a product.
Yes,
that is
yes,
smoke houses.
Any
other questions?
Sige, sir. Salamat.
Hindi mo sana namati, Hindi mo sana na-explain. Any other questions? Wala na. Tiyan mo, oral ng estudyante ko. Hindi nga po. Any question? Mayo na.
Clarification, sir.
Sige, go ahead. Go ahead, Tabi. Go ahead. Sino yon?
Sir,
Sino yung magtatanong na putol? Deliosa, go ahead.
Mapaklarify lang, sir, yung DSWD Boys Town.
DSWD Boys Town. That is Residential Board and Care. Bahay ampunan, di ba?
Yung mga may kaso, sir, na bata pa.
Kung may kaso, doon yan papasok sa detention and correctional. Detention and correctional. Basta may varied degree of restraints. Meaning, di siya pwedeng makaluwas. Okay? Yung kasi, yung bahay ampunan, iba man ang level kang bahay ampunan. Bahay ampunan kasi, ang control duman is because minor pa ang edad dinda. Dahil pwedeng pabayaan sa luwas. Pero kung darakula na, pigpapaluwas iyan. Maski pa nasa bahay ampunan. They're allowed to go out. So walang degree of restraint. Pero pag may degree of restraint, that becomes detention and correctional. You see the difference? Okay? Boys now.
Sir, thank you.
Yun yung mga.
Sir, question. Sir,
Obispo. Go ahead.
sir, paano na, sir, ang molinuhan, sir? So,
Molinuhan, making products of all kinds. Industrial.
Days, sir, ikaw ang doang classification kaya ba, sir, ang molinuhan. Ikaw ang, nakulaan, tapos ikaw ang niya na molinuhan na, so, pwede ba siya, sir, pwede siyang i-include sa portable, ito tanggal, pero big stages sa rong sanay man lang siya, sir.
Hindi, So, formal na molinuhan, so may structure, industrial yan. Okay? Walang question dyan. So, pag sabi mong portable, ang piguro ng takidan, equipment, di ba? Equipment man sana siya, makina. Natadigdi sa piguro ng ta, simula sa 1 hanggang 12, 13. May nabanggit na equipment. Mayo man baga. Mayo. You cannot classify an equipment as type of occupancy. Yung portable na molinuhan is equipment. Okay? So, it has no classification. Kasi ang piguro ng tatabi di buildings. Buildings, structures, or facilities. Okay? So, yung portable na molinuhan cannot be classified because it is an equipment. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Ikaw pang questions? Are there any more questions? Go ahead.
sir, saan po natin i-classify yung mga...
Ludi, grabe ang echo mo, Ludi. Ludi, grabe ang echo mo. We cannot understand you. Ludi, grabe ang echo, Ludi.
Meron pa?
I-turn off nyo ang monitor, Ludi. I-turn off ang monitor before you ask the question. Oh, go ahead.
Hello, sir?
Go ahead. May echo talaga. Bakit nag-i-echo kayo? Baka ang lakas ng monitor nyo.
Sir? Meron pa?
Grabe ang echo.
Oh.
Yan.
Go ahead.
Quarantine facility.
Ay, parang di facility. Saan natin tayo?
Yung quarantine facility, ari na quarantine facility, so may positive na pigbubulong o dae?
Wala. Yung pang-15 din.
Wala. Oh, yung papasok siya sa residential. Normal residential purposes in which sleeping accommodations are provided. Oo, bawal ka lumabas because of quarantine protocols. Pero hindi yun detention. Hindi yun detention. Okay. Doon sa mga quarantine center na may pagamutan, that becomes healthcare. Okay? It becomes healthcare. So, wala nang question. Punta na tayo sa Division 4. Division 4 is... Go ahead.
Sir, Pastor, may training Rivero.
Go ahead, Rivero. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon po. Patay Rivero.
Go ahead.
You said, sir, na we adapt kung ano yung dominant na purpose ng isang building. Diba? Sa
Yes.
Ano, sir, kung siyempre hanapan natin ang sir, section or guidelines kung saan po yung na-mention sa park code. Or yung fire marshal yung mag-declare.
Yung kung hindi ko mag-gets ang tanong. Saang section sa fire code yung sinasabi na?
Tayo yung mag-determine when it comes sa yung dominant purpose ng isang building, sir, sa occupancy.
Against kumbaga kontrahan kayo ni private individual, yun ang ibig mo sabihin? Ito ba yun? Ito ba ang minimum mo? In case of conflict as to the type of classification of occupancy, the same shall be determined by the chief BIP or his duly authorized representative. If there is a conflict between your determination in a private individual, it should be the BIP's determination, which will prevail, no? Which will prevail. Okay. Now, yung sa dominant occupancy naman yung determination, halimbawa, there are two types of occupancies in one building. Tapos you determine the classification of that entire building based on the dominant occupancy. That is there is no particular section, but that is obvious, no? That is obvious. Because you cannot classify it as mixed because yung definition ng mixed is it is so intermingled. Diba? Diba doon sa mixed occupancy, sabi natin, may dalawa or may tatlong klase ng occupancy sa isang building. Yun yung first phrase. Yung second phrase is that they are so intermingled that separate safeguards are impracticable. Meaning, talagang di mo ma-distinguish which one is the other one, which one is the other one. So, intermingled. That is mixed occupancy. Ngayon, kung hindi siya so intermingled, yung isa malaking area, yung isa maliit na area, magkaiba, paano mo i-determine ang occupancy? Dalawang occupancy sa isang building. Yung isa, halos occupied niya lahat. Yung isa naman, maliit lang na portion. Example, eskwelahan. Sa isang eskwelahan, majority classroom, may isang portion, conference room. Alam na namang sabihin mo na mixed yun, hindi yun mixed. Yung classroom is the dominant occupancy which is educational. Yung conference room is just incidental to the educational building. Therefore, the entire building is classified as educational building. Yun yung konsepto ng dominant occupancy. Clear ba yun? Okay. So, may question pa? Okay. So, punta tayo dito sa Division 4. Sa Division 4 is about the classification of hazards of building. Okay. Now, again, this is very material because in certain instances in the fire code, fire safety requirements are based on the hazards of a building, whether that is low, moderate, or high. Example, fire extinguisher requirement. Very good example. Fire extinguisher requirement. Yung fire extinguisher mo, pwedeng dumami based on hazard. Okay? Or, magre-require ka ng klase ng numerical rating based on hazard. Okay? So, it's very important na pag alam mo na yung type of occupancy, aalamin mo naman kung ano yung level of hazard. Whether that is low, moderate, or high. Okay? So, punta tayo sa low hazard. Ano ba ang characteristics ng isang building na low hazard? 1, no self-propagating fire can occur therein. Walang pwedeng pagsimula ng sunog. No self-propagating fire can occur therein. Number 2, the only probable danger requiring the use of emergency exits will be panic, fume, or smoke, or fire from external source. Fire from external source. Fume, panic, or smoke from external source. Halimbawa, you have one very good building, sa katabi niya may adjacent building which is fire hazard. So, even if you have a very good building, dahil may fire hazard na building dito, nasunog yung fire hazard, the good building may be affected by the fire hazard building. Okay? So, yung good building is classified as low hazard because no self-propagating fire may occur therein. And the only instance where you are going to use the emergency exit is because there is a fire from the outside. It is affected by panic, or it is affected by fume or smoke or fire from the outside sources, which may cause panic to the tenants of that particular building. Okay? Number 2, or the second classification, is moderate hazard. Okay? Ano naman itong moderate hazard? This is to burn with moderate rapidity. Pwedeng may masusulo na dyan, pero yung rapidity of the spread of fire is very moderate, dahan-dahan. Okay? Just like majority of our buildings. Just like majority of our building. 2, the smoke or the fire that may occur in that building will give considerable volume of smoke. So, pwede siyang mag-create ng considerable volume of smoke. But, the smoke is not poisonous or there is no probability of explosion. So yan naman ang usual na characteristics ng mga building natin eh. Di ba? Because of the contents in the building, nagkakaroon ng development of fire very moderately and it produces very tremendous amount of smoke. But the smoke is not poisonous or there is no probability of explosion. In that case, that building is classified as moderate hazard. What about high hazard? What about high hazard? It will burn with extreme rapidity. It will burn with extreme rapidity. Example, mga bodega na ang laman ay highly flammable or combustible. Extreme rapidity. Probably those buildings that are storing explosive materials, no? Radioactive materials, corrosive materials, no? And if there is a fire, the gases or fumes that will be produced from the fire are very poisonous or poisonous gases. And there is an explosion that will be expected. In that case, that is a high hazard building. Clear ba mga kasama? Low, moderate, and high. Low, moderate, and high. Sa mga lalaki, bako yan masahe ha? Anong answer ang gusto mo? Soft or moderate? Digdi low, moderate, or high. Okay? So pag low, no fire can occur therein. The only use of emergency exit is panic, fume, fire, or gases from external sources. That is low hazard. What about moderate hazard? There is a possibility that a fire may occur therein, but it will be moderately spreading, moderate rapidity of spread. It also creates tremendous volume of smoke, but the smoke is not poisonous, and there is no probability of explosion. What about high hazard? It will burn very rapidly. The gases that will be produced are poisonous, and explosions are to be expected in that fire. That is high hazard. Okay? Clear ba mga kasama? So, usually, pag nag-determine ka niyan, syempre, titingnan mo yung construction ng building, ano yung mga nasa loob ng building, syempre, titingnan mo yan for you to determine whether that is low, moderate, or high. Kasi, ganito, if a building is newly constructed and it is not occupied and there is no fire loads, meaning wala pang mga contents ang building, of course, the classification would be different when it is already occupied and there are already fire loads inside. Mababago ang classification eh. Diba? Halimbawa, nag-inspection ka ng warehouse for occupancy purposes. The warehouse is empty. Nagpatayo lang yung may-ari. Gusto ko magpatayo ng warehouse, paparentahan ko yan. Hindi niya pa alam kung hindi niya pa alam ang ilalagay. Diba? But later on, when it is leased to a certain company, ginawang bodega ng Copra, ginawang bodega ng Abaca. So the classification of hazard changes from low probably to high. Diba? Because it's originally empty and it becomes high hazard because of the presence of abaca fibers in which it will burn with extreme rapidity. Okay? Yan. It was used to store flammable materials. It changes from low to high. Diba? So siguro ang question ninyo is, Sir, paano kung ang ina-apply sa amin ay empty or vacant storage or warehouse? We do not know what will be stored in the future. Is it safe to require it with sprinkler system? Because under storage occupancies, high hazard occupancies must be protected with automatic fire suppression. So pwede na ba namin i-assume na lagyan na namin ng sprinkler kahit hindi pa namin alam kung ano ang ilalagay? It's not safe to assume. It's not safe to assume. Kasi yung cost of the sprinkler will be an additional burden on the applicant. We are not yet certain as to what kind of material will be stored in that warehouse. Ngayon, kailan mo siya i-require ngayon ng sprinkler? Pag nag-inspection ka na at nakita mo na na ang nakalagay dyan ay mga hazardous materials. Okay. Now, I am contemplating on proposing an amendment to that provision. Yung sa storage and industrial. Kasi nga, because of that problem, initially, you're not going to require it with sprinkler because it's bare. Okay, Rona?
Sabi sir, may dito, may kasama ka na.
Rona, grabe ang echo mo. Gananon mo muna ang monitor, patayin mo muna ang monitor nyo, yung speaker, saka ka magtanong.
Okay na sir.
Okay, so go ahead.
Kasi sir, iba yung sabi mo nga, meron siyang pinarestang bodega. Eventually, ang nag-rent ng street niya na may screen system. Di ba dapat, before pa, meron na dapat kasi hindi man nare-require na yung bagong nag-rent. Naka-problema na nila. Pag ayaw natuturuan na yung dalawa. Sino ang magpapagawa niya or na...
Yan na nga yung precisely yung point ko kanina, Rona eh. Kasi, if you go to storage occupancies, ang required lang ng sprinkler system ay high hazard building. High hazard. Sa unibaga ang definition kang high hazard to burn with extreme rapidity. Tapos burn with extreme rapidity. Tapos may poisonous gases and then explosion. Yan ang definition kang high hazard. So sabi kang industrial and storage, i-require mo lang automatic fire suppression ang building pag high hazard siya. Pag apply sa IMO during occupancy, bare. You cannot assume na high hazard ang ilalagay. Hindi ka pwede mag-assume eh. You only base your evaluation based on the document that is presented to you. And you cannot assume that it is high because there is no document saying that the materials or products that will be stored therein will be high hazard. So you cannot assume. So naturally, you're not going to require it with sprinkler. Diba? Unless na pag-apply sa'yo during fire safety evaluation clearance, taka-indicate na kung ano yung mga ilalagay and you find out that it is high hazard. So you're going to require them already with sprinklers. But if it's bare, you do not require because you do not know what will be stored. Okay? So no arin malaog Rona so requirement kang sprinkler. Dumana pag nag-inspeksyon na si fire safety inspector na may laog na sa building. Okay? Now, so discussion ko baga sa Indo kanina, who will be responsible? Who will be responsible for complying? Diba sabi ko, ang default system is, it will always be the owner. It will always be the owner na responsible for compliance. However, if there is a contract between the owner at yung umuupa at nakalagay dun sa kontrata na ang magkukumply ay yung umuupa, then dapat ang mag-comply is yung umuupa. Okay, now, If the contract is silent, it is the responsibility of the owner of the warehouse. Okay? Clear yan. Ngunyan, bakit naililipat ba yan? Why is it transferred to the tenant or to the lessee? Because there is a principle in law that contract is a law between the contracting parties. No? May prinsipyo sa batas na ang kontrata kang duwang tao, batas iyan. Batas. As long as the agreement of the individuals is not against the law, customs, public moral, and public policy. No? Yan ang prinsipyo sa batas. Halimbawa, ang default system, say for example, halimbawa, nag-agree kitang duwa, ngaya, rona ngaya, tawan ta ka ngaya ki 1 million, pero ngaya, magpagong ka ngaya di-day. Day man ito pwede, day man pwede ito, maski pa nagpirmahan kitang duwa, day man ito pwedeng mapagong ka, tamay agum ka na, illegal so agreement ta. Diba? That becomes illegal contract. Okay? So, as long as the contract is not, or the agreement is not against the law, public policy, public moral, and public order, yung agreement na iyan is batas iyan. Dahil pwedeng makabari ka yan. No? Halimbawa, igwa akong ayam. Sa diri ko so ayam. Okay. Ngunyan, may agreement kita na pag nag-aki iso ayam ko, tatawan ta ka kiido. Okay? Ang agreement tatawan ta ka. Iyan na agreement ang iyan. Batas iyan. No? Batas iyan. In fact, pag ako tuminanggi, later on, pwede mo akong idemanda because it's a law between us. Okay? And the agreement don't have to be written, huh? The agreement don't have to be written. As long as we agree and you can prove that there is an agreement, that agreement between us is a law between the two of us. Okay? Clear ba ya ito? Kaya naililipat talaga duman sa tenant basta may agreement. Kung mayong agreement, then the default system is it is always the responsibility of the owner of the building. Kaya kamo, kung mga mayaman na kamo, later on, mga mayaman na kamo, pag re-retire nindo, mga milyonaryo na kamo, mapatugdo kamo ki-building, paparentahan nindo, ikagnid duman sa kontrata nindo na pag may mga iko-comply sa gobyerno, bako ako ang ma-comply ika na nagre-renta sa kuya. O, diligtas ka! Because our agreement is a law between us. O, di ba? May lecture kita sa Civil Code of the Philippines. Okay. Any other questions?
Sir, Daddy.
Go ahead, Ludi.
Pwede daw po kami ng short break.
Na?
Short break.
Actually, yun ang masunod break na talaga. Ang masunod. Parang na ang halunan ko. Sige, 15 minutes break. 15 minutes break. Okay, 15 minutes. So, let us continue. Asa na yun, iba? So we now be proceeding on Division 5, which is means of egress. So tapos na tayo sa Division 3. Ang Division 3 ay classification of occupancy. Ang Division 4 ay classification of hazards. Division 5 is means of egress. So in this case, we are now going to talk about fire exits. Isa sa mga pinaka-importanteng fire safety requirements sa building. More than your fire extinguishers. Yang fire extinguisher na yan na masyado ng bentang-bentang Bureau of Fire. No? So, this is one of the things that you should concentrate on that you should concentrate on. This is means of egress. Okay? So the outline of my presentation will include the general provisions, which is section 10.252. We'll be talking about doors. We're going to talk about stairs. We're going to talk about outside stairs, horizontal exits, ramps, exit passageways, and exit passageways. Okay. Since ngayon ay nasa ano na kayo, nasa OJT na kayo, and I'm sure that you already have experience conducting an inspection. Nakapag-inspect na ba kayo? Nag-inspection na kayo?
No, sir. No, sir. Investigation kami, sir.
Investigation pa pala kayo. Okay. So, later on, you're going to do an inspection. But let us start our discussion dito sa drawing na to. No? Diyan sa drawing na yan. As you can see in the drawing, you have two stairways. Merong isa dito, and then merong isa dito. May dalawang hagdanan. Diba? Yan, may dalawang hagdanan. Okay. Do you think that is compliant? Anybody? Sa tingin nyo ba compliant yan? What do you think are the problems? By the way, this is a real picture or drawing of a building that was a subject of a fire incident in New York, where many died, no? Because of the configuration. Kung nakita ninyo yung how it is constructed. The two stairways are located in one area, while the upper portion, yung dito, no, dito sa portion na to. So, let us say, for example, divide this building into two. No? Yeah, divide building into two. Ito yung part 1, ito yung part 2. Napansin niyo sa part 1, there is no fire exit. Diba? There is no fire exit. Nasa area 2 lang. So, if you are on part 1, masyadong mahaba ang tatakbuhin mo papunta dito sa stairways bago ka makalabas ng building. So, pangit yung pagka-design. So, what do you think are the problems? Talking about fire exits, talking about means of egress. Anybody? Ano sa tingin niyo ang problema sa building na yan?
Remoteness, sir.
Okay, yan. So, number 1, pwedeng sabihin natin remoteness. Yan. Yan, remoteness. Yan, remoteness. Ang pangit naman ang sulat. Number 2, ano pa?
Sir, dead-end corridor, sir.
Yan, may mga dead-end corridors. Yan, di ba? May mga dead-end corridors. Bakit violation yung dead-end na yan? Bakit sa tingin ninyo violation? Kasi the dead-end corridors are long enough to be more than 6 meters. Okay? Kasi sa dead-end corridor, may limit na 6 meters. It's not a violation that you have a dead-end corridor. It becomes a violation if it exceeds 6 meters. Ano pa sa tingin niyo ang problema? Remoteness, presence of dead-end corridors, ano pa? Ano pa sa tingin niyo? Ano pa? Anybody? Ano pa sa tingin niyo? Probably obstructions. Obstructions in the hallways. Diba? Obstructions. Ano pa? Ano bang nakikita niyo yung problema? Kita niyo ito, may mga hallway, pero may mga poste. Yan. Poste. Tapos ito, ang haba ng travel distance, corridor. Yan, dead end, di ba? Yan, hanggang dito. Ito, yan, papunta dito, one direction hanggang makarating dito. Haba din, di ba? Yan. Ito, haba, dead end corridor. Okay? Ano pa, sa tingin niyo ito, dead end din, From here, papunta dito, dead end. Ano pa, sa tingin niyo ang problema?
Travel distance.
Yan. Yes. Travel distance. It may also exceed yung travel distance. Di ba? So, mamaya, iisa-isain natin kung ano yung mga requirement ng dead end, ng travel distance, obstructions, travel distance. Ano pa? Well, ako ay probably assume na may problema sa size, no? Size ng hagdanan. Okay? Sizes, which may include yung stairway and then the hallways. Ito, pwedeng may problema to. Di ba? Yan. Yang, part na yan. What else? Sa tingin nyo? So, lahat ng mga pinag-uusapan natin, lahat ng iniisa-isa natin, these are requirements for, in order for you to determine whether your fire exit is compliant with the Fire Code of the Philippines, no? In this instance, as you can see, there are 2 stairways. Probably, it already complied with the minimum number of fire exits required for the building. However, it is not remote from each other, no? Hindi siya remote. Hindi siya magkalayo. In such a way na pag may na-block yung isang part, yung isang part will not be affected. So the fire started here, no? The fire started here. All the people here died because di na nila nakadaan papunta dito. Okay? Okay, then of course dead end. Probably it is more than 6 meters. Yan, may mga obstructions, no? May mga poste. Yan. And then, very long travel distance. If you are coming from here, tatakbo ka papunta dyan, iikot ka sa hallway, papunta ka dito sa nearest na stairway. So, ang haba ng travel distance mo. Okay? And then, probably, may duda ako sa sizes of both the stairs and then the corridors or the hallway. So, lahat ng mga pinag-usapan natin yan, we're going to discuss that individually sa means of egress. So, hindi ibig sabihin meron kang hagdanan, okay na. Hindi ibig sabihin may hallway ka, okay na. Hindi ibig sabihin may pintuan ka or may window opening ka, okay na. They have to comply with many different requirements in order for your fire exit to be complied. Okay? So, I want you to realize na pagkatapos ng discussion natin sa means of egress, there are a lot of buildings in the Philippines, not only in Metro Manila, but here, dito sa Legazpi. And other places, other highly urbanized cities like Naga, that are not compliant with the requirements of the Fire Code. Why? Why? It's because, number one, plan evaluators are not knowledgeable. Ang unang may kasalanan, plan evaluators. Ako, I always say this. If a new building is constructed with violation, the first person who is responsible is the plan evaluator. Because he is the first person who is going to check the plan. So, if your plan evaluator is ignorant, is not knowledgeable, then the chief FSS is also ignorant, and the fire marshal is much more ignorant, the building will be a disaster. No? The building will be a disaster. No? May kwento ako sa inyo. When I was in Quezon City, meron doon 21-story building na iisa lang ang hagdanan. Sabi ko, ba't natayo itong building na to? 21-story, iisa ang hagdanan. Ang requirement ng fire code, minimum of 2. So nag-research kami, nag-backtrack kami. We found out that the plant evaluator was psychology graduate. We found out na ang plant evaluator, psychology graduate. So anong alam nun sa plant evaluation? Tapos, yung hepe was a criminology graduate. Yung hepe ng inspection was a criminology graduate. And the fire marshal was a academy graduate. So, anong nangyari? The building was a total disaster because it is a high-rise but it only has one stairway. So, anong nangyari? Nung naupo na yung mga marunong, pinakomply, pinadagdag ng hagdanan. Walang paglalagyan sa loob ng building. Ano ang ginawa? Naglagay ng building outside, o naglagay ng hagdanan outside of the building. It's a 21-story building and you're going to use your fire exit outside of the building. Sinong malakas na apog na dadaan doon? Sinong malakas ang loob na dadaan doon sa loob ng, sa labas ng building? No? Kahit si Spider-Man matatakot doon. Okay? So, I always say this. The beauty of the compliance or the level of the compliance of fire safety always starts with the plant evaluators. Ngayon, kung kayo ay ma-assign and you think you are not qualified, please ask the first thing that you should do is, of course, to study. No? Kasi nga, we wanted that all plant evaluators are to be engineers and architects, but unfortunately, hindi pa talaga enough. And admittedly, there are certain favorites by the fire marshal. So even if they're not qualified, dahil magaling magsuhol, siya ang ginawang ganyan. So yeah, that's corruption actually. So yung ideal system natin is far from reality. Nagkakataon na minsan, ang nalalagay talaga nating plant evaluators are really not qualified and are not the right person that are to be, assigned in that position. So, if you are assigned there because nobody is qualified except you, then you should study. You should study. And ito pa, pangalawa, never assume. Never assume. Kung hindi mo alam, ang pinakamandang gagawin mo is magtanong. Huwag ka mag-assume. Kasi pag nag-assume ka, baka later on, makulong ka dyan dahil sa pag-a-assume mo. No? Because when you tolerated a building to have compliance, it will have violations. It will have violations until it is demolished. So kung 50 years yung building, 50 years ka rin kakaba kasi may problema yung building. Okay? So, what is means of egress? So, how do you define means of egress? So according to the definition of terms under Rule 3, this is a continuous and unobstructed route of exit from one point in a building to a public way. So from one point in a building to a public way. So galing ka sa loob ng building hanggang makalabas ka. No? Continuous and unobstructed. Take note po ito ha. Yan. Continuous and unobstructed. Okay? So, tuloy-tuloy at walang mga nakaharang. Okay? A fire exit or a means of egress has components or parts. No? The first part is the access. So, kung ang pinag-uusapan natin ay itong hagdanan na to or pintuan na to, we consider that as the exit. Ang access papunta sa kanya is of course this hallway. The hallway. Yan. Itong hallway na to, papunta dyan sa hagdanan na yan, is the access. Okay? Now, the door per se, itong pintuan mismo, is the exit. Okay? And when you reach the public way, this is now the discharge. Okay? So, exit access, exit discharge. So, kung ang example natin, kung yung pintuan na yun kanina na sinasabi natin ay ito yung pintuan na yun. Halimbawa ito. Paglabas mo dyan, nandito ka sa landing, habang bumababa ka, hanggang makarating ka dito, habang nandyan ka, nasa loob ka pa ng exit. Okay? Nung nakababa ka na sa portion na to, saka ka lang nasa exit discharge. Okay? Now, what about kung dito ka? Yan. What about kung nandito ka? Siyempre, pag nakalabas ka sa pinto na yan, pagbagsak mo dyan, nasa exit discharge ka na. Yung kanina, ito yung example natin. So, habang bumababa ka sa hagdan, pababa, ikaw ay nasa exit per se, or wala ka pa sa discharge. Ngayon, all of these components must comply with the requirements of the fire code. If any one of these components or parts is not compliant with the fire code, therefore you do not have a fire exit. So kahit may hagdanan ka, kahit may pintuan ka, kahit may window opening ka, kahit may hallway ka, pag hindi yan nagko-comply, considered ka na walang fire exit. And then you may be classified as fire trap. So balikan natin ang definition ng fire trap under Rule 3. A building unsafe in case of fire because it will burn very rapidly or because it lacks the adequate exit. Yan ang definition ng fire trap. So, kung wala kang appropriate na exit, then you are considered fire trap. Example, yung building kanina na sinabi ko, it only has one stairway. The requirement of the fire code is 2. Therefore, it is a fire trap because it does not have sufficient fire exit. Okay? Yeah. So, what is an exit? What is an exit? Yeah. That portion of a means of egress that is separated from all other spaces. Take note po of the word separated. That is separated from all other spaces of a building or structure by construction. So, anong nagsiseparate sa kanya? Construction or equipment. That portion of a means of egress that is separated from all other spaces of a building or structure by construction or equipment as required to provide a protected way of travel to the exit discharge. Okay. Yan. Example. Yan drawing na yan. Alin dyan ang exit? Alin dyan ang exit? Sa tingin ninyo? Anybody? Sabi niya, pag exit daw is that portion of a means of egress that is separated from all other spaces of a building or structure by construction or equipment as required to provide a protected way of travel to the exit discharge. So what do you think is the exit dito sa drawing natin? Of course, you have the stairway. You have the stairwell. Ito yan. Ito ang exit mo. Yan. Yung hagdanan. Yan ang exit mo. So you have 2 exits. Okay. So balikan natin yung definition. Separated by construction or equipment. What separate them from all other spaces of the building? Anong nagse-separate sa kanya? Anybody? Of course, you have the door. Yan, check. You have the door. And then what? You have the door. And then, Of course, yung firewall construction, ayan o, yung wall na nakapalibot sa kanya, separate it from all other spaces. Diba? So not only the door, but the wall that protects it from other spaces. Okay? Therefore, conclusion natin, if a stairway is open, it is not a fire exit. Correct? Unless the fire code allows an open stairway. Tama ba yung conclusion ko? Based on this definition, an exit is a portion of a means of egress that is separated from all other spaces of the building by construction or equipment. Okay. So it becomes an exit if it has a door and then this wall construction that separate it from other areas of the building. Therefore, kung wala ito, yan, kung yung wall na yan ay wala at open, dire-diretso ka, that is not considered an exit. Tandaan nyo mga kasama. Siguro nare-realize nyo na mo yan. Ay, bakit ang dami mga open na mga stairway? Hindi pala sila exit. Unless the fire code allows open stairways. And I will discuss that later. What are the instances where the fire code allows your means of egress or your fire exit to be unprotected or unseparated from all other spaces of the building? Very interesting ang discussion, ano? Bakit nga pala open yung stairway ni ganito? Yeah. So siguro, later on, ma-realize nyo, ang dami palang problema. Yan. So, dito sa, dito sa slide na to, there are two forms of exits. No? There are two forms of exit. Yan. One is horizontal, the other one is vertical. Okay? So you have, sa second floor, you have this stairway. Yan, ito. Ay, sorry. This one. You have stairway 1, you have stairway 2. That is a vertical exit. Correct. Pababa. And then, you have this wall. Yan. Tapos, may normally open na door. Palaging nakabukas. Bakit normally open? Kasi hallway ito yan, Hallway yan, hallway. Hindi naman pwedeng sarado palagi. Kasi yung true and true ng tao. So, there is a normally closed door. Ayan. Itong wall na yan that separates the building from Fire Zone 1 and Fire Zone 2 is called a horizontal exit. Nakuha ninyo? There are two forms of fire exits. One is vertical, the other one is horizontal. Tandaan ninyo mabuti yan, Kasi later on, may question ako sa inyo whether how many fire exits are present. Bakit siya nagiging fire exit? Sir, paano naging fire exit yan, sir? Wall yan, sir, Paano yung nagiging fire exit? Ganito yan. I-assume ninyo na nasa hospital kayo. Kasi itong configuration na to, yan ay mandatory for hospitals. Bakit? Sabi sa fire code, to divide at least 2 compartments every floor of a hospital. To divide at least 2 compartments every floor of a hospital. Ibig sabihin nung 2 compartments na yun, maglalagay ka ng firewall. Firewall. Ngayon, why is this a fire exit? When you are on Fire Zone 1 at nagkasunog, you can bring your patients to Zone 2. Pwede mong dalhin dyan. Kasi hindi mo naman sabay-sabay yan Hindi mo yan sabay-sabay mailabas ng building, di ba? Pag naidala mo na lahat ng pasyente sa zone 1, assuming na nandito yung sunog, therefore hindi mo magamit itong hagdanan na to, so dadalhin mo yung mga tao pa dito, isasara mo nga to ngayon. Yung normally open mo na door, isasara mo. So this becomes a sealed type firewall which prevents the smoke, heat, and other products of combustion from penetrating the other area, yung zone 2. So, yung iyong area 2 becomes a temporary area of safe refuge while the patients are being transported outside of the building. That's why it becomes an exit also. Okay? So, dito sa ground floor, sa first floor, merong horizontal exit, merong horizontal exit. Yan. Merong horizontal exit papunta dun. Yan, papunta dun straight. Sorry. Yan, may exit. Exit yan. Okay? Let us proceed to exit access. Yan. That portion of a means of egress that leads to an exit. Balikan natin yung drawing natin kanina. Alin dyan ang exit access? Anybody? Alin dyan ang exit access? Siyempre yung hallways. Diba? Siyempre yung hallway. Itong hallway na to. Yung hallway na yan. Papunta dito. Diba? Yung hallway na to. Papunta dito. Yan yung mga access natin. Tama? Portion of a means of egress that leads to an exit. Okay? Yan yung ating exit access. If you have this kind of hallway, this kind of building, makita ninyo may mga ano dito, may mga unit, may mga kwarto. Ito, condominium ang style nito condominium. Yan, unit 1, yan, may living room, bedroom, may toilet in bowl, ito may kitchen, may isang unit, isang particular unit. Dito naman sa kabila, meron din naman, same din. Unit number 2, unit number 3, yan. Ano sa tingin nyo ang requirement dito sa hallway? Yan. Ito may CR. Yan, may CR, di ba? CR yan. Ito, CR itong part na to. CR itong part na to. Ito, CR. Siyempre, pag CR, kailangan may exhaust. Diba? May exhaust. Sa tingin nyo, pwede maglagay ng exhaust dito. Yan, sa portion na yan. Ang exhaust papunta sa hallway. What do you think? Ang pinag-uusapan natin, exit access, What do you think are the requirements sa exit access? The requirement is there must be no other opening in exit access except what? The doors from individual living units. So, alin lang ang allowed? Ito lang. Ilan lang ang mga opening na allowed dyan? Yan. Mga doors. Mga doors lang ang pwedeng opening. And although there are doors, the doors must be self-closing. So itong mga pinto mo na yan, dapat self-closing doors yan. Okay. Self-closing. Pag self-closing, ano ang ibig sabihin? Gagamit ka ng door closers. So in an apartment building, like condominium, in a hotel, in a dormitory, the doors must be self-closing. Again, the doors must be self-closing and no other opening is allowed in the hallway. Sino sa inyo ang nakarating na sa Union Square Condominium? Yung dating national office natin sa Cubao. Who are familiar? Anybody? May familiar ba sa inyo sa Union Square Condominium?
Yes, sir.
Yan. Diba? Kung nakarating na ka na doon, anong napapansin nyo sa hallway? Di ba sa hallway may mga jalousie? At yung jalousie ay diretso sa loob ng unit. Bawal na bawal yun. Okay? Bawal na bawal yun. Kasi, if there is a fire in one particular unit, the fire can easily spread in the building because of those openings. So, ano ang purpose nung dapat walang ibang opening dyan? Ang purpose niyan ay to limit the spread of fire. Yun ang purpose, no? To limit the spread of fire, to confine the fire at its source. Kasi, kung ang sunog ay confined dito sa isang unit na to, no? At nakasara yung door na yan, no? Pag naubos na yung fire load niya sa loob, at naubos na yung oxygen sa loob ng room na yan, the fire will automatically be extinguished. Pero kung lumabas yan dyan, maghahanap na naman siya ng susunugin. Maghahanap na naman siya ng fuel until such time that the entire building is consumed. Tama? Simple ang prinsipyo, di ba? That is confining the fire at its source. So, kasama sa pinag-aaralan natin sa means of egress or fire exit is protecting the access, protecting the exit. Because your fire exits will be useless if it cannot be used because it is protected, because it is affected by fire. If it is affected by smoke, if it is affected by heat. Naintindihan niyo ang mga prinsipyo? Putang ina, ang hirap pala mag-inspector, ano? Kala ko, madali lang yun pala, ang hirap. Ang dami mo palang dapat tatandaan. Hindi lang pala pagbebenta ng fire extinguisher. Mahirap pala. Okay. So, dito sa drawing natin dito, alin ang access? O lahat ang nakakulay blue access. Yung mga puti, yan yung mga exit. Okay? So, syempre, dito sa second floor, sorry. Back. Yan. Previous. Yan. Dito sa second floor, paano ka makakarating sa Paano ka makakarating sa dito sa hagdanan na to? Siyempre, kung nandito ka sa kwarto na to, yan, tatakbo ka papunta dyan. O, papunta dito, hanggang makalabas ka dyan. Ang tawag dyan, access. Okay? Exit access. O, nandito ka sa first floor. Paano ka makakalabas ng building? O, siyempre, tatakbo ka papunta dito. O, yan. Ang tawag dyan, access. Okay? That is exit access. Okay. Yan. O, pumunta naman tayo sa discharge. Okay. That portion of a means of egress between the termination of an exit and a public way. So, kaya dito sabi natin, ito yung discharge. Basta ang discharge, palagi ka dapat nasa labas ng building. Wala dapat na discharge na nasa loob ng building. Kasi pag nasa loob ka pa ng building, wala ka pa sa exit discharge. Nandun ka pa sa loob ng building. Okay? That's why, ang general rule sa fire code, mababasa niyo ito mamaya, ang general rule sa fire code, ang termination or exit discharge ng iyong fire exit must always be on a public way outside of the building. Public way outside of the building. But you can see a lot of buildings in the Philippines where the stairways are inside the building. Yung termination, meaning yung bagsak mo dun sa ground floor, nasa loob ka pa rin ng building. That is sometimes allowed. Although, there are limitations or conditions that you have to comply. Mamaya, pag-uusapan natin, kailan ba allowed na nasa loob nag-terminate ang hagdanan? Pag-uusapan natin yan. Okay? So, dito sa illustration na to, alin ang mga exit discharge? Yung kulay blue, yan. Paglabas mo dito sa pintuan na yan, nasa blue, nasa labas ka ng building, exit discharge. O dito, yan, ito. Paglabas mo dito, yun, exit discharge. Ito naman sa pintuan na to, exit discharge. Sa second floor, walang exit discharge kasi nasa loob ka ng building eh. Paano ka magkakaroon ng exit discharge? Okay? Yan. Kung may nalilito, magtanong lang ha. Hindi bawal magtanong. Kasi pag nagtanong ka sa akin na wala na sa lecture, may bayad na yun, may tuition fee na yun. Ngayon, wala pang bayad, libre pa. Okay? So what are the permissible exit components in the Philippines? Itong sinasabi ko sa inyo, ito yung mga allowed sa atin na gamiting fire exit. We have doors, yan, mga pintuan, that's fire exit. Stairs and smoke-proof enclosure, stairway, pwede siyang fire exit. Stair. Pag sinabi mong smoke-proof enclosure, that is a stairway that cannot be penetrated by smoke or any other products of combustion because it is properly protected by mechanical ventilation, stairway pressurization, or natural ventilation. Smoke-proof enclosure. An enclosure of a stairway that cannot be penetrated by smoke. That is smoke-proof enclosure. Another is horizontal exit. Yan. You have one building here. You have another building here. There is a bridge that connects the two buildings. O may sunog dito, takbo ka dyan sa bridge na yan. Pagdating dito, i-shutdown mo yung pinto. Safe ka na. That is horizontal exit. Okay? Ramps. Yan. Mga rampa. Yan. Nasa hospital. Yan. May ramp. Dito dadaan yung stretcher. Yung, ano pa yan? Wheelchair. Yan. Yan. Ramp is also a fire exit. Exits, passageways, or hallways. Yan. Yan. Pwede. How about this one? How about this one? Sa tingin nyo pwede? An outside stair. Of course! An outside stair is a very good fire exit. Why? Because there is no probability that smoke may be confined. Okay? Kaso nga lang, dito sa Pilipinas, very seldom ang nagagawa niyan kasi maraming magnanakaw sa Pilipinas. Maraming demonyo rito eh. So, nagiging cause ng security problem. But if you look at other countries, no, especially Japan, si Japan, para hindi na nila gawing smoke-proof yung hagdanan nila, mga high-rise buildings. Kasi under our fire code and American code and I think even Japanese code, if a building is high-rise, interior stairways must be smoke-proof enclosure, meaning they should be pressurized. So it becomes an additional cost on the building because bibili ka ng pump. Maglalagay ka ngayon ng bibili ka ng motor, maglalagay ka ngayon ng ducting system para mabugahan ng hangin yung yung hagdanan. So it becomes an additional cost. So anong ginagawa sa Japan? Sa Japan, ang hagdanan naka-separate sa building, nasa labas, no? Separate tower yung hagdanan. So nakikita mo, yung hagdanan ng building is nasa labas. All pero properly protected. Hindi katulad dito na ganyan lang ang mga configuration. How about this one? Is this allowed? What do you think? Anybody? Sa tingin nyo, allowed ba yung ladder? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
Tingnan nyo, pwede ba yan? Ha?
Sir, yes, sir.
Vicente, what do you think, Vicente?
Po, sir, sa residential po, sir. Na hindi
sa residential. What kind of residential? Kasi marami ang residential, ha? Diba? Hotel, apartment building, dormitory, lodging and rooming house, and single and two-family dwelling. Saan siya pwedeng gamitin?
Single and two-family dwelling, sir.
Pwede.
Single and
two-family dwelling. Saan pa? Saan pa? Can it be used in a hotel?
No, sir.
Anybody? Can it be used in a hotel? No. Can it be used in a boarding house? Pwede ba siyang gamitin sa boarding house? No. Pwede ba siyang gamitin sa apartment building?
No, sir.
Yes, basta not more than 3 stories. Basta not more than 9 meters in height. Sa lodging and rooming house. Hindi, bawal. What about sa schools? Of course, no. In all other occupancies, hindi siya pwede. Okay? Except doon sa single and two-family dwellings and apartment buildings of not more than 3 stories, provided that the height is not more than 9 meters. Okay? What about window opening? What about window opening? Sa tingin ninyo pwede? Bintana? Yes. Sa fire code, allowed. Di ba? Marinda, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Sa fire code, in fact, mandatory yung window opening sa mga school buildings. Correct? Residential and board-in care buildings. Sa mga single and two-family dwellings. They are mandatory. Di ba? Dapat, in every sleeping rooms, there must be one window opening that is outside of the building. Correct? That is a mandatory requirement under single and two-family dwelling. So a window opening is a permissible exit component. In some occupancies, like industrial and storage occupancies, slide skates are also allowed. Slide. Bakit allowed ang slide doon? Kasi sa industrial and storage, there is a probability of explosion. So if there is an explosion, you need to get out of the building immediately. So a slidescape is a permissible exit component. Yan. Yan. So let us talk about protective enclosure. Yan. Again, yung definition, sabi niya, must be separated from all other areas of the building. Yung exit daw, must be separated. So kung separated, kailangan mo mag-provide ng enclosure. Diba? I-enclose mo. Yan. Ang part na yan, i-enclose mo. Separation. Sabi niya, pag 3 stories or less ang building, 3 palapag or mababa, 1 hour ang fire rating nung firewall mo, nung wall mo that separates or protects the stairway. Pag 4 or more stories, at least 2 hours yung fire rating. And then, of course, any opening shall be protected by approved self-closing fire-resistant door. Yan. Opening shall be confined to access the enclosure and for egress from the enclosure. So ano ang purpose ng opening, ng enclosure? That is only confined to the access and egress. So ano ang ibig sabihin kaan? Dai ka pwede magkaag ki anumang bagay sa laog kang fire exit mo like fire hose cabinet, like storage. They are prohibited inside stairway enclosures because the only allowed purpose of the opening is access to the enclosure and egress from the enclosure. You cannot use it for any other purposes. Yan. No exit enclosure shall be used for other purposes. Yan. Government buildings, common violation, exit enclosure, storage area. Diba? Storage area ng mga sirang typewriter, sirang computer, sirang lamesa, sirang upuan, and kung ano-ano pang mga gamit. No? Minsan, yung napakaraming files nandun sa hagdanan. So you cannot use the exit enclosure for other purposes. Yan. So let us talk about capacity. Yan. Capacity of means of egress. When we say capacity of means of egress, ang pinag-uusapan natin dito ay how many persons can use that fire exit per minute. No? If you have a stairway, if you have a door, if you have a hallway, how many persons can get out from that fire exit per minute? Okay? That is computed by, capacity of your means of egress is equal to the width of the means of egress divided by the capacity factor. Okay? So, ano ba yung capacity factor? Ito yun. Yan. 10, 7.6, 15, 18. That is for stairways. Sa mga hagdanan. O, saan ba yung 10? Sa board and care. Saan ba yung 7.6? Sa healthcare na hindi sprinklered. Okay? Saan ba yung 15? Saan ba yung 7.6? Sa healthcare na sprinklered. Paano yung Paano yung 15? Sa healthcare na not sprinklered. Yung high hazard, 18. Yung hindi kasama dito sa board and care, healthcare, and high hazard, dito papasok sa all other, 7.6. Paghagdanan ang pinag-uusapan natin. O ano naman ang capacity factor dito sa level, components, and ramps? Example ng level component, anybody? Level component, that means pantay. Anybody? Corridor. Ano pa? Door. Di ba? Door. Kasi ang door, if you get out from a door, you are on the same level. Bawal na bawal na ang door mo, yung isang level, paglabas mo ng pinto, ay different level na. Bawal yun. So, level component pa rin siya. Including dito yung ramp. Okay? So, sa board and care, you use 5 mm per person. Sa healthcare, you use 5 and 13. Sa high hazard, you use 10. Sa all others, you use 5. Tandaan po ninyo ha, 7.6 and 5. Tandaan ninyo mabuti yan. Stairway, 7.6. Level component and ramp ay 5. Okay? Example. Kuha kayo ng mga calculator nyo tsaka mga papel at ballpen. Mag-compute kayo. Yan. The door leading to stairway number 1 of Icon Hotel building is 900 mm. So, yung pinto daw, papasok sa hagdanan, ay 900 mm ang width. The clear width of the stairway, pag nakapasok ka na doon sa pinto, sa loob nun may hagdanan. Yung clear width ng hagdanan is 1,200 mm. And the door to the level of exit discharge is measured 1,000 mm. So pag nakarating ka na sa ground floor, yung pinto palabas is 1,000 mm. Question, what is the capacity of the exit? So dito, mapapansin nyo, there are three components. There are three components. What is the first component? The first component is the door, the entry door. The second component is the stairway. The third component is the door to the level of exit discharge, or yung door going outside of the stairway. So para masolve natin ang problema na yan, kailangan mong i-compute individually per component. Okay? So, yan. Ayan na ang sagot. So, ano ang mga binigay sa atin? Entry door, 900 mm. Stair ay 1,200 mm. Yan. May 900 tayo. May 1,200 mm. Yung discharge door ay 1,000 mm. So, ano ang nire-require sa atin? Capacity ng exit. Ano muna mong gagawin? Ayan. Isosolve mo muna yung capacity ng entry door. Ano yung capacity ng entry door? Sabi natin, ang capacity ay equal to the width divided by the capacity factor. So, ano ang width niya? Ang width niya is 900 mm. You divide it by 5 mm per person per minute. Saan ang galing yung 5? Sir, saan ang galing sir yung 5? At may lumabas na 5. Bakit? Bakit 5? Anybody? Balikan natin yung table. Yan. Balikan natin yung table. Si Icon Hotel ba boarding care? No. Si Icon Hotel ba ay healthcare? No. Si Icon Hotel ba ay high hazard? No. So dito tayo kukuha sa all others. Now, ang pinag-uusapan natin ay entry door. Is it a stairway? Of course not. Is it level component? Yes. So therefore, ang gagamitin natin ay 5 mm per person per minute. Yan. So balikan natin. So that's why you have here 5 mm per person per minute. Okay? So, that means 900 divided by 5, it gives you 180 person per minute. Tama? Magpindot-pindot man ngayon ka mo nga, hindi may na tama. Ayan. Okay. So, susunod na component. Yung stairway na, yun o, stairway, 1,200. So, check na kita dito. Check. Yan. O, punta tayo sa stair. Again, capacity of the stair is equal to the width of the stair divided by the capacity factor. Yan. So, ang width niya ay 1,200. Divide natin by 7.6 person per minute. Saan naman ang galing yung 7.6? Balikan na naman natin yung table. Ayan. Sabi ta, si Icon Hotel, digdi sa all others. Okay? Sorry. Sa all others. Kaya, ang gagamiton ta ay, ano ang gagamiton ta? 7.6 mm per person per minute. Kasi ang pinag-uurunan ta na ay hagdanan. Okay? Stairway na ang pinag-uurunan ta. Okay? So that's why this is 7.6 mm per person per minute. So 1,200 divided by 7.6 is 157 person. Sorry. Yan. 157. So, si stairway is 157. Si entry door ay 180 person. So, check na tayo kay entry door, check na tayo kay stairway. O meron pa tayong naiiwan, o meron pang discharge door to the level of exit discharge. Okay? So, puntahan natin. Yan. Solve for the capacity of the discharge door. Capacity of the discharge door is equal to the width of the discharge door divided by the capacity factor. Yan. So, 1,000 millimeter is the width. You divide it by 5 millimeter per person per minute. It gives you 200 person per minute. Tama? 1,000 divided by 5, 200 baga. Okay? So, ang question mo niyan is, ano ang capacity kang means of egress? So, discharge door, 200. So, capacity kang entry door, ED. Ayan, ED is 180. Tama? 180 siya eh. Ba? Si capacity kang stair is 157. Yan, 157. So ano ang gigibonin do? Do you add? Do you go to the highest or you go to the lowest? What do you think? Anybody? Anybody? What do you think is the answer?
Go to the lowest, sir. 157.
You go to the
lowest, sir.
Of course, you're going to choose 157. Yung smallest na capacity. Why? Kasi 157 is the capacity of your stairway. Pag pinasok mo si 180 dyan, anong mangyayari? Sobra. Pag pinasok mo si 200, sobra. Kaya, ang capacity mo lang ay 157. Clear? Malinaw ba? Hindi po nga lang inspector pala na, no? May computation pala. Plan evaluator, may computation pala. Kaya ka nga nag-criminology, tabo mo algebra. Kaya ka nag-nursing, tabo mo algebra. Nakaiso teacher, pigpirit mag-algebra. Pero Filipino major, tabo niya mag-algebra. Oh, yan. May computation. Ayo? So that's how you determine the capacity. What about the capacity of the corridor? What about the capacity of the corridor? Yan. Ang corridor is access, di ba? Access to the exit. Do you recall that? Access to the exit. Okay. So sabi niya, the required capacity of a corridor shall be the occupant load. Yeah? Occupant load that utilizes the corridor. Okay? Yan. Divided by the required number of exits. Dito, sabi niya, equal na ang occupant load na 660. So, yan yung occupant load that utilizes sa may 660. You divide it by the number of exits. So, we have 1, 2, 3. So, divide it by 3. And divided by 3. It gives you 220. 220. Kaya may 220 ka dito. May 220 ka dito. May 220 ka dito. So, anong ibig sabihin yan? Ining hallway na ni, ang capacity kang mga hallway mo na yan, 220. Correct? Yan. Now, kung 220 yan, gaano kadakulang hallway? Ha? 220 ang required na lumuwas. O, hali digdi, hali dyan. Yan. So, rulbudan sinda. Ang maluwas, sa bawat corridor, 220. Question, what is the width of the corridor? What is the width of the corridor? Anybody? So the width of the corridor is equal to the occupant load that will utilize that corridor times the capacity factor. Tama? So that is equal to 220 times what? 5 millimeter per person. Yan. Per person. Ito 220 person ini. So cancel si person. Cancel si person. So 200 times 5 gives you 1,110 millimeter. Okay? Anybody? Litan ngayon sa nagpuro na kikorumputan. Anybody? Malinaw po? Any question? May hapot? Matibay ng estudyante ko may hapot.
Sir, yung...
Sabi baga, duwang klase na sa yan. Either dahil naintindihan o mga matalion. Ako ang pipili ko sa mga matalion o abo ko ganda naintindihan sa kuyaan ngayon ito magturo. Any question?
Sir, times 5 po. 2,100 po.
May echo.
Sir, question.
Go ahead, Diliosa.
1,100.
Sir, yung projection ng door, sir, hindi na idadagdag ba natin? Sir?
What do you mean projection ng door?
Yung sa drawing kasi, sir, nakalabas yung door. Palabas. So, obstruction siya sa hallway.
No. Ang pinag-uusapan lang natin dito is corridor. Mamaya may discussion tayo about yan. Wag muna nating haluin. Tama ka. I-assume muna natin na wala yung mga individual room doors. Ha? I-assume muna natin yan.
Yes.
Kunwari hindi muna nakaka-apekto. Mamaya na natin solusyonan yung problema na yan. Okay? Tama ka Diliosa.
Sir,
Go ahead, si Marinda. Go ahead, Marinda.
Yung minimum, sir, di ba, sir, 1,1 to 1,120 millimeter?
Sorry. Kumal, sa day na ito multiply. 1,120. Yeah.
Tama, sir. Ay, sir, yung minimum minimum width na.
Yung 1,120 is the minimum width of any stairway. Stairway yun. Stairway. Ang minimum size ng isang corridor is 915 millimeter. Okay? Nag-get mo, Marinda? Yung 1,120 is the minimum size of any stairway. Okay? Okay. Tama pala na ako. Nakusala ako. Any other questions? Yan. Now, so kinumpute na natin yung capacity, di ba? Ayan. Ang gamit natin ay capacity factor. Now, if there are stairways that are bigger than 1,120, ito na Diyan, ito na Yan. Yan yung minimum. Marinda, yan. For stairways wider than 1,120 and subject to the 7.6 per person capacity factor, the capacity shall be permitted to be increased using the equation. Okay. Ngayon, minsan, pag ginamit mo yung traditional na computation na the capacity is equal to the width divided by the capacity factor, it will give you very small number of persons. Dito, sa formula na to, pag ginamit mo itong formula na to, it will give you additional number of persons. So, mag-sample tayo. Halimbawa, meron kang, tulungan niyo ako mag-compute. Mag-compute kayo dyan sa mga ano ninyo. Meron tayong 1,400 millimeter. Yan. Yan. Meron tayong 1,400 mm na stairway. If you're going to use the traditional calculation, it will give you 1,400 divided by 7.6. Magkano yan, Ludi? Equals?
184, sir.
184. Okay. Now, if you are going to use this formula, let us compare. Okay, so capacity is equal to 146.7 plus 1,400 minus 1,120 divided by 5.45. Yan. Okay. So capacity is equal to 146.7 plus 14 minus 1120. Dali. 1,400 minus 1120. Yan yun.
280, sir. 280.
Ha?
280.
Divided by 5.45. 280 divided by 5.45.
5.45.
Ilan?
51 po, sir.
51. Okay. So, capacity becomes 146.7 plus 51. Ilan yon? 198. Tingnan nyo ang difference, Sa original, 184 lang. But because you use this formula, it gives you 198. Okay? So this is for stairways that are wider than 1,100. Okay? Any question? May question po, mga kasama? Ora? Ora ko ng klasiko. So let us now proceed to the occupant load calculation. So occupant load, what is determined by dividing the floor area by the occupant load factor assigned to that use. So occupant load is equal to the gross floor area divided by the occupant load factor. Yan. So yan ang ating formula. Bakit natin kailangan mag-determine ng occupant load? alam ninyo, napakaraming mga fire safety requirements ay madidetermine mo lamang pag nagsimula kang mag-compute ng occupant load. Diba? Kanina, anong example sa mga pinag-usapan natin kanina? We talk about the classifications of occupancies, right? Doon, very material yung number of persons. Okay? And the process of determining that is occupant load calculation. So, ano ba itong occupant load factor na yan? Ano ba yung occupant load factor na yan? Saan ba nanggagaling yan? Yan. OLF, no? OLF. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Naglobat kasi yung naglobat yung speaker ko. Saan nanggagaling itong OLF na yan? So yung occupant load factor is taken from the individual occupancies. So bawat occupancy, iba ang occupant load factor. However, you cannot find this table sa fire code. Itong table na to, wala ito sa fire code. Sinamarize ko lang ito based on Division 8 to Division 19. Inisa-isa ko lang. Okay? Wala ito sa fire code. Kaya baka hanapin nyo, saan ba yung table, sir, ng sa occupant load factor? Yung capacity factor kanina, sa capacity calculation, capacity of means of calculation, merong table yon. Pero itong occupant load calculation, yung occupant load factor, walang table. Kaya yan, nasinamarize ko lang, ganyan. So, ito yung mga iba-ibang yan yung mga iba-ibang mga occupancies. Kung nare-recall ninyo, meron tayong assembly, meron tayong educational, meron tayong daycare, meron tayong healthcare, okay, and ano pa, yan, meron tayong. So, halimbawa sa assembly, concentrated use without fixed seats, you use 0.65. Less concentrated use, you use 1.4. Standing room or waiting space, you use 0.28. Okay? Classroom, 1.9. Laboratories, 4.6. Daycare, 3.3. Sa hospitals, pag ward, 11.1. Pag mga operating room, dialysis center, 22.3. Okay? Sa residential board and care, it's 18.6. Sa detention and correctional, may 11.1. Sa residential, 18.6 or, may or yan makalimutan ko, or maximum probable probable population. Ay, kapo yan. Ano yun? Bayahin natin yun nasa baba. Yan. 18.6 or maximum probable population. Ano ang ibig sabihin yan? Whichever is greater, whichever is higher. O halimbawa, nag-i-inspection ka kay boarding house. Pag-inspection mo, so 20 square meters na kwarto, may apat na may duwang folding bed, ay may duwang double deck. Kung kinumpute mo by occupant load, yung 20 square meters na kwarto, sarong tao lang, kasi 18.6 kada tao eh. Pero kung nag-inspection ka, nailing mo, duwa sa double deck. So that means, so 20 square meters na kwarto, para sa apat na tao. So you're not going to stick to 18.6. You're going to stick to the maximum probable population, which is 4. Bakit? Because the more number of person is the basis for determining the capacity of the exit. Yung mas maraming tao, yun ang pagbabasihan mo kung kaya ba ng fire exit niya. Okay? O halimbawa, may nag-apply sa inyo ng apartment building. Apartment building. Kada apartment ngaya, ang apartment building, siyempre, residential. Kada apartment, mga 50 square meters. 50 or 60 square meters. So, kung kukumputan mo by 18.6, so 60 square meters, mga 3 hanggang 4 na tao lang ang pwede base sa occupant load calculation. Pero, you know for a fact that that apartment is suitable to be used by a standard family size Filipino family, which is 5. So, instead of using 3 per apartment, you're going to use 5 per apartment to compute for the capacity of the stairway. Okay? For determining the capacity of the means of egress. Yan yung maximum probable population. Okay? How about for mercantile? Yan, mercantile, we have 2.8 para sa street floors. For upper floors, we have 5.6. Sa business, we have 9.3. Sa industrial, we have 9.3. Sa storage, we have maximum probable population. Sa storage, di ba? Usually, wala ng tao. Ang yaon masara dyan, gwardiya. Pag may loading and unloading, so mga taong nagkakarga, diskarga. So, that is the only maximum probable population. You just compute that, no? You just determine that. There's no need to calculate. Okay? Oh. Any question doon sa pag-compute? Do you need an example? Puhan nyo kay example. O, halimbawa, so occupant load is equal to the floor area divided by occupant load factor. Yan. Halimbawa ngayon, supermarket. Supermarket. You have a supermarket. Yan. Supermarket. Pagano. Yan. Supermarket. So, area ngayon ng supermarket, 1,200. Yan. 1,200. So, to compute for the occupant load, that is 1,200 square meters divided by saan ngayang palapag, street floor. 2.8 yan. 2.8 square meters per person. Okay. Cancel si square meters, ang matatala person. 1,2 divided by 2.8, pero yan. 1,2 divided by 2.8. How many persons?
428, sir.
428 persons. So yan ang occupant load ng grocery na yan or supermarket. Okay? So magko-compute ka ng capacity ng fire exit, gaano kadarakula na fire exit base sa 428 person. Okay? So kung may 428 person ka, Tapos halimbawa ngaya may may pinto ka na, so main door ngaya 1 meter, 1,000 millimeter. Okay? Yan yung primary. Yung fire exit ngaya is 800 millimeter. Mm yan ha, mm. So, makompute ka na kang capacity kang 2. Capacity. Capacity is equal to the width divided by the capacity factor. Yan. So, 1,000 mm divided by, yan. Since ito ay door niya, door. Parehas yan door. Kasi sarong palapag man sana sa grocery. Divided by 5 millimeter per person. Yan. Cancel. 1,000 divided by 5 is 200. Tama? Tama yan?
Yes, sir.
Yan. Okay. Tapos, susaro pa, meron ka pang 800. So, capacity is equal to 800 divided by 5. Pero ini?
Sir.
160.
Yes.
So, 200 plus 160 is equal to 360. 360, correct? Ang papanluwason mong tao, 428. Yan. Do you have enough fire exit? Yes or no? Uy, timbag. 360 capacity na na-compute mo. Ang taong nasa loob 428. Do you have enough fire exit?
No.
No, sir.
So, nakuha niya na, Inspector. Hindi na. Madali naman sa napag-ao. Diba? Pungal, pag nag-arog-arog ka, nahiling ka ng engineer na building maintenance. May mga computation pa kung may tsamba-tsamba. Any question? Malinaw? Dahil Ano?
Excited na daw sir sa aga.
Excited sa aga? Grabe. Anong oras na? Para alas 5 pa sana. Abo na rin do?
Mula pa sir.
Break naman kita?
Thank you, sir.
Break muna tayo, break muna tayo ng ilang minutes?
15 minutes, sir.
Break muna tayo ng 15 minutes. Break.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, we are still on occupant load, but we are going to discuss how do you determine the capacity or even the number of exit requirements based on occupant load per floor. So kanina, sinabi ko sa inyo na ang purpose bakit nagkakaroon tayo ng occupant load calculation is because we are actually relating it to capacity calculation or means of egress calculation. So dito, where the exits serve more than one floor, only the occupant load of each floor considered individually need be used in computing the capacity of exits of that floor. So, example, meron tayong 300 dito sa 8th floor. May 300 tayo na occupant load. So that means, this 300 will be used to determine the capacity of exits na nandito sa floor na yan. So, kung yan ay 300, most probably 150 dito, 150 din sa right. Okay? So, ang importante is, you only need to use the occupant load per floor to determine how many exits are required, what are the capacity or sizes of your stairways per floor. Kasi kung titingnan mo itong building na to, you have 300, 400, 400, 400. Kung i-add up mo lahat yan, napakalaking occupant load ang meron sa isang building. And kung yan ang pagbabasihan mo nung capacity ng stairway, ang lalaki ng stairway na kailangan mo. So, kailangan mo lamang ay per floor. So, nakikita nyo ba yung difference? Naiintindihan nyo yung sinasabi ko? I-try natin i-add itong lahat ng to. Okay? So, 300 plus 1,200 is 1,500. 2,000, 3,700. 4,600. So, you have, meron ka ritong occupant load. Pag tinotal mo is 4,600. No? If you add up all of these, 300, 1,500, 2,000, 2,700, 3,600 ang total na occupant load mo. If you're going to use this 4,600 to compute for the capacity ng mga required exit, masyadong malaki. Diba? Masyadong malaki. So, if I'm going to multiply this by 7.6, kasi hagdanan, diba? 7.6 square meters per person. Yan, per person. What is the width of your stairway requirement? Sorry. Anong width ang kailangan? Any answer? Nandiyan pa ba kayo?
4,960.
4,960. 4,990.
34.
Ha? 4,000?
34,000.
34,000?
Opo.
So you have 34,960. No? 34,000. How do I erase this? Yan. So, if you have, ulitin natin. If you have 4,600, yan. You multiply this by 7.6. Yan. It gives you 34,960 millimeter of stairway. So that means, if you divide this by 2, divided by 2, 17,480 millimeter. Ibig sabihin, may hagdanan ka na, 1 174 meters. Ang laki. Okay? Ito, 17,480 millimeter. Wow! Kung ito total mo yung lahat ng ang gagamitin mo is 4,600. Pero mali yan. Kasi dapat ang gagamitin mo, itong 300 lang. Yung 300 lang ang gagamitin mo. So, kung 300 persons times 7.6 millimeter, that will give you
2,280.
times 7.6, that gives you 2,280 80 millimeter. If you divide this by 2, that gives you 1,140 millimeter. So, ibig sabihin, ang hagdanan na required mo is 1.14 meters lang. No? 1.14 meters. Hindi 17,480. Okay? Nakuha niyo yung difference ng sinasabi ko? Pag i-compute mo kung gaano kalaki ang hagdanan na required, as i-consider mo lang yung occupant load ng floor. Hindi yung total occupant load. Pinakita ko sa inyo yung difference. Marinda.
Yes, sir.
Nakuha mo, Marinda, yung nakuha mo yung point ko.
Yes, sir.
So, pag in-add up mo kasi yung 4.6, ang laki ng hagdanan na requirement mo. Kaya, ang i-consider mo lang is yung individual occupant load per floor. Okay? Ngayon, ang pinakamalaki dito is 900. Correct? Pero, since 900 na siya, meron na siyang tatlong hagdanan. 1, 2, 3, 900. Doon sa dalawang hagdanan lang, meron tayong pinakamalaki 500. So, try natin computein kung gaano ba talaga kalaki ang requirement na hagdanan dito based on the largest. Nakukuha nyo? Nasusundan nyo ba ako? Hindi pwede kasi na ang hagdanan mo lumalaki, lumiliit, tumalaki. Di ba dapat consistent ang size niyan? So, for purposes of calculating how big is the stairway, you get the largest occupant load. At lumalabas dito, ang may largest occupant load is 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th floor, which is 500. So, 500 times 7.6, ilan yon?
3,800, sir. 38.
Ilan?
3,800.
Ilan?
3,800.
2,000?
3,000, sir. 3,000.
3,800. Tama?
Yes, sir.
If you divide this by 2, this gives you 1,900. 900. Okay. Yan. So therefore, kung titingnan natin itong illustration na to, ang biggest size of the stairway should only be 1.9 meters. Base dito sa 500 na occupant load. Nakuha nyo? Kasi sa 300, 1.14 meters lang. Dito sa 500, 1.9. So, para consistent ang size mo, you compute for you get the biggest, which is 500. Okay? Nakuha nyo na? Bakit hindi 900 ang ginamit ko? Kasi basically, you have to divide this by 3. When you divide this by 3, it becomes, by the way, it becomes 3 stairways na kasi dito. So, hindi problema. Okay? Okay na po? Nakuha nyo ba? Naku, parang wala nang sumasagot. Parang hindi na nakuha.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ay, okay. So dito, punta naman tayo. Nasa occupant load pa rin tayo. Pag may point of convergence, no? Pag may point of convergence, ang nangyayari, nagdo-double yung occupant load mo, no? Nagdo-double ang occupant load mo. Example, itong nasa drawing natin. Ito yung ground floor, ha? GF. Ito yung ground floor. Ito basement. Okay, yan basement. Ito second floor. Yan second floor. So galing sa second floor, papunta sa ground floor, may occupant load na 150. Okay? Galing naman sa basement, paakyat naman dito sa ground floor, meron namang occupant load na 150. So ano ang sinasabi niya? When means of egress from the floor above and below converge at an intermediate floor. Ito yung point of convergence eh. Di ba? Itong point na to. Ito yung point of convergence. The capacity of the means of egress from the point of convergence shall not be less than the sum of the two. Kaya, makikita mo, yung capacity nung door dito sa ground floor is 300. Saan galing yung 300? You add 150 plus 150. Okay? Yan. Oh, now dito, the same principle. Dito sa illustration na to, the same principle, ha? The same principle. Meron kang from the upper floor, yan. Ito yung mga yan. Meron kang dalawang hagdanan, isa, dalawa. May dalawa kang hagdanan. Okay. Ang capacity, yung occupant load pala na magbababa galing sa dalawang hagdanan ay 200. Okay? Tapos, may mezzanine floor na ang occupant load ay 50. So, lahat yan bababa dito sa ground floor, lahat yan bababa dito sa part na to, at lalabas sa mga hagdanan, o sa mga pintuan. Okay? Lalabas yan dito sa mga pintuan na to. Okay? Kaya, ang capacity nitong dalawang pintuan na yan should not be less than 250 persons. Same principle doon sa point of convergence. Okay? Same principle. So, this is measurement of the means of egress. How do you measure? Yan. Measurement should be clear width is starting from the narrowest point. Okay? So, dito sa drawing na to, mapansin mo, itong portion na to uneven, no? Uneven, hindi pantay, okay? So, hahanapin mo ngayon yung pinakamaliit na part. Dahil dito may railing, yan, may railing, di ba? Yan. Ang mukhang pinakamaliit na portion is this part to this part. Yan. So, yan yung narrowest portion. Okay? So, for purposes of measuring the means of egress, you go to the narrowest point. Okay? Then, projections of not more than 114 millimeter at a maximum height of 965 is permitted. Okay. Ang example ko ng projection, itong railing. Itong railing. Okay. You have this wall. No? You have this wall. Pag sumukat ka, galing dyan sa wall na yan, papunta dito sa kabilang railing, that will give you a distance. Pero pag sumukat ka galing dito sa railing, papunta naman dito sa kabilang railing, it will give you smaller distance. Correct? Now, ano ang sinasabi ditong projections of not more than 114? Itong railing na to, yung railing na yan, papunta sa wall, yan, should not be more than 114 millimeter. Okay? Pag yung projection mo is not more than 114 millimeter, negligible na yan, iikisin mo na yan. Ang magiging distance mo is yan, yung original na sukat mo. Okay? Pero pag itong projection na to is more than 114, more than, then ang measurement mo is this one already. No longer ito. Gets nyo? Yun yung projections. Okay. The width of any means of egress shall not be less than 915 millimeter except when specifically provided. Anong ibig sabihin nito? Di ba sa fire code, bawat means of egress may sinasabing mga sizes. Di ba? Yung sinasabi ni Marinda kanina is okay. Yung sinasabi ni Marinda kanina, yung 1120. Yan. Sinasabi niya, di ba yung minimum width ng means of egress 1120? That is the minimum width of any stairway. Yan. 1120. Okay. Pag pumunta naman tayo sa door. Ang minimum size is 710 millimeter. Okay? Yan. Okay. Window. Sabi niya is 510 millimeter by 800 millimeter. Mga nasa fire code yan. Pero, pag wala kang nakitang requirement ng fire code, ang minimum mo is 915 millimeters. Halimbawa, hallways. Pumunta ka sa isang type of occupancy, nakita mo, hindi niya sinabi kung gaano kalaki yung hallway. Therefore, ang minimum size ng hallway mo should be 915 millimeters. Okay? Kung ang fire code hindi nagsabi ng size ng iyong fire exit, any form of fire exit, then it becomes 915 millimeter. Pero pag sinabi niya kung ano ang size, yun ang susundin mo. Example, stairway, doors, window opening. Okay? Malinaw. Okay. Oh, okay. Let us talk about the number of means of egress. Ilang fire exit ang kailangan mo per floor? Okay. Now, the determination of the number of means of egress is based on the occupant load. Tandaan niyo yan, based on the occupant load. Pag less than 500, that means 2 exits ang kailangan mo. Pag 500 to 1,000 occupant load, you need 3 exits. Pag greater than 1,000 occupant load, you need 4 exits. So, pumunta tayo dito sa illustration na to. Yan. Dito sa 8th floor, meron kang 400 people. So, ilan ang kailangan mo pag less than 500? You need 2. Diba? You need 2. That's why you have exit number 1 and exit number 2. Okay? Dito sa 7th floor, meron kang 700. So, pang 500 to 1,000, diba? Pang 500 to 1,000, how many exits? You need 3. Yeah, you need 3 exit. So, you have exit number 1, you have exit number 2, you have exit number 3. Okay. What about doon sa second floor? Sa second floor, merong 1,500. So, you need 4 exits. You need 4 exits. So, you have exit number 1, you have exit number 2, you have exit number 3, and you have exit number 4. Kasi, greater than 1,000 persons ang iyong occupant load. Now, May question ako sa inyo. What if nag-comply na siya sa number pero sa capacity hindi pa comply? What will happen? Complied sa number of means of egress, meaning kung dalawa, merong dalawa. Kung tatlo, merong tatlo. Kung apat, merong apat. Pero pag kinompute mo based on capacity, hindi pa kaya. What will happen? Anybody? Nakukuha niyo ba ang illustration ko? Example magbibigay ako ng example. Okay, magbibigay ako ng example. Yan. Halimbawa, may building ka, yung... ito na. Magagawa tayo ng example nito. Dito sa 8th floor, may 400 people ka. Okay? Ngayon, to determine kung gaano kalaki ang size requirement mo, yung 400 mo, 400, times, i-multiply mo lang siya ng 7.6. 7.6. Ilan to? $7.6 times 400. So, 3,040.
3,040.
Yes, 3,040. So, you have 3,040. Okay. If you divide it by 2, kasi mayroon kang dalawang hagdanan, divided by 2, it gives you 1,520. Okay? So, ito dapat kung gaano kalaki ang hagdanan mo. 1,520. Paano kung itong hagdanan mo, exit 1 mo is 1,120. Yan yung minimum size. Ito namang exit number mo is 1,120 din. Okay? So, kulang sa 1,520. Diba? O, yung requirement mo per exit is 1,520. Meron ka lang na 1,120. Kulang ng 400 mm. Will that be compliant?
No.
Sufficient ka na sa in terms of number kasi 400 lang siya eh. Ayan 400. So meron kang exit number 1, exit number 2. So compliant ka as to the number. There is no problem. But as to the capacity, kulang ka. 'Di ba? Kasi ang record mo per stairway is 1,520 mm. Ang nakalagay lang na flow na hagdanan mo is 1,120. So therefore, may violation pa rin siya. So ang gusto kong point na sabihin sa inyo is, even if there is enough number of means of egress, you still have to calculate. Yan ang gusto kong ipaabot sa inyo. You still have to calculate yung capacity. Kasi baka magkaroon ka ng mga maiiwan sa loob because you do not have enough capacity of exits. Nakukuha po ninyo yung point ko?
No.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Nasa kanya. Ayun, ba? Okay.
Okay. Question. Meron tayong area A rito. Meron tayong area A. Yung area A is this one. Yan. Itong area na to. Yan. Area A. Okay? Yeah. Yan yung area A. Assuming that the occupant load in this area is 100. Assuming na ang occupant load sa area A is 100. Sa area BI 200. 200. Sa area C ay 300. Yan. Occupant load. Yan. Ang area iba, may sufficient number of means of egress? Anybody? Occupant load niya 100 100 katao. May isa siyang hagdanan. May isa siyang hagdanan. Question, does it have enough number? Number of means of egress. Anybody?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sino yon?
Ako, sir.
Sino yung ako? Si Rona?
Yes, sir.
Oh, bakit Rona merong enough?
Kasi po, sir, may horizontal exit tapos sir.
Very good. Very good. Sabi ko sa inyo kanina, di ba? A horizontal exit is a fire exit. So, in this case, if you talk about number, there are two. You have 1, you have 2. So, meron siyang enough. Tama? Same case with area B and same case with area C. Okay? Yan. Same case with area C. Meron siyang enough number of means of egress. Ayan. Ito, another area yan. You have tenant A. Yan. You have tenant A dito. You have tenant B. So may dalawang space ka. 1, 2. Ang problema mo, yung elevator lobby, wala nang access sa fire exit. Tignan mo. Halimbawa, nandito ka nakatayo sa part na to. Nagkaroon ng fire alarm. Nakalock ito. Nakalock yan. Patay ka. You cannot use elevator in case of fire. Wala kang access dito. Wala kang access dyan. So, elevator lobby shall have access to at least one exit. Okay? So, how do you arrange yung remoteness? Yan. Exit shall be located and exit arrange shall be arranged so that exits are readily accessible at all times. Yan. Tingnan mo to. Yan. Oh. Bawal itong subject to locking. Yan o. Subject to locking. Ito yung fire exit mo. Galing ka dito, pupunta ka dito. Ang problema mo, baka nakalock yan. O, patay ka. So, dapat ganito lang. Yan. No anti-room. Bawal yan. Okay? Ito na yung remoteness. O, remoteness. Remoteness shall be determined as follows. So, kung walang sprinkler, 1/2 of the length of diagonal dimension. Pag meron namang sprinkler, 1/3 of diagonal dimension. O, ganito. Yan. Kung itong building na to walang sprinkler, let us assume na itong diagonal dimension ay 10 meters. 10 meters. Okay. Tapos, sabihin natin, condition A, no sprinkler. Pag no sprinkler, separation ng door 1 tsaka door 2 is equal to 5 meters. Kasi 1/2 eh. Pag with sprinkler, separation is 3.33 meters. Kasi 1/3. Yan. Ito ay 1/2. Okay? Understood po? Understood?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Ito kasi 10 meters, 10 meters yung diagonal dimension. Di ba pag wala daw sprinkler, dapat at least 1/2 ang separation. Pag with sprinkler, at least 1/3 daw. Another example is like this one. You have this building. You have this building. Yan. L-type building. Okay? Meron kang stairway rito. May stairway ka dyan. And then, may stairway ka rito. May stairway ka rito. Okay. For purposes of determining the separation of these two stairways, kukunin mo tong diagonal dimension na to. Yan. Yung distance na yan. Yan. So, halimbawa, 20 meters yan. 20 meters. Yan. So, itong separation ng dalawang stairway mo, pag walang sprinkler, should be at least 10 meters. Okay? Nakuha nyo? Nakuha po? Nakuha? Aram ko na, na-imagine ko na ang dami na natin pinag-usapan na principle ngayong gabi na dahil na nagralawag sa utak nindo. ang nahiling ko sa mga pandok nindo, harog kayo nyo. Okay nyo. Toy. Tapos may na pala ako dyan na bilugo. Yan. Question mark. Anyway, sige class. Tatapusin lang natin yung means of egress ngayong gabi. Tuloy natin tomorrow. Malapit na to. Yan. Yan yung mga examples. Yan. Examples. Yan. Ito naman, in case na you cannot really separate yung iyong dalawang hagdanan because may pagagamitan ka. Halimbawa, ito condominium, di ba? Condominium. Yan. Wala naman sigurong bibili ng condominium mo na ang unit niya ay nandito sa loob. No? Nandito sa loob. Ganyan, wala siyang bintana. Siyempre, gusto ng mga may unit owner, yan nandiyan yung kanya para may view siya, di ba? Yan, nandito siya. Para may view siya. Okay. So, anong nangyayari? Yung mga utilities, including the stairways, nasa loob, nasa core, nasa gitna. No? So, that means, baka magka-problema sa distance. Baka hindi masunod yung 1/3 and 1/2. So, anong sabi ng fire code? Ito dapat daw na, yung wall na yan, yung wall na yan, should be at least 1 hour fire rated. Para papayagan ka na sukatin siya along the line of travel. Kaysa straight line. Kasi pag hindi yan 1 meter, straight line ang measurement. Okay? Pero pag itong wall na yan na nakapalibot is at least 1 hour fire rated, ito ang measurement mo, susundan mo yung broken arrow, yan. Siyempre, mas mahaba. Makakakomply ka sa 1/3 and 1/2. Okay? Similar case, ganyan din. Okay. Ito naman, interlocking or scissor stair. It should be considered only as a single exit for new buildings. Imagine nyo na, di ba, yung scissor stair? Imagine nyo na siya. Madali naman imagine. May pinto ka dito. Pinto 1, pinto 2. Paglawag mo sa pinto 1, hunis-hunis pababa mo. Yan. Paglawag mo sa pinto 2, huli mo sa pababa mo. Pag-abot mo dito, pwede ka mo mag-abrasahan. Yan. Saro lang ang enclosure. Okay? Saro lang ang enclosure. So what happens? Pag inilinaw kiaso, yan. Apektado sa duwang hagdanan. Affected sa entire stairway. Kaya siya counted as 1 exit lang. Okay? Counted as 1 exit lang. Pero, sa new buildings ito, sa existing buildings, pwede pa rin ma-count into 2, basta lagyan mo kay separation dyan. Dapat dahil sila naghihilingan sa laog. Kagan mo probably kung kaya pa ihalo lang, so separate, no? Gawin mo paraan na ma-separate. So dead end pockets, not more than 6 meters. Okay? So ito, yan. Ito, not more than 6 meters. Ito, common path of travel. Okay? Not more than 6 meters. O yan, not more than 6 meters, not more than 6 meters. Yan. Yan. So, measurement of travel distance. Paano magsukol? You start from the most remote point, Haliigde. Galing ka dito sa point 1. Yan, dito. Then, along the floor, yan, may korbada. Yan. May babanggaan ka, give 30 cm clearance. Pasok ka doon sa hagdanan, baba ka hanggang makarating ka sa public way. That is the measurement of travel distance. Digdi sa pangalawang illustration, same ang principle, pero nag-terminate digdi sa pinto. Natadaw, anong difference? The difference is, dito sa part B, yung iyong stairway is protected by this door. Okay? That means if you are inside already, you are already protected. Dito naman sa A, kaya siya nag-terminate sa labas kasi hindi protected yung stairway. Okay? Nakita ko ano yung difference. Pag protected ang stairway, pag pumasok ka dyan sa hagdana, sa pinto na yan, terminated na ang measurement. Pag hindi protected ang stairway, hanggang makarating ka sa baba, sa labas. Saka lang mapuputol ang measurement mo ng travel distance. Kung magsusukat ka sa hagdanan kasama ang straight distance. Okay? Yan. Measurement ng travel distance. Most remote point, papunta dito. Yan. Ganun din dito. Yan. Ito, ang difference is that itong stairway na to, outside stairway. No? Outside stairway. Okay. Dahil ang distance nito, yan, ang distance nito is less than 3 meters. Yan. So, yung measurement mo from here hanggang makababa ka. Okay. Now, ito naman na distance, itong distance na to, hanggang dyan, is greater than 3 meters. Kaya, ang measurement mo will only be hanggang dyan. Okay? That's the difference. So, termination, yan. Sabi niya, ang termination should be always at a public way or an exterior exit discharge. Ha? Tingnan nyo yan. However, meron tayong paraan. Paraan. Base doon sa definition na yun, ang lumalabas na compliant lang sa definition is this one, is stairway A. Ito lang ang check. Diba? Kasi outside of the building. Yan. Yung B, D, and C, hindi siya automatically compliant. Pero ano ang ginawa ni B? Si B naglagay ng fire-rated construction. Naglagay siya ng fire-rated construction, naglagay siya ng fire door dito, fire-rated. So para paglabas niya dyan, kahit nandito pa siya sa loob ng building, protected ang travel niya palabas. So that becomes compliant. CC, ganun din. Pagbaba niya, nasa loob siya ng building. Pero ano ginawa niya? Naglagay siya ng wired glass foyer. So para paglabas niya dito, protected pa rin ang travel niya palabas. Okay? So, kahit nasa loob ang termination mo, yan. Pwede pa rin, basta maglagay ka ng fire-rated construction that protects you. Itong C, itong letter C, paglabas mo galing sa taas, nasa loob ka ng building. So, hindi rin siya outside, hindi rin siya public way. Tatravel ka papunta dito para makalabas ka. Yan, makalabas ka. Tatravel ka papunta dyan. Yan, yan. Okay. Now, kung mapapansin mo, sabi niya, no requirement on these walls other than required for corridors. Ibig sabihin, there is no fire-rated construction requirement. Ordinary corridor. Ibig sabihin, kung 1 in 1 half or 2 hours, yan. Pero, para hindi kayo require na mag-firewall dyan, kailangan totally sprinklered yung buong area. Okay? And if you go to the general provision, this distance, yung distance na yan, should not be more than 6 meters. Itong pagbaba mo dito sa hagdanan, paglabas mo ng pinto, yung tatakbuhin mo palabas, should not be more than 6 meters. Okay? If it exceeds 6 meters, then violation sa'yo. Okay? So, ang general rule is, lahat dapat nasa labas. Diba? Yun yung general rule. Pero, may mga instances na ang individual occupancy nagpipermit ng isa sa labas, isa sa loob. Okay? So, 50%. So, i-discuss natin itong mabuti pag dumating tayo doon sa individual occupancies na nag-aalaw ng isa sa loob, isa sa labas. Okay? Saka natin yan i-discuss. Okay. Now, kung ang iyong hagdanan ay dumediretso sa basement, kailangan may stopper ka. So, nasa second floor ka, pumasok ka dito sa hagdan, second floor, tapos pababa ka sa first floor. Pagbaba mo sa first floor, ito na yung exit palabas, oh. Ngayon, yung hagdanan pwedeng dumiretso sa basement. Okay. Kung wala itong gate na to, at nakasara tong pinto na to, hindi mo mapapansin kasi nagpapanik ka, so tuloy-tuloy lang ang takbo mo. That's why kailangan may stopper ka rito para magkaroon ng warning yung tao na, uy, dito ka na lumabas. Huwag ka na dumiretso sa basement kasi baka nandun yung sunog sa basement. So, for stairways that are penetrating through the basement, there must be a gate that prevents the automatic descent of people to the basement. Kung yung hagdanan na yan ay considered fire exit. Okay? Discharge to roof, pwede rin daw. Basta ang fire resistance ng roof is equivalent to the fire resistance of the stairway. Headroom. Headroom is, what is the requirement for headroom? It must be at least 2 meters. O, ayan. 2 meters. Yan. 2 meters. At least 2 meters. Not less than 2 meters. Okay? So that ends our discussion for tonight. Nirapido ko na yung last kasi medyo antok na kayo. Anyway, papatadaan ulit natin tomorrow. Any question before we end? Any question before we end?
Question, sir.
Sige.
Paano po, sir, kung halimbawa yung mercantile building, yung 3 sides niya ay bounded with firewall?
Opo.
So, paano, sir, yung orientation natin niya na maging exits para maging compliance siya ng dalawa?
Mukhang medyo mahirap kung 3 sides ay bounded ng walls. Okay? So, lalo na kung malaki ang occupant load ng mercantile building. Diba? So, ang mangyayari niyan, lahat ng exit mo, yung minimum mong dalawa ay nasa front. Tama?
Yes, sir.
Parehas nasa front. So, assuming na mag-comply siya sa number and then the capacity, may problema siya sa remoteness. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So, medyo mahirap yan. I cannot readily answer you unless probably you can give me the specific plan. Pwede natin planuhin kung paano. Pero generally, the idea is it will be very difficult. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, follow up dun sa question ni.
Go ahead.
Pwede sir maglagay ng horizontal fire exit?
Oo, pwede ka maglagay ng horizontal exit. Pero, may problema ka nga sa remoteness. Diba? Pwede ka talaga maglagay. Halimbawa, yung hindi, tama. Sorry. Ang iniisip ko kasi, sandali. Okay. So, i-assume natin na itong illustration na to ay ground floor na. Ground floor. Yan, ground floor. Okay. Ito yung wall na may yan yung naka-double wall. Yan yung 3 sides na open. Na enclosed. Itong part na to, ito yung public way. Ito yung front. Ito yung fronting. Okay, front. Yan, front. Itong mga may X, yan yung sarado. Okay? Now, since ang minimum na pangangailangan mo ay 2, merkantil yun, di ba? Merkantil? Yung question ba merkantil?
Yes, sir. Merkantil po.
Anong klaseng merkantil? Grocery?
Say, sir, parang yung home. Ganyan.
Okay. So ngayon, ganito ang mangyayari. Siyempre, maglalagay ka dito ng malaking pintuan. Diba? Yan yung malaking pintuan mo. Question, saan yung secondary mo? Diba? Kasi isang palapag lang yan eh. Isang palapag. Kung two-story, pwede ka maglagay ng hagdan dito. Yan. May stairway ka dyan. Tapos yung another hagdan mo, pwedeng nandito. Okay? Tapos, pagdating sa ground floor, gawa ka ng horizontal exit, papunta dyan. Tapos may pinto ka ulit dito. Okay? Palabas na. So, yan magkakaroon ka ng ganyan. Okay? So, lumalabas, remote ito from each other. 1, 2. Pero pag bagsak mo sa ground floor, dapat may may horizontal exit ka dyan. Gagawa ka ng hallway. Siyempre, itong wall na to, dapat yan? Firewall yan. Yan. Okay? Pag isang palapag lang, yun ang problema mo. Pag isang palapag lang. Kasi kahit gawin mong pintuan itong lahat na to, may kulang ka pa rin eh. Kulang ka sa number. Lalo na kung ang travel distance mo papunta dyan is masyadong malayo. Okay? So, tingnan natin kung ano yung based doon sa actual configuration.
Maglagay siguro sa maglagay siguro ng pintuan dyan sa horizontal fire exit.
Hindi. Itong horizontal na sinasabi ko, ito yung condition na 2 palapag ang building mo. Okay? Pagbagsak niya dito sa ground floor, may hallway siya papunta sa labas. Ito yung isang hagdan, iyan yung isang hagdan. Pagbagsak niya, diretso na doon sa labas. So, may hallway siya. Pwedeng remote yun. Pero kung ang condition mo ay isang palapag lang. Isang palapag. Yan. Itong mga areas na to, sarado. Isang palapag lang ang pinag-uusapan natin ha. Tapos may pintuan dito. Yan yung pinto. Saan ang secondary? Di ba wala? Unless Marinda, if it is allowed to have a single exit under the fire code. Diba? Because there are certain mercantile occupancies which are allowed to have single exit. Pag-uusapan natin yan pag pumunta na tayo sa mercantile occupancies specific requirements. Okay? Kailan sila allowed ng single exit? By the way, class, we have 3 days for this Rule 10, no? So, tomorrow is our second day. Will you be available on Saturday at 2 p.m. onwards?
Sir, may exam.
Ha?
Nasa exam.
May ano, may?
Sir, excuse po. Pwede ko naman i-schedule yung exam, sir, kung kailangan po.
Okay, so i-reschedule daw yung exam para matapos na natin ito. I propose that we finish it on Saturday from 2 p.m. onwards.
Okay po, sir.
Para matapos na tayo.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Buesa? Okay na tayo dun, Buesa?
Yes po, sir. Yes po.
Sige, so tomorrow is our second day, the same time, 1 onwards, and on Saturday, we start at 2 p.m. onwards. Okay? Para matapos na. So, clear na po ba tayo, mga kasama? Any other questions?
Sir, tanong lang, sir.
Go ahead.
Iputubos po, sir. With regards kasi doon sa type of occupancy, one time kasi sa napunta ko ng SM Tarlac City.
Okay.
Yung SM series, dalawang building siya sa isang compound. Yung isa, yung SM mismo, yung kabila series, parking space, yes, parking space. Pero ano siya, sir? Fourth floor siya hanggang fourth floor siya. Ngayon, sir, yung second floor ng building ng SM, may horizontal exit siya doon sa papunta doon sa mismong second floor ng parking space.
Okay.
Ngayon, sir, ang tanong ko, sir, yung parking space po ba sa building is same type of occupancy with papunta sa SM or magkaiba sila?
Magkaiba pa rin. Magkaiba. Kasi yung SM mismo is mercantile while yung parking building is storage. So, even if there is a horizontal bridge that connects the two, it does not matter. It is still separated, no? Ang mangyayari kasi doon, the proper way is that yung bridge should have stopper. Ibig sabihin, may fire-rated door na in case of fire, that door will automatically shut to separate the storage occupancy, which is the parking, from the mercantile occupancy. So kahit may bridge, magkaiba pa rin na occupancy yan. Hindi niya makikerry.
Okay na. Kasi may isang doon sa issue doon na merong isang retired na nagsasabi, same lang daw kasi dugtong gawa ng horizontal bridge.
No. Mali yun.
Okay po, sir. Thank you po.
Okay. Meron pa po tayong tanong? Meron pang questions? So, kung wala na, let's call it a day. Let's meet again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Okay? Thank you and see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much po, sir.
Okay.
Hindi papasok sa...
wala po, sir.
Oo. Hindi papasok sa industrial because if you look at the industrial checklist, ito, example, yung naka-share screen ko dito. If you look at this one, very, very few ang mag-a-apply. Considering that this checklist is so comprehensive. Yun ang ibig mong sabihin. Diba ito yung checklist, no? Diba? Industrial. So, may mga bagay dito that are not applicable. So, you just indicate not applicable. Say, for example, punta tayo dito sa ayan, halimbawa, vertical opening. Kung you look at this one, halimbawa, dito ka sa vertical opening. If it's a one-story building, then there is no vertical opening. So, you just indicate here, not applicable. Oh, yeah, not applicable. Pag not applicable, okay, sabihin, susunod. Di ba? This checklist. Okay. But you still use the industrial checklist. So, halimbawa, fire alarm. Kung hindi applicable, they just indicate there, not applicable. Oh. Pag tinanong ka ng FSS mo, bakit not applicable, you explain. Di ba? O standpipe, itong standpipe. O, just indicate there. Not applicable. O. But you have to accomplish everything. Okay?
Okay po, sir. Copy po, sir. Pwede po, sir, isa po, sir.
Oh, go ahead.
Ay, yung welding shop. Kasi marami hindi. Yung maliit lang na shop ng artworks yung welding shop, sir. Consider na po as industrial po, sir.
Backyard na na metalwork, ganyan.
Welding.
Oo, does not consider area, no? If you look at the definition of industrial occupancies under our fire code, there is no mention of requirement ng area, di ba? Ang nakalagay sa definition is, this is buildings of all kinds that are used for the making of products of all kinds, di ba? Making products of all kinds. So wala siyang sinasabi about area. So whether it is small or big or whatever area it is still industrial. Again, poproblemahin nyo na naman. Kasi sir, yung checklist kasi sir, masyadong comprehensive. Again, kung hindi applicable yung mga parts na tinatanong, just indicate they're not applicable.
Okay po, sir. Copy po, sir.
Okay. So, thank you, Richard. Meron pa bang tanong bago tayo magsimula? Wala na. Let us now continue our discussion on doors. Last time, natapos na natin yung general provision. So, pupunta na tayo ngayon sa specific provisions. Specifically, ang pag-uusapan natin ngayong araw ay doors, no? Yan. So, mga pintuan. Okay. Because door is a permissible exit component or a permissible fire exit under our fire code, no? So, in fact, a lot of buildings in the Philippines have direct access outside through doors, no? So isa sa pinaka-importante or magandang klase ng fire exit is door, no? Because you do not have to climb, you do not have to descend. It will just, you will just be able to get out of a particular building or get inside a particular room or stairway without descending or ascending. Okay? So, yung ating fire door sa Pilipinas or fire exit door sa Pilipinas is based on American standard again. No? Yan ay nakabase sa American standard. Kahapon, marami tayong mga pinag-usapan na mga topics like means of egress and the details of means of egress. Alam nyo yung ating provisions on means of egress or majority of the provisions sa Rule 10, specifically yung means of egress na pinag-usapan natin kahapon are based on American standard, which is NFPA, National Fire Protection Association. So, yung NFPA, medyo kinopya natin, no? Maraming, there are a lot of provisions that are actually copied and adopted in our Philippine Fire Code. So, katulad din, just like other provisions, just like means of egress, yung provision natin for fire doors is also copied from NFPA 101. Okay? So, let us start from the general provision. If you look at the drawing, what do you observe? Nasaan ba yung fire door dyan na nakikita ninyo? May napapansin ba kayo na fire door? Kung mapansin ninyo, yes, meron, di ba? Sa gilid. Kung mapansin ninyo, itong part na to, ito yung main entrance exit, di ba? Ng building. Pero dito sa side, napansin niyo, ito may fire door, oh. Yan, may fire door. Okay? But, if you are in this building and medyo nagmamadali ka, hindi mo mapansin, no? Hindi mo mapansin masyado because it's not obvious and direct. Okay? So, sabi ng provision, every door and every principal entrance which are required to serve as an exit shall be designed and constructed that the way of exit travel is obvious and direct. Yan, obvious and direct. Okay? So, tandaan natin yan. Now, what if may mga instances na ang iyong fire exit doors are not obvious and direct? Example, sa mga malalaking establishments just like malls. Diba? Kung i-imagine ninyo ang mga malls, pagkalalaki-laki sila, but there are also fire exits that are provided, but you do not know where those fire exits are. Okay, so they are not directly obvious, they are not obvious and direct. So ano sa tingin nyo ang kailangan gawin to make it obvious and direct? Ano sa tingin nyo ang kailangan gawin? It should be negotiated with, it should be provided with signs. Signage. Yes, it should be provided with signage. Either a directional sign or exit marking. So in this case, dito sa drawing na to, naglagay na lang sana dito ng marking sign. Yan. Naglagay dito nakalagay exit. Diba? Para kahit nanggaling ka dito sa direction dito, yan, exit. Galing ka sa part dito, papunta ka doon. Yan. Mabubview mo na may exit dito. Okay? So to make it obvious and direct. Okay? Yan. So, sabi ko kanina, just like what I told you a while ago, our standard in the Philippines for fire doors is based on American standard. So in fact, there is a dedicated American standard for fire door which is called NFPA 80. So yan, standard for fire doors and fire windows. So dito sa illustration, makikita ninyo yung door, itong pintuan na to, and then the vision panel, the panic device, as well as the frame. No, the frame, pati yung itong door closers, all of these must comply with the requirements of NFPA 80. No? NFPA 80. Now, what is the requirement of NFPA for all of these components? So, NFPA requires that all of these components must be listed, must be listed. Anong ibig sabihin ng listed? Ang ibig sabihin yan, these components pass through a certification process. No? So, ang kilalang nagbibigay ng listing is UL, no? Underwriters Laboratory. So, pag sinabi mo ang isang bagay, UL listed, that means it passed through a certification process from Underwriters Laboratories, and they are certifying that the product pass certain standards. Okay? So, dito sa atin sa Pilipinas, whenever fire doors are seen, it should be provided with UL listing marking. Dapat titingnan nyo dyan sa mga gilid. Di ba? Pag binuksan mo tong pinto na to, dito sa gilid na to, yan, may sticker dyan, nakalagay UL listed or FM approved. Anong ibig sabihin naman ng FM approved? Inaprubahan ng factory mutual, no? FM approved. Yan, FM approved. Para gamitin for as a component of fire door. Okay? So, paano ba dapat ang orientation ng fire door? Paano ba dapat ang orientation? Pwede bang sliding? Sabi ng fire code, it must be side hinge or pivoted swinging type. Okay? Ayan. Naka-side hinge, ito, nandito yung mga hinges. Ayan, nandito yung mga hinges. Side hinge and pivoted swinging type. Ano yung pivoted? Ito, umiikot pa ganyan. Diba? Ayan. So, hindi pwede yung sliding. Kasi sabi ng fire code, side hinge or pivoted swinging type. Okay? Hindi pwede ang sliding as a fire door. Now, shall swing in the direction of exit trap where for more persons. Gusto ko lang i-clarify na pag ang door, ang fire door, is protecting a fire exit, the direction must always be in the direction of egress travel. Palaging palabas. No? Palaging palabas. Now, saan ba ito sinasabi? Saan nag-a-apply itong provision na welfare being room or area with an occupant load of 50 or more persons? Itong provision na to applies to doors that are not protecting stairways or fire exit. Example, classroom door. Diba? Classroom door. Ang classroom door, if the number of students that can be accommodated in a classroom is less than 50, pwede na yung classroom door is swinging inside. But if the occupant load of that room is 50 or more persons, then the door must be swinging outside already. Malinaw po. Ha? Pero kung ang fire door ay pinoprotektahan niya ang isang hagdanan, okay? Pinoprotektahan niya ang isang ramp, pinoprotektahan niya ang isang horizontal exit, those doors must always swing in the direction of egress travel. Okay? Siguro, familiar kayo sa kaso nung ozone disco. Siguro narinig nyo na yun. Siguro, wala pa, ang iba sa atin, wala pa sa servisyon. Kahit ako, wala pa rin ako sa servisyon. It happened, I think, in March of 2001. March of 2001, where more than 100 graduating students were having a party in Quezon City. And because the disco was so jam-packed, meaning ang daming tao, and it was a very happy party, may mga umuusok-usok doon sa booth, they are still part of the effects. Akala nila effects pa yung usok, hindi nila alam actual na palang sunog. When they were able to realize that it was a real fire, so nagtakbuhan sila papunta doon sa main door, which happens to be swinging inside. So nung nagbanggaan sila doon, nagsikla, papunta doon sa main door, ano ang nangyari? Naitara yung main door. So dahil ang dami ng tao, hindi na nabuksan kasi nagtutulakan na eh. So that caused the suffocation and death of more than 100 young individuals. Pero kung yun ay swinging type, kahit gaano kadami, tutulak yun palabas. Diba? So yun yung sinasabi ko, if you designate a particular door to be a fire exit, even if the occupant load of that room or space is less than 50 persons, it must always swing in the direction of egress travel. Okay? Malinaw po yung mga yan, ha? Malinaw po. Pero, kung ang pintuan ay hindi naman nagpoprotekta sa fire exit, like ordinary room door, yung classroom, yung example ko, hindi niya kailangan mag-swing palabas. Pero, kung ang room na yan ay makaka-accommodate na ng 50 or more person, even if the door is not protecting a stairway or a fire exit, that door must already be swinging in the direction of exit travel or palabas na. Okay? So, I hope that is clear. Now, kahapon may discussion tayo about doon sa minimum size of means of egress. And one of you asked, sir, paano yung mga door, oh? Sabi niya, paano yung mga door? Kasi nakakaharang na, sir, sa hallway. That is a very good observation, actually. No? I was so happy na you at that time of the discussion, you are already able to look at the violation. So, kaya sabi ko sa inyo kahapon, huwag muna nating pansinin yan. Bukas may particular discussion tayo about that. Ito na yun. So, during its swing, any door in a means of egress shall leave not less than 1/2 of the required width of the aisle, corridor or passageway or landing, unobstructed, and shall not project more than 178 mm into the required width of an aisle, corridor, passageway, or landing when fully open. So look at this part. Nakikita ba ninyo itong part na to? Magkaharap yung dalawang, assuming yan ay eskwelahan. May mga pinto. Ito yung hallway. Nasa gitna. Okay? Magkaharap yung pinto. Nung nagbukas, tingnan mo, nakita nyo itong natirang space na to. Yan. Natirang space na yan. Ang liit na, di ba? It's actually obstruction already. It becomes obstruction already. Okay? Ano ang sinasabi ng provision? Dapat daw, kung bubukas ang mga pinto, dapat titirahan niya ng not less than 1/2 yung required width. No, not less than 1/2. Just like this one, no? Just like this one. So yan, kahit magkaharap ang pinto, isa lang ang pwedeng mag-project ng not more than 1/2 into the required width of that. Ito yung corridor width. Yan yung required corridor width. Yan, yung part na yan. Okay? So, itong part na to, it is already a violation. Because when two doors are open, less than 1/2 is, less than 1/2 is remaining to be used by the occupant. So, ito, okay lang itong part na to. Even if magkaharap sila, yung isa naka-project dito, yung isa naka-protrude doon sa loob. So, wala tayong problema. Diba? So, ito, check, ito, X. So, ano ang solusyon? Pwede ganito ang gawin natin. Diba? Yan ang solusyon, no? First mo is ito, 180 degree swing. Nakita niyo ito? Yan, 180 degree swing. Diba? Imbis na titigil siya dito, pwede siyang diretso 180 degrees. Okay? So, pag bumukas siya, didikit siya sa pinto. Walang problema. Okay? Or, ito, ang ginawa niya, pinasok niya ng konti yung pinto. So, kahit bumukas, hindi pa rin naka-interfere dito sa hallway. Yan. Same case with this one. Ito, ganun din. Yan, di ba? These are solutions which you can use para hindi mag-interfere sa required width ng hallway mo yung room door opening. Pero ang pinaka-practical ito ang pinaka-practical. 180-degree swing. Yan ang pinaka-practical. Diba? Kasi, hindi ka magbabawas ng space mo sa loob. Hindi ka magbabawas ng space mo sa loob. Ito, nagbawas ka ng space sa loob. Ayan, nagbawas ka ng space sa loob. Ito din. Ito ang pinaka-practical. Sa mga schools, pag siguro makaka-encounter kayo ng mga ganyang problema, lalo na sa mga bagong construction, magkakaharap yung pinto. So, ito ang pwede ninyong maging recommendation. 180-degree swing of a door. Now, sa mga hagdanan naman, inside stairway. Ito yung galing ka, halimbawa ito yung second floor, halimbawa ito yung second floor, galing ka sa second, papasok ka. Tapos bababa ka na, ito na yung ground floor, palabas yung ground floor. Yan. Tapos ito naman, papunta sa basement. Papunta sa basement. Okay. Napansin niyo merong door. Yan, may pintuan. Yan, may pintuan. Okay. Pag ito nag-swing na door na ito, yung remaining space, itong B, should not be less than 1/2 ng required width. Kasi yung ibang pinto, wala na. Diyan na, bumabangga na dito. Yan, bangga na dyan. Ang liit na nung naiiwan na space. Okay? So, yung pinto mo should only swing 1/2 of the required width of the landing. Okay? Na kung ano yung illustration na, nabivisualize niyo yung illustrations natin. Visualize niyo yung illustration. Ito, another problem, tingnan nyo, Galing ka sa loob ng building, pagbagsak ng paa mo, palabas ka, galing ka doon sa loob. Pagbagsak ng paa mo, nasa unang step ka na. Delikat, lalo na kung mabilis ka, baka malaglag ka dyan sa hagdan. So, bawal yan. Dapat pantay. Dapat pantay. So, kung ito yung kung yan yung wall, yan yung wall, galing ka dito sa loob, okay? Yan yung door. Ang babagsakan mo, pantay pa rin. Hindi pwedeng yung different ka na. Bawal yan. Okay? Bawal yan, itong space na to. Dapat even pa rin. Pantay pa rin. Okay? So, ano naman ang require sa locking or releasing device sa mga pintuan? So, take note na hindi lang panic device ang pwede sa isang fire exit door. Sabi niya, a latch or other fastening device on a door shall be provided with a knob. So, pwede ang doorknob, a knob, a handle, panic bar, or other simple type releasing device. The method of operation of which is obvious even in darkness. So, mali na sasabihin nyo na yung fire door should be immediately provided with panic device because the fire code allows a doorknob. Allows a doorknob to be a fastening device on a door. Pwede rin naman itong lever type. Ito, yung pag pinalo mo pababa, pag pinalo mo pababa, bubukas. Or ito, panic device. Tutulak mo, or ito, pipindutin mo. Lahat yan ay parehas. Ay pwede. But experience will tell us that this is the best, yung panic device, ito is the best. Kahit hawa ka, say for example, tumatakbo ka, galing sa loob ng building, tapos hawak mo yung bata, yung anak mo, yakap-yakap mo. Even if you just push this with your body, the fire door will open. No? Unlike ito, tingnan mo, iikutin mo pa. What if batak madulas yung kamay mo? And considering that it is a steel door, yung fire door is a steel door, di ba? Mabigat. It will not be easy for you to just open this. So, the best part ng panic, however, hindi vital. So, ako, ang ginagawa ko dyan, I always explain this to the owners of the building. Alam nyo, ma'am, so pwede naman huy talaga yun kasi nga, hindi po madaling buksan, yung ganyan, naka-door na bukas. Dapat po niya naka-panic device kasi mas madali ang operation. So if you are able to convince them, then they can change it from doorknob to panic device. Kasi panic device pa rin ang gamit. Pero if they insist, sir, okay na yan, wala pa kaming budget, you cannot call it a violation. You cannot call it a violation. In fact, you cannot write it even sa report mo eh. Kasi nga, they're already compliant based on the fire code. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na no panic device. Walang panic device pero may doorknob. It's not a violation. It's not a violation. Okay. Now, what are the required markings naman? Yan. Siyempre, palagi dapat may ganitong marking. Yan. Dapat may ganyang marking. Yan. Fire exit, keep door closed. Dapat mayroong palaging marking pag fire exit na ganyan. Okay? Tapos, there must be a re-entry mechanism for 4 or more stories in height building. Okay? And then, doon sa mga floor na walang re-entry, merong ganitong marking. Yan. No re-entry. Proceed to yan. So ito, it indicates the upper floor. Indicates the upper floor. Tapos, yung sa baba naman, indicates the lower floor. Okay? So, halimbawa, meron kang 15-story building mechanism every 4 or more stories in height. Okay? So, meron kang re-entry sa first floor. Okay? First floor, may re-entry ka. Okay? Sa second, wala. Second, wala. Kaya maglalagay ka nitong no re-entry. Yan. Sa third floor, wala din. Wala din re-entry. So maglalagay ka nito no re-entry. Sa fourth floor, wala din. So maglalagay ka nito. Okay? Fifth floor, yan, re-entry. Re-entry. Okay? Tapos first floor, re-entry. Yan, re-entry. Okay? Ito, example. Yan. First floor, may re-entry ka. Fifth floor, may re-entry ka. 10th floor, may re-entry. 4, 6, 7, 8. Maglalagay ka. So, dito sa second floor, halimbawa, yung second floor, sasabihin mo, no re-entry. Proceed to 5th floor or ground floor. Tama? Nakuha nyo ba? Can you follow? I'm talking about the marking. I'm talking about this marking. I'm talking about this one. Yung no re-entry. Okay? So, yan. You look at how do you measure. Di ba may required width? May required width. Ayan. Yan. Required width. Sabi niya, ang minimum width is 71 cm. Ang maximum width is 122. Okay? So, paano mo susukatin? Ang pagsukat is hindi yung, hindi yung sukat ng door mismo. Ha? Ang pagsukat is the clear width. Yan, yung broken line na yan. Yan, yung clear width. Ha? Yan ang i-determine mo kung 71 or maximum of 122. O, paano maglagay ng panic device? Paano maglagay ng panic device? Ito. Yung panic device mo should occupy not less than 2/3 of the width of the door. Okay? So, sabi niya, ang minimum width daw ay 710 mm. Gaano kalaki dapat ang minimum size ng iyong panic device, ang length? Anybody? Kung ang size ng iyong room door ay minimum 710 mm, gaano kalaki dapat ang panic device?
474.
Correct. Not less than 474 millimeters. Yun yung iyong panic device. Okay? So, hindi pwedeng mas maliit sa 474 millimeters. At yung height naman ito, from 76 to 112 centimeters. So, yan ang minimum mo ay 76, ang maximum height mo is 112 centimeters. That's how you put yung panic device. May nakikita ka dito na ito, yung ang tawag dito ay vision panel. No? Vision panel. Hindi ito mandatory sa Pilipinas. Hindi mandatory sa Pilipinas ang vision panel. Nagiging mandatory lang yan. Itong vision panel na to. Nagiging mandatory lang siya kung ang door ay nasa gitna ng hallway in which you need to observe what is happening on the other side. No, on the other side, kung nakasara yung normally open doors. So if it closes, you wanted to know what is happening on the other side. So there must be a vision panel na para ma-observe mo yung what is happening on the other side. Okay? So, what about power-operated doors? Doors that are operated by power, the design shall be such that in the event of power failure, the door may be opened manually. So this is very common sa This is very common sa call centers, di ba? That is very common sa call centers. For you to be able to get inside the office, you need an electronic key through yung mga electronic IDs, di ba? Itatap mo dito, or sometimes fingerprint. Yan. So if you are not an insider, you cannot easily get in or get out from the office. Or baka nakalimutan mo, naiwan mo, so you cannot get out of the office anymore. Paano kung may emergency? That's why the design must be that in case of power failure, the door is usually open. So, paano mo ba yan i-check? Di pag-inspection mo, patayin mo yung kuryente, tingnan mo kung mabubuksan mo pa din. Okay? How about revolving doors? Yung mga umiikot na, ito, bihira na ito. Pero, sa ibang mga hotels, malalaking hotels sa Manila, meron ka mga ganyan, revolving doors, no? Can you accept this as the component of a means of egress? That is not acceptable, no? So, kailangan meron pa rin nakatabing pintuan. If you look at the drawing, meron pa rin pinto sa left, yung color white, no? So, hindi ito pwedeng revolving door as main entrance exit or the final discharge from inside the building. Okay? So, we are done with doors. We proceed to stairs. Bago tayo magtuloy-tuloy, meron na tayong question about doors. Meron po bang tanong? Wala. So, proceed tayo sa stairs. Ang pag-uusapan na natin ngayon ay stairs and ladders sa section 10.254. Okay? So, sa stairway naman, ang requirement naman ng fire code is dapat, if a stairway is designated as a fire exit or means of egress, dapat continuous, no? Continuous from the uppermost floor down to the ground level. Example nung yan sa drawing ko. Di ba? Meron kang 14-story building, dapat yung fire exit mo should be continuous from the 14th floor down to the ground floor. Hindi pa pwede na meron kang hagdanan 14 hanggang 2 lang. Pagdating sa 2, tatransfer na sila dito. Hindi pa pwede yun. If you designate a particular stairway as a fire exit, then that stairway must be continuous from the uppermost floor down to the ground level. Okay? Sabi niya, ang tanong, sir, pwede ba yung may transfer? Yung hagdanan, sir, galing sa taas hanggang second floor lang. Pagdating, sir, sa second floor, lilipat, sir, ng hagdanan para makarating sa baba. Pwede ba yung gano'n? Pwede naman, provided na the hallway or the lobby where they are going to traverse in order for them to reach the next stairway where they're going to transfer must be fully enclosed. No? So, kaparehas ng enclosure ng stairway. So, dadaan sila sa isang hallway na ang construction is kaparehas ng construction nung nasa loob ng hagdanan. Meaning, walang mga opening, kung required ng pressurization, dapat pressurized din. Kung ano yung required na fire rating, yun din ang required na fire rating ng hallway in order for it to be allowed as a transfer. Otherwise, magiging violation yun. Okay. So, how big are your stairways? Gaano ba kalalaki? Gaano ba yung mga dimensions that are required of them? So, puntahan muna natin yung size. No? Puntahan muna natin yung size bago tayo pumunta dun sa ibang dimensions. Okay? So, dito, ang determination kung gaano kalaki ang iyong hagdanan, that is based on the cumulative occupant load. Cumulative occupant load assigned to that stair. If the cumulative occupant load is, sandali lang ha, may tawag lang ako. Alright. So, it is based on the cumulative occupant load. So, anong ibig sabihin nitong cumulative occupant load? If the cumulative occupant load is less than 2,000 persons, ang required na size ng hagdanan is a minimum of 112 cm or 1,120 mm. Pag equal to or greater than 2,000 persons, ang minimum size ng isang hagdanan ay 1,420 mm. So, paano ba didetermine yung cumulative occupant load or total cumulative occupant load? Example, no? Dito sa left side, meron tayong 14-story building. Okay? Sa right side, meron tayong 28-story building. Okay. Now, how do you determine cumulative occupant load? Makikita mo, based on the illustration, that you have an occupant load of 150 per floor on the left stairway and 150 per floor on the right stairway. Kasi sabi niya, total cumulative occupant load assigned to that stair. Okay. So, if 150 persons are assigned on one stair per if you are going to multiply 150, no, persons times 13. Bakit 13? Hindi na, 14 story yan, bakit 13 lang ang i-multiply mo? Kasi nga, yung first step mo in getting out of the building is of course towards to the 13th floor. So, i-disregard mo na yung 14th floor, i-disregard mo na, ang i-multiply mo is 150 times 13. So, that is 150 persons, okay, 150 times 13 floors, okay, it will give you 1,950 per. So, okay, yeah, 150 per. So, okay, and since that is less than, and since this is 112 centimeter of stairway. Nakuha po ninyo? Nakuha nyo?
Yes, sir.
Ulitin ko. Ayan. So, 13 floors times 150 persons per floor. It gives you 1,950 persons. Okay? Okay? So, ang required size ng stairway is what? Anong size? 1,112 centimeter or 1,120 millimeter. Any question? Any question? Wala? O, punta tayo sa right side. So, basta dito, ang required na size ng hagdanan dito, minimum 1,120 millimeters. Okay. So, punta tayo dito sa right side. Sa right side, meron tayong 20-story building. We also have 150 persons per side. Okay, 150 persons per side. Alam natin na ang stairway galing sa baba, no, hanggang dito sa 14 will not be the same as galing dun sa 28 papunta dito sa 15. Why? Bakit? Okay. So, ganito. Palabasin, i-compute natin. So, dito, sa 1 to 14, itong side na to, yan, 1 to 14. This is 150 times 14 floors. This is equal to 2,100. Tama? Dito naman, from 27 to 15, yan. This is 150 times 13. This is equal to 1,950. Okay. So, anong size ang required dito sa 2,100? Size is equal to 1,420 millimeter. Okay? Dito naman, 150 times 13 is equal to 1,120 millimeter. Yeah. So, story building na may 300 persons occupant load per floor at 150 ang naka-assign sa left and right, na ang size niya from 28th floor up to the 15th floor is 112 centimeter, and from 14th floor to ground floor is 1.42 centimeter. For a while. So, any question dyan? Any question dyan sa illustration ko? Malinaw ba? Okay, so that is insofar as the size is concerned, yan, that is the required size, no? Ito yung required size. So, basta pag less than 2,000 persons, ang occupant load, ang less than 2,000 persons ang occupant load, the required size is the 1,000 than 2,000 per size of your stairway is 1,420 meters. Okay. Remember that is only the minimum, no? That is only the minimum. Even if it complies with the minimum, you still have to calculate, no? You still have to calculate for the capacity, no? You still have to calculate for the capacity. Kasi hindi ibig sabihin, nag-comply na sila sa minimum size or minimum weight, compliant na sila. No. You still have to check or counter-check it with the capacity. Yung 1,120 ba, if you're going to calculate, ilan ang ilan ang capacity niyan? Can you mean to agree? Anybody? Ilan yan? So, capacity is equal to the width divided by the capacity factor.
147.
100?
47, sir.
147 per ton. Okay? So, kung ang required is 150. Yan, 150 persons to, di ba? 147 pala ang capacity nung 1120. Ibig sabihin, even if they comply with the minimum size of 1120, hindi pa rin enough yun in terms of size. That means mag-i-increase ka greater than 1120, no? For you to accommodate 150 persons. So, kung 150 persons ang kailangan mong palabasin, how big is your stairway? So, 150 times 7.6. Ilan yan?
1,140, sir.
1,140.
Yes, sir.
So, kung 150, dapat ito is 1,140. No? 1,140. Yan. 1,140. Tapos, ang minimum size niya is minimum 1,120 provided na makakalabas dito. Okay? Provided. So, since less than 2,000, 1,120 ang required. So, kung halimbawa 147 lang, less than 150 din, pwede na yung 1,120. Okay? Can you follow? Nakukuha ba nung lahat? Nasa OJT na kami. Ganyan pala, kahirap pala ang fire code. Kung akala namin, magbabasa lang kami. Yun pala, mahirap. Yan. So, what about the other sizes? No, what about the other sizes? Yan. Maximum height of riser is 180 millimeter. Minimum height of riser is 100. Tread depth is 280. Headroom is 2,000. Height between landings is 3.66. So, ano itong risers na yan? Ano ba yung sinasabing riser? Di ba ang handanan mo ganyan? baba, pantay, baba, antay. Okay? Ganyan ang hagdan, di ba? Oh. Ito, ang tawag dyan, sa height na yan, ay riser. Okay? Ang tawag dyan ay riser. Yan. Riser. Sabi ng fire code, that is from 100 millimeter to 180 millimeter. Okay? How about ito naman, itong space na yan? Yan, yan. Ang tawag naman dyan ay thread. Ha? Ang tawag naman dyan ay thread. Yung tinatapakan mo, ang tawag naman dyan ay thread. Okay? Ang minimum thread depth ay 280. Ha? Minimum. 280 millimeter. That is the minimum. Okay, minimum. Okay? Yung ano kasi, yung riser height, hindi pwedeng masyadong matataas. Diba? Hindi pwedeng sumobra sa 180. Kasi pag masyadong matataas, mahirapan ka naman na mag-akyat baba. Diba? Paano kung naka-miniskirt ka? Hindi ka pwedeng mapupunit yung miniskirt mo pag masyadong matataas yung riser. Hindi rin naman masyadong pwedeng mas mabababa na less than sa 100 para ka namang penguin naglalakad niyan. Kaya may thread depth and riser height na kailangan i-comply. Okay? So when the occupant load of all storage is less than 50, ang minimum size is 915 mm ng iyong hagdanan. So kung may building ka na maliit, kinumpute mo yung occupant load. Nakalagay ay 48 occupant load total ng buong building. Ang minimum size ng hagdanan mo ay 915 mm. Okay? 915 mm. O paano naman yung mga curved stairs? Yan. So, galing dun sa kanto, anong gagawin mo? Yan. Galing sa kanto, galing dito, susukat ka ng 305 mm. Okay? Tapos, susukatin mo itong thread depth. Yan. Yung tatapakan doon sa 305 mm na yun, dapat not less than 280 mm ang kanyang tatapakan. Yung thread depth must not be less than 280 mm. Okay? Must not be less than 280 mm. O, ganun sa spiral stairs. Pwede bang gamitin ang spiral stair as sa fire exit? Yes. Provided the occupant load in the room where the spiral stair is serving as a means of egress shall not be more than 5 persons. 5 katao lang. Okay? So, ito yung spiral stair mo. Galing dun sa galing dun sa poste, susukat ka ngayon ng 610 mm, yung tatapakan niya is not less than 280 mm. Tapos ang orientation niya is, ang paakyat is counterclockwise. Ha? O, ang direction niya ng paakyat, counterclockwise. Pagpababa, clockwise. Okay? So, pag aakyat ka, counterclockwise. Pag bababa ka, clockwise. Winders. Ano ba itong winders? Yung winder naman, ito yung mga alanganin ng kanyang hagdanan in such a way na hindi siya makalagay ng isang formal na landing. Itong space na to, yung space na yan, that is supposed to be a landing, flat area But because the stairway is so small, anong ginawa niya? Ninegotiate niya ng steps. Naglagay siya ng mga steps. Ayan o. Naglagay siya ng mga steps. Ang tawag dyan is winder. So, dyan sa winder, dapat magkukumply din dito sa minimum thread depth of 280 mm. Ayan o. So, sukatin mo galing sa kanto. Sukat ka ngayon ng 12 inches, at least 280 millimeters. Enclosure. Yan. Balikan natin yun. All interior stairway shall be enclosed. Take note ha. Mga kasama. Yan, very good provision ng fire code. Sabi niya, lahat daw ng hagdanan na nasa loob kailangan enclosed. Take note ha, hindi niya sinabing means of egress. Hindi niya sinabing means of egress. Sinabi niya lang na lahat daw ng hagdanan na nasa loob must be enclosed. So even if your stairway is not considered fire exit, you have to enclose it. Nakuha po ninyo? Naintindihan ninyo yan? Kahit ang hagdanan ay hindi dinedesignate as a fire exit.
Sir, excuse me. May question daw po si Sir Marinda.
Go ahead.
Nahiya siya, sir.
Go ahead na. Diyan.
Yes, sir. Yung sa residential, sir, enclosed siya. Sa residential, hindi nung pwede sir enclosed siya.
Okay. Iba ang requirement, Marinda, ng single and two family dwelling. Of course, it's an exception to the rule. Of course, there are always exceptions. In fact, later on, as we proceed, pagdating natin doon sa compartmentation sa Division 6, makikita mo na there are allowed buildings which are open, no? Which are open stairways na hanggang 3 palapag lang. Di ba? Yan yung general rule dun, di ba? Ito kasing nakalagay na all interior stairway shall be enclosed. Hindi pa siya fully discussed. Wait lang. Hello. Itong part na to is just the preliminary discussion. Meron pa tayong another division pagdating doon sa features of fire protection, sa compartmentation. May full discussion tayo about stairway enclosure, no? So, part by part siya. Now, di ba doon sa initial discussion natin sa means of egress, you cannot use the enclosure for any other purposes. So, sabi naman dito sa provision na to on stairway, there shall be no enclosed usable space within an exit enclosure, including under stairs, nor shall any open space within the enclosure be used for other purposes, no, which has the potential to interfere with the egress. So, kung titingnan mo itong illustration natin, no, di ba? Ito inisuhagdanan mo. Yan yung enclosure ng, no. This one. Ito yung enclosure ng hagdanan mo. Yan. Halik ka sa taas, pababa ka. Ngayon, may space ka din na pwede mong gamiton. Okay? So, pwede mo siyang gamiton provided naka-fire rated construction ka, ang access mo sa luwas. No? Para pag nagkaigwa-kiusok digdi, it will not be able to penetrate the inside of the stairway. Dito lang siya. Okay? Okay. So, let us talk about outside stairs. No? Nasa outside stairs na tayo. Tapos na tayo sa inside stairs. Yung outside stairs, it has the same characteristics, dimensions, and other requirements kang nasa laog na stairway. No? So, the only difference is that it is installed outside of the perimeter wall of the building. Okay? Yan ang pagkakaiba lang kang outside stair at inside stair. Pero as to sizes, as to the required railings, and so on and so forth, dapat mag-comply siya sa requirement kang fire code. Now, how is it different from fire escape stair? What do you think? Anong pagkakaiba niya sa fire escape stair? Compared sa standard stair. Okay? What do you think is the difference? Ang pagkakaiba is, yung fire escape stair is usually smaller in dimension. No? Usually smaller in dimension. Pagdating natin mamaya sa fire escape, makikita nyo na smaller in dimension. Dito, ang pinapakita ko dito sa inyo, this is the standard stair that is installed outside of the building. So, it has the same dimension. Now, may tinatawag tayo dito na 3-meter rule, no? 3-meter rule. Ano ibig sabihin ng 3-meter rule? Kung igwa ka ki stairway that is installed outside, there must not no opening within 3.05 meters that will interfere with the egress. So, look at this illustration. Look at this illustration. Okay. Bawal to. Bawal tong window na to. Kasi when you get out of this door, mababa ka pa siring dito sa landing na ini. Kung may asodigbi, may init, apektado ka. So, bawal yan. X yan. Okay. Now, pag abot mo dito sa landing, yung 3-meter rule, ito, sa laiyang na illustration, dapat dyan. Dapat it is at not less than 3 meters. Okay? Yeah, not less than 3 meters. Okay? Not less than 3 meters. So, syempre, gaiyo man digdi sa ibong. Di man sa part na yun. May bintana man dyan, dapat not less than 3 meters. Okay? O mas lalo na digdi sa baba na part. Syempre, dapat wala. Yan sa tigapod sa ang 3-meter rule. O, same case with this illustration. Yan yung application ng 3-meter rule. Bakit kailangan malayo from 3 meters? So that you're not going to be affected. You're not going to be affected. If there's a smoke, heat, or any other product of combustion, hindi apektado yung bumababa sa outside stair. Kaya remember po ang outside stair is the same as the standard stair that is installed inside the building. So you talk about the dimension, you talk about the protection, you talk about any other requirements that is the same. The only difference is that this stairway is installed outside of the building. So ang additional requirement niya itong 3-meter rule. Na dapat warang mga bintana, warang mga any other opening that are installed within 3 meters. So that even if there is a fire, even if there's a smoke, there's even heat, you will not be affected while descending or getting out from the building using the outside stair. Okay? Now, let us talk about smoke-proof enclosure. Kahapon, dinefine ko sa inyo kung ano yung smoke-proof enclosure, di ba? If you still recall, sabi natin, ang smoke-proof enclosure is a stairway that cannot be penetrated by smoke, heat, or any other products of combustion because that stairway is protected either by natural ventilation, mechanical ventilation, or stairway pressurization. Diba? Yan yung definition ko kayo kahapon ng smoke-proof enclosure. Now, dito sa illustration na nakalagay sa ating slide, these are examples of protecting a stairway and making it a smoke-proof enclosure. No? Look at this. Sa plan A, this is an example of a naturally ventilated stairway. No? Naturally ventilated because yung access mo, is through a hallway that is open outside. No? Yan. Ito, open itong part na to. Tingnan mo yan. Open yung part na yan. Ito yung access mo. Ito yung access mo. This is your access. Oh, sorry. Yan. Ito yung access mo. Yan. Ito yung access mo papasok. Okay? Pero itong part na to, open siya. Open. Tingnan nyo, walang baranbilya. So, pag may pumasok ditong usok, lalabas siya kasi open. And may fire-rated door na nagpo-protect sa kanya. May fire-rated door. Okay? So, it cannot get inside the stairway. That is an example of naturally ventilated. Yung iba, ang akala nila, pag naturally ventilated, dapat may bintana dito. Yan, may bintana dyan. No. There must be no opening inside the stairway. Okay? Another example of a naturally ventilated stairway, ito yan. No? Papasok ka dito, tapos ito may guardrails lang, tapos papasok ka sa loob stairway. That is another example of a naturally ventilated stairway. Ito, ganun din. Another example. Ito yung access mo papasok, yan yung access mo papasok, may dalawang access. Tapos ito, open to the air, itong part na to. Pasok ka ngayon sa hagdanan. Naturally ventilated stairway. Tingnan nyo ha, walang mga opening dyan. Walang mga opening on any part of the stairway. Itong susunod, this is an example of a mechanically ventilated stairway. Yan, yung plan D ha, yung plan D. Makita mo ang enclosure, dalawang part. Meron kang isang main enclosure, yan, may isang main enclosure, tapos may another enclosure sa loob. Yan, may another enclosure sa loob. Dalawang pinto mo. Papasok ka dito, yan, itong pinto mo, isa't kalahating oras ang fire rating. Tapos meron kang anteroom. May anteroom. Tapos another door, 20 minutes, nasa loob ka na ngayon ng stairway. Ano ngayon ang purpose ng anteroom? Ang purpose ng anteroom, dito hihigupin yung usok. Diba? Pumasok ka dito sa hagdanan na to, dito sa pinto na to, pagbukas mo may sumunod na usok. Ang mangyayari is, yung usok will be blown away, hihigupin, palabas, para hindi na siya makapasok dito sa main door or sa formal stairway. Okay? Nakukuha nyo? That is mechanical ventilation. Ayan. In-highlight lang natin. Mechanical ventilation. Ayan. Discharge. Saan ba ang discharge ng smoke-proof enclosure? Ayan. Shall discharge into a public way, into a yard or court, having direct access to the public way. So, parehas lang nung general rule, no? Parehas lang yung general rule that discharge of any means of egress must be in a public way or at an exterior exit discharge. O, ito na yung dinidiscuss ko kanina. Natural ventilation, mechanical ventilation, stairway pressurization. Yan. Itong illustration na to is mechanical ventilation. Diba? Ito yung pinto, papasok. Ito yung pinto, papasok. Papasok ka dyan. Yan. Ito yung door. Yung itim na yan, ito yung door. Okay? Tapos, may anteroom. Ito yung anteroom. Tingnan mo, may mga louvers na. Kasi higupin niya yung usok na pumasok, ilalabas niya. Tapos may another, ito yung second door. Yan, second door. Ito na ngayon yung stairway. Bababa ka na. Yan, bababa. Okay? This is an example of a mechanically ventilated smoke-proof enclosure. Medyo mahirap ito doon sa mga non-engineering graduates, no? Medyo it will be very difficult for you to visualize and probably understand. So I hope the illustration helps, no? I hope the illustration helps. Okay. Ito. Meron kang, ito naman, ito yung tinatawag na stairway pressurization. No? Stairway pressurization. Itong mga hollow portion na to dito, this represents the stairway. Okay? Yung hollow portion, ito. Ito, yan. This represents the stairway. This represents the stairway. Okay. Ngayon, paano ba yung pressurization? May bomba ka rito, yan, binubugahan ka ng hangin. Ano ang purpose nun? Ang purpose nun is, yung pressure dito should be greater than the pressure dito. Nakuha nyo yung prinsipyo. So, halimbawa, just to illustrate halimbawa, ang pressure dito is 14 PSI. 14 PSI, which is the atmospheric pressure. Dito sa loob, dapat greater than 14 PSI. Sabihin natin 16 PSI. Ano ang purpose? Pag malawag ka dyan sa pintuan na yan, o sa hagdan na yan, may nakasunod sa imong aso, dahil makakawag sa aso kasi itutulak niya paluwas. Okay? That is pressurization. Same case dito sa nasa left. The same principle. The same principle. Ganun din dito. Pwedeng single injection, just like the one that is shown, no? Single injection, dito lang sa taas, pati rin dyan. No? Pwede rin namang multi-injection. Meron din. Another duct. Another duct. And then, another ducting. Parang kaya. Multi-injection system. Yung illustration, single injection. Ito, single injection. Okay? Okay. Another example of pressurization. So, how does a pressurization activate? Paano mo yan, sir? Makikuryente yun yan. Kasi yun yan dalagan niya ang pump. No. The activation of the system shall be initiated by a smoke detector installed in an approved location, 3 meters of the entrance to the smoke-proof enclosure. So every door, may mga nakakaag na smoke detectors. Pag may aso na ruminani dyan sa smoke detector, the smoke detector will send a signal to the fire alarm control panel. The fire alarm control panel will send a signal to the pump to run. Pag duminalagan sa pump, mabuga na si hangin duman sa loob kang stairway. So, pwedeng manual control, pwede rin manually. Yan. Pwede rin water flow signal. Puminutok tulos sa sprinkler without the fire alarm sounding. So the flow of the water sprinkler will also send a signal to the fire alarm control panel to activate the pressurization system or manual ventilation or mechanical ventilation system. Okay? Now, when is an emergency power supply required? Sabi niya, ESPS shall be provided. The activation of an automatic closing device on any door in the smoke-proof enclosure shall activate all other automatic devices on doors. Emergency power supply shall be provided. Pag sinabi mong emergency power supply, ang common na aram takang emergency power supply is generator set. Genset. Yan ang aram ta permisa, EPSS. Ang hapot, no rin required mandatorily ang generator. Is it all the time? Do we need a generator in a building all the time? Kailangan ba? Basta ba may building, kailangan may generator. When is it mandatory? Anybody? No rin sa iling nindo mandatory ang generator set sa isang building.
Kapag may sprinkler system, sir.
Of course, kung may mga systems na dapat nagagana sa kuryente. Correct? Example, sprinkler. Okay? Sprinkler. Kung ang main pump ay electric driven, meaning kuryente ang nagpapadalagan sa pump. Tapos, wala siya or mayo siyang backup na diesel engine driven fire pump. Generator becomes mandatory. Kasi, dahil magana si sprinkler kung mayo ng kuryente. Okay? That's one instance. Fire alarm system. If you have an automatic fire alarm system in a building, then you need to also have a backup emergency power supply system. If you have this, stairways that are pressurized or mechanically ventilated, paano gagana yung pressurization mo kung dahil madalagan sa generator? Brown out na yung main power. So, kaipuhan. So, those are instances where your generator set becomes mandatory. Plan evaluators, Marinda, take note, If you assess a building to be necessarily provided with generator set, then generator set must be required. Emergency power supply system must be required. Base sa inyong evaluation. So, of course, you need to look at the load calculation for the emergency power supply system. No? So, ika-calculate yung load, and then, as to the calculation, that will be the basis for the capacity of your generator set. Tama? Simply masalabag ang logic. Hindi masalang logic. Kung gurano kadakula ang generator set, siyempre depende naman sa load na nakakarga sa generator set. Diba? Yun lang. Usually, 300% more. Why? Because a lot of machines, when they start up, they need 300% power. Diba? So usually, that's how we calculate generator capacity. Yan, discuss na natin si outside stairs. Let us talk about horizontal exit. Let us talk about horizontal exit. Okay.
Sir, question po.
Go ahead.
Sir, alam po ba yung mga, yung stairs po na may counterweights?
Stairways na may counterweight. Yes, yes. Inaalaw natin yan because usually itong mga stairways na to will already interfere with public way. No? So, hindi pwede na nakafix na siya. Nakafix na siya. Kasi, pwedeng nasa parking na, pwedeng nasa kalsada na. So, kaya ina-accept natin siya. Although, yung counterweight usually is installed from second floor to ground floor. Yun na lang. Hindi pwedeng yung counterweight mo will start from the second floor or from the third floor. Medyo masyadong mataas na yung counterweight mo. Delikado na, no? Masyadong mabigat na yung weight kasi nga masyadong mahaba yung span ng iyong stairway. Okay? That is the limitation. Okay. So, nandito na tayo sa horizontal exit. Nandito na tayo sa horizontal exit. Okay. Imagine ninyo na itong building na to, second floor ng isang mall. Second floor ng isang mall. May dimension ka na ang length ng mall is 107 meter, tapos yung width ng mall is 61 meter. O paki-ready yung mga calculators and mga papel ninyo kasi magka-calculate tayo. Okay? Now, assume na ito ay mall. Sandali, sulatan ko lang. You follow me. This is a mall. Mall. Okay. Now, based on this dimension, please calculate the occupant load. Go ahead. So, what is the occupant load? Mall ang pinag-uusapan natin. Second floor, ha? Second floor, mall. Go ahead. Calculate. The occupant load is equal to 107 by 61 divided by 5.6 square meters per person. So this is 107 meter by 61 meter. So meter is per meter. Cancel. The occupant load is equal to ilan?
1165, sir.
1,165. 1,165 persons. Tama? Nasundan nyo ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, meron tayong 1,165 persons. Question. How many fire exits are required?
4.
4. Correct. But based on the drawing, you have how many stairways? How many stairways do you need? By the way, how many stairways are there?
8, sir.
There are 8, di ba? May 8. Okay. So in terms of number of means of egress, compliant. Correct? Compliant siya kasi meron siyang 8. Ang required lang is 4. But you need to check the capacity. Correct? Oh. Sa problem, merong 1,120 millimeter as the size of one stairway. Bakit 1,120 lang ang inilagay ng designer? Less than 2,000. Diba? Ang minimum size. Less than 2,000 yung cumulative occupant load. So, naglagay siya ng 1,120 na size. Question. Are the 8 stairways enough for the 1,165 persons? Calculate. So, 1,120 divided by 7.6. It gives you 147. Tama?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 147 times 8. 8 is stairways. It gives you ilan?
1178, sir.
1178. So, ha? Ilan? Tama yan, 1178? Bakit kulang? 1165 lang lalabas eh. 1178 ang total. Di compliant. Correct? Di ba compliant? Compliant siya kasi 1178 eh. Okay. Pero, sabi nung may-ari nung building, ikaw yung designer eh, grabe naman yung hagdanan na yan. Kailangan natin ng kailangan natin ng space. Bawasan mo yung hagdan. Kasi sayang, magtitinda, marami akong ititinda, sayang yung hagdan. Sobrang naman dami ng hagdanan, 8. Okay? Gawan mo ng paraan na mabawasan yung stairway. Okay? Punta tayo dito. Ang naging solusyon ngayon, hinati yung building. Naglagay ng horizontal exit. Yan. Naglagay ng horizontal exit. Ayan, no? Naglagay sa gitna. Ayan. Hinati yung building. Ito naging 40 by 61. Ito naging 67 by 61. Dito sa left, naglagay na lang siya ng 2 hagdan. Dito sa right, naglagay na lang siya ng 3. So, a total of 5 stairways instead of 8. So, nabawasan ng 3 hagdanan, di ba? O, i-calculate nyo nga based on the dimensions kung enough na, tama yung pagkagawa ng designer. Can you calculate? O, simulan natin dito sa 1, 2. O, simulan natin sa 1 ha. Sa 1. Occupant load is equal to 40 by 61 divided by 5.6 equals
400.
400.
Sir.
Pakiulit, 400.
435, sir.
439. 439 person.
35.
Okay? 435. 435 person. Ayan. 435 person. Okay. Now, base dito, meron kang 2 stairway. So, nasukat na natin kanina, na-measure na natin kanina, na ang 1,120 equivalent siya sa 147 person. Times 2, taduwa siya, that gives you how many? 280? Ilan ba?
294.
294. Sorry. Equals 294. Eh, ang papaluwason mo, 435. 435. So, 435 minus 294 pirang sa simbag. Pirang napadang tao. $435 minus 294, you have 141. So, base digdi sa, base digdi sa calculation ta, kung hagdanan sana ang pagbabasihan ta, may 141 katao na dahil makakaluwas. Correct? Pero you have 2 doors. Yan, meron kang 2 pintuan na pwede silang lumipat. Remember, a horizontal exit is a fire exit. Okay? So, gurano kada kulang pintuan ng kaipuhan ko sa 141. So, 141 times 5, that is equal to 705. Kaipuhan ko si 705 millimeter. Millimeter na pintuan. So, yan. Yan, 705. Solve na ang problema ko. Correct? Do you agree? Di kinagaribo. Nakuha niyo ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody, can you solve yung number 2? Sige nga. Kayo ang mag-solve. Tatawag ako mamaya. Go ahead. Yusol. Meron ng ano? Meron ng may sagot? Any volunteer? You just have to answer my question. Any volunteer? Volunteer po? Yung si Makaraeg? Makaraeg?
Sir, sorry sir, di ko sir na sundan sir pa. Mali ang sir ang signal ko na sige lang. Restart sir kang Zoom. Di ako sir nakasunod na maray sir.
Pili, Ronald. Ronald, pili. Ronald.
Sir?
So, ilan ang occupant load natin, Ronald?
729 po, sir.
Correct, 729. Okay. And because 729 siya, ilan ang kailangan niyang fire exit?
Fire exit, sige.
You need how many fire exits do you need? Kung may 729 kang occupant load.
Bigyan lang po, sir. Opo, magsan po.
Maricel Murillo. Maricel. How many fire exits do you need if you have 729 of occupant load?
Sir, we need 3.
Correct. You need a minimum of 3 fire exits. Okay. Ngayon, Maricel, kung minimum size na hagdanan ang inilagay niya dyan, meaning 1,120 millimeters, ilan ang capacity ng tatlong hagdanan? Ano ang magiging capacity ng tatlong hagdanan na may size na 1,120?
442 po, sir.
441. Okay, 441. Tama yan. Ngayon, since may 729 kang occupant load, i-minus mo yung 441, ilan ngayon ang taong hindi makakalabas?
143 po, sir.
What?
143 po.
729 minus 441, that is 288.
288, sir. 288 po.
288. Okay. Ngunyan, since igwang horizontal exit na may door or may pintuan, gurano kada kulang pintuan ang kaipuhan mo para paluwason sa ibong na parte ining 288 katao.
Sir.
Ano kada pula na pinto? Ha?
720 millimeter po. Tama ba?
720 millimeter kada sarong pinto, considering that there are two. Okay?
Opo, sir.
Okay, that's right. That's right. Tama yun. Si Sayang may question. Tama, so ginibo ni Maricel. Si Sayang may question. Any question?
Sir.
Go ahead.
Sir.
Okay, go
Sir,
ahead.
tanong naman sir, 729 minus 441 na ang matatanda niya is 288 sa tao ang DXM
Yes.
So, big times ko sa 5 sa capacity factor, ang total niya is 1,440 millimeter, sir.
Correct. Pero ang ginibo ni Maricel, dinivide niya into 2 kasi may nahihiling siyang duwang pintuan sa drawing. Kaya tama sa 720. Okay? Kaya. Dinivide into 2 kaya ni Maricel. Kaya siya nag-720.
Make that.
Any other question? Any other question? May napot pa? Okay? So, pumunta tayo sa RAM. Ito yung mga sizes naman na required 20. Okay? Tapos, when is a ramp mandatory? What are the instances where ramp is required in building? Sabi nindo hospital. Anyway, a ramp is not mandatory in hospital, ha? Unless the it is installed or it will be installed to comply with the requirements doon sa EROR, ICU, and similar facilities. Okay? So we will proceed to that discussion pagdating natin sa healthcare occupancy. But let me just clarify it that a ramp is not mandatory in hospital unless necessary. Okay? So exit passageways. Ito namang exit passageway, this is used to, number one, shorten the travel distance requirement. Example ito, yan. At kaligde, bago ka pagpadaining horizontal or exit passageway na ini, ang measurement mo hanggang digde. Pero since naglagay ka si protected fire-rated corridor dito, which is called exit passageway, na-stop yung measurement po until here. So, yan yung mga uses ng Arvin kayo nyo, nasa baba na ini. Just like when it is yung termination inside building, you need to provide an enclosed stair or enclosed passageway towards the outside of the building. So, yun yung mga application ng exit passageway. Just like this one. Yan. Pasiringgan, paluwas. Yan. So, escalators and moving walks, they are not counted as fire exit. Okay? So, pag may escalator ka, dayan, pika-count as for purposes of calculating the capacity, hindi siya kasama. Okay? So, fire escape stairs, they're only allowed in existing buildings. Okay? To new buildings, hindi pwede ang fire escape stairs. Pero ako pinapayagan lalo na kung napakalit ng building, as long as it has the proper dimension. Minimum width is 60 cm. Ha? Yung 60 cm na minimum is just the minimum. You still have to calculate yung capacity. Ha? Baka papagihon niya dyan sa bintana, sa hagdanan na yan ay 100. Today kaya, hindi pwede yung 60 cm lang. You have to calculate still. Okay? Again, ang difference ng fire escape stair duman sa standard stair na nasa luwas ng building is that the dimension. Usually, pag sinabi mong fire escape, it is a smaller stairway. No? So, and another thing, there is no fire escape inside building. Take note yan, class, ha? There is no fire escape inside building. When you say fire escape, that stairway, which is smaller in dimension, is installed outside of the perimeter wall of building. So kung fire safety inspector ka, dahil ka maghapot ki fire escape pag nasa loob ka ki building. Sirhay niya ang fire escape nindo. The proper question is, sir, where is your fire exit? Ako escape. Kasi pag sinabi mong fire escape, that is a stairway, usually smaller in dimension and installed outside of the perimeter wall of the building. Okay? Again, very limited application, ha? Very limited application. Sabi sa provision, it's not acceptable for new buildings. That is only acceptable for existing buildings. Pero ako, by experience, I accept even new buildings. No? I allow it. Especially pag very limited ang space sa loob, no, ng new building. Like maliliit na hotels, maliliit na dormitory. It's better than having nothing. Or it's better than putting a stairway inside tapos daiman sa na ma-comply. Ang kagayunan kaya kaining fire escape stair is that when they are already outside of the building, they can no longer be suffocated by fire. They can no longer be exposed to heat. So para sa kuya, mas advantageous siya na nasa luwas kaysa sa standard stair na nasa loob. Tapos dahil mo mata na ma-comply. So, protection kang hagdanan. Yan ang prinsipyo ko dyan. No? Although it's not allowed sa new buildings, I allow it because for me, it is better than having a stairway inside without proper protection. Okay? Ladder. Yan, ladder. O, yun na to. Question ko bakit duman sa sa permissible exit component. Yung ladder is not an acceptable fire escape, but in single and two family dwellings and residential apartments of not more than 3 stories in height, and provided that the height is not exceeding 9 meters, that is acceptable. No? That can be used. Okay? Straight ladder. Yeah. And for purposes of this subsection, mezzanine floors are counted as ordinary floors. So, ano ang ibig sabihin kaya? 2-story with mezzanine, pwede mo pang gamitin ang ladder. Kasi up to 3-story, provided ang height is not more than 9 meters. Pero pag sinabi mo 3-story with mezzanine, dahil mo na pwedeng gamitin ang ladder. Kasi technically speaking, that is 4-story already. Okay? And then, yung illumination and marking of means of egress, you need to provide emergency light at least 1.5 hours. Okay? Yan ang requirement natin ngayon. And of course, yung marking may appropriate sizes that is required. Okay? So, tapos na tayo sa stairs and illumination. We will have a break. Pagbalik natin, we will continue. Okay? So, break muna tayo. Break. Okay. So, in addition doon sa mga amendments na present ko, no, this is an additional requirement in our fire code, yung directional exit signs. Actually, this is originally required, no, but you know, it is just clarified. It is just clarified dito sa ating revised implementing rules and regulations. Yung dimensions of the directional sign. Okay? So the sign shall have a height of 300 millimeters, to 600 millimeters from the floor to the line of vision. Inshall of a narrow width of 76 painted on the wall by a photoluminescent paint or any equivalent material with photoluminescent characteristics pointing to the direction of the exit. Ang sinasabi ng fire code, ang directional exit signs mo should be painted on the wall. Pero not in all instances painted siya sa wall, di ba? May mga instances tayo na it is just a hanging directional sign. So okay lang naman 'yon. Basta as long as it will serve the purpose of pointing to the direction of the exit. So para sa akin, immaterial whether that is painted or it is hanged, no? It is hanged and what is important is it is pointing to the direction of the travel and it is photoluminescent. Take note po yung photoluminescent characteristics. Dapat makiwarang ilaw, naiiling pa rin. It will point you to the direction of the exit travel. So that is insofar as the directional exit sign. No? Take note ha, ang height niya is from 300 millimeters to 600 millimeters from the finished floor line. So, kulong nindo yan, hali sa baba hanggang sa line of sight or line of vision, it should not be more than 600 millimeter. Tapos, yung kung naka-paint man siya sa wall or naka-hanging man siya, it should have a width of 76 millimeter para naigiling mangyari sa direction. Okay? Yan. Another very important new requirement is yung posting of emergency evacuation plan. Originally, yung evacuation plan is only mandatory for kindly turn off your microphones. I think galang nakaw ng microphone mo galang. Okay. Originally po, ang mandatory lang na requirement for emergency evacuation plan is for assembly occupancies. No? All others, they're not required to post emergency evacuation plan. We did section 10 to 513, the posting is now mandatory. So, gabos dapat nabili mo niyan, may emergency evacuation plan na. Okay. So, ano ba ang naunduan na information na nakalaog sa emergency evacuation plan? Itong 12 nito, 12 na yan. You are here, yung fire exit directions, primary, secondary exit, yung full location ng police stations ng fire alarm, saan yung mga fire cabinets. All of this information must be incorporated in the plan. And this plan has to be approved by the fire marshal first bago yan i-post sa mga conspicuous location. And dimension is this one. No? Yan ang dimension po. No? Pag ang ang iyong area is 50 square meters and below, ito ang size mo, 215 by 330. Pag ang dimension naman ng ng kwarto mo ay 51 square meters to not exceeding 150 square meters, 457.2 by 609.6 naman ang dimension mo. Pag greater than 151, so 609 by 914. Yan ang iyong size ng emergency evacuation plan. Take note po ha, aprobahan muna ng fire marshal bago i-post duman sa building. Nganing gabos na information that are required, ito 1 to 12 na naka-enumerate, must be all incorporated in the plan. Okay? So, sa Division 6, meron tayong, gusto ko pumunta dito sa specific provisions. No? Oh. Yan. Punta tayo dito sa yan. Compartmentation, fire doors, smoke partitions, interior finish. Yan. Dito sa protection of vertical opening. Yan. Diba kanina may may discussion tayo about the may discussion tayo about enclosure of stairways. And sabi natin kanina, all interior stairways must be enclosed. So dito na pumapasok yung limitation. Okay? So sabi niya sa protection of vertical opening, yan. Every stairway, elevator shaft, light and ventilation shaft, chute and other openings between stories shall be enclosed or protected to prevent the fire or smoke the spread. Hello? Ano yun? Is somebody talking? Hello? to prevent the spread of fire or smoke, except in buildings protected by sprinkler. So, ang general rule is, gabos or every stairway, lahat ng vertical openings, dapat may protection yan. Ang purpose is to prevent the spread of fire or smoke from lower floor to upper floor, no? Siyempre, pag may smoke up from lower floor, if there are penetration, the tendency is for the smoke to go up. Ang tawag natin yan sa fire science is, di ba, yung nalaman ninyo sa basic ninyo, ang tawag dyan ay stack effect. Di ba? Stack effect. When there is a smoke at the lower portion, the usual characteristic is for it to go up. Wala man smoke na pababa, di ba? The smoke always goes up. The smoke will only go down if it reaches the highest portion and then napuno niya sa kababa. Di ba? That's the characteristic ng smoke. And we call that stack effect. Now, because there are penetrations or may mga butas, the tendency is it will pass through that vertical opening and is spread throughout the building. So to prevent that, sabi kang fire ko, dapat gabos na yung vertical opening. Hagdanan, elevator, lahat ng chute, other openings dapat enclosed and protected. However, may mga limitations yan. Ano ito ang exemption yan? The exemption is, dapat ang building mo low or ordinary half style. Pandua, provided with sprinkler. And pangatlo, 3-story lang. So if you comply with these 3 conditions, your building is low or ordinary hazard, may sprinkler ang building mo, tapos up to 3 floors. It's not mandatory that it is closed. Okay? So, nakikita natin ito sa mga malls, di ba? Sa mga malls, 3-story malls, 4-story malls, 3-story malls, basta may sprinkler, pwedeng sa mga escalators niya, bukas. Kasi may sprinkler man eh. And then, up to 3 floors lang. Tapos, ang mga malls, they are not considered high hazard. They are considered ordinary hazard. Okay? So that's why nakikita natin they have open stairways. But yung opening na to is not applicable to all, no? Itong exemption na to, that's not applicable to all. Because when you go, say for example, to healthcare occupancy sa mga hospital, bawal na ang mga hagdan ng hospital ay open. They should all be closed. No? Whatever story it is. 2-story, 3-story, 4-story, bawal na open ang stairway pag sa healthcare occupancy. So itong exemption na to sa vertical o protection of vertical opening, or this exemption wherein 3-story building with sprinkler and low or hazard may have open stairway is not applicable to all types of occupancies. You still have to go to the different divisions to look whether this applies to them. Okay? So take note po yan na part na yan. So let's go to fire alarm. Nasa ano na tayo, nasa 15. Pa tayo sumunod. Punta tayo dito sa provision on fire alarm. By the way, we still have provisions on atriums. Yeah. I'd like to go to this one. Hey, wake up. Why is it not found? Wait lang, wait. Ayusin ko lang. It's not functioning. Yan. So let's go here sa atrium, no? You can see some buildings with atrium. Ang classic examples nito yung mga mall. Pag sinabi nating atrium, bukas ang gitna, di ba? Bukas yung gitna, and then you can see the upper floors because it has open floors. Now, previously, walang requirement ang ating fire code, no? Walang requirement. So there are many atriums, but the fire code does not provide for requirements. Ngayon, ito na ang limitations ng atrium. Unless prohibited by Division 8 to 20, an atrium is permitted now, provided the following conditions are met. So, number 1, the atrium is separated from adjacent spaces by fire barrier, not less than 1 hour fire resistance spacing with protective openings for corridor walls unless the following are. Ganito, if there is an atrium, yung nakapalibot na wall doon sa atrium must be a fire barrier. Ang requirement niya is at least 1 hour, no? Now, if you cannot provide a fire barrier, walang fire barrier, just like sa mga malls, hindi ka naman pwede maglagay ng fire barrier to separate the atrium kasi masisira yung view mo. You have to comply with this condition. Yan. Number 1, there must be sprinklers, no? There must be sprinklers na nakapalibot doon sa atrium. Yan. These are the details. Now, if you cannot provide sprinklers, pwedeng glass ang nakapalibot sa atrium. The glass must be protected with sprinklers, no? Automatic sprinkler are spaced along both sides of the glass wall and the inoperable window at intervals not to exceed 1.83 meters from one sprinkler to another sprinkler. Tapos, syempre, yung glass wall, syempre, dapat tempered glass or wired glass ang gagamitin mo, or laminated glass. Kasi pag ordinary glass, pag uminit, sumasabog. Pero pag tempered, wired, or laminated, maski uminit siya ka, nauhol siya in place, no? Kasi gasketed yan. This is very technical kasi kaya I do not want to discuss it with you. So let's go instead doon sa fire alarm. We have separate discussions for what kind of fire alarm is required per type of occupancy. Pag pumunta na lang tayo doon sa Division 8 to Division 20, no? Doon na natin yung malalaman. Okay. So dito, sa general provision muna tayo ng fire alarm. Okay. Of course, when it is out of service, you have to report it to the fire marshal having jurisdiction. So kung may impairment operations na gagawin, De La Cruz, can you turn off your microphone, please? Alan De La Cruz. If there is an impairment operation that will be done, meaning may repair na gagawin sa fire alarm system mo, and the repair will be more than 4 hours, on a 24-hour period, it has to be reported to the fire marshal. And building owner will have to make or assign a fire watch on the building. So of course, to maintain operational integrity, dapat may preventive maintenance. And yung preventive maintenance will be included in the fire safety maintenance report. Hindi pala 3 ha, mali na yung pala 3 na yan. Fire safety maintenance report. Okay? Tapos, positive alarm sequence may be permitted. When you say positive alarm sequence, this is the delayed transmission of the alarm, no? Example sa hospitals and hotels, no? Minsan kasi there are cases where nagkakaroon ng false alarm. So pag nagkakaroon ng false alarm, tapos nandoon ka sa hospital, may sakit ka sa puso, baka sakihin ka sa puso. So itong positive alarm sequence, the signal is sent first to the fire alarm control panel. And then, yung tao na nagbabantay ng fire alarm control panel, which is supposed to be attended 24 hours, will have to verify the location of the fire alarm. Pag nakita niya na positive, sa kanya lang patutunugin yung alarma. Kasi nakita niya may tunog talaga. Kung false alarm, then it will be reset. Hindi niya patutunugin. Yan yung positive alarm system. Example, in a hotel. No? In a hotel. Kung yung fire alarm mo, nag-false alarm, baka magtakbuhan yung mga tao, may hubot-hubad, tumakbo kasi may fire alarm, yun pala false alarm. So, positive alarm sequence may also be applied in a hotel. So, yung taong nakabantay doon sa fire alarm control panel will have to check it kung talagang totoong may sunog, kung totoong may sunog, sa kanya lang patutunugin yung fire alarm. That is positive alarm sequence. Okay? And then, very importantly, mga kasama, yung required na notification signal ngayon is no longer audible lang, pati visible signal is required na. Matagal-tagal na rin yung ating fire code, pero bibihira pa ako makakita ng building na may visible signal. Visible notification signal. Ang nakikita lang natin na fire alarm palagi, yung bell. Yung visible signal, yung light, strobe light, bihira pa ako makakita. So, both are mandatory already. Both are mandatory already. Kaya dapat, inano na rin natin, nire-require na rin natin. Huwag lang, lalo ng mga bagong buildings, no? Pag nag-check tayo ng plano for plan evaluation during application for fire safety evaluation clearance, titingnan na rin natin sa plano ng sprinkler, ng fire alarm system, kung meron ng visible notification signal. Kasi yung audible is basic. You can see fire alarm bells, pero yung strobe lights to indicate whether there is a fire alarm or not, usually hindi nakakabit. So again, that is mandatory now. Okay? And then, the fire code also allows or requires mandatory fire department notification. Lahat ng high-rise building, kailangan may automatic fire department notification. Lahat ng hospital, lahat ng building na 4 na palapag pataas. Yan, lahat ng hazardous occupancies. And then, lahat ng mall buildings. Dapat yan ay may automatic fire department notification. Ano ba yung automatic fire department notification? Yan yung yung fire alarm control panel will call the fire department even if no human intervention. Naka-ano na siya, naka-set na siya, naka-program na siya. Pag tumunog yung fire alarm, automatic tatawag sa fire station. Parang yung sa mga bangko, if you're familiar sa mga bangko, yung burglary signal. Pag tumunog yung signal sa bangko, diretso sa police station. So yung police station will immediately respond. Ganyan ang gusto nating mangyari dito. Automatic fire department notification. So let's go to sprinklers, no? Let's go to sprinklers. Sa sprinkler naman, tatanungin niyo, sir, ano ba mga building ang required ng sprinkler? Pupunta tayo dyan when we discuss Division 8 to Division 20. Okay? Dito, I just would like to emphasize that the design should be in accordance with NFPA 13 or NFPA 13R. And then, we NFPA 13 or NFPA 13R, and then wait. Sprinklers, yan. Punta tayo dito sa part na to. Yan. Okay. So, sa sprinklers. So, take note under 10.267 originally, sa lumang IRR, ang inaalaw lang natin na reference sa design ay NFPA 13. Ngayon, NFPA 13R is also allowed for low-rise installation. No? Low-rise installation. So, in fact, pag pumunta ka doon sa residential occupancies, pag 5-story and up ang building, you need NFPA 13. Pag 4-story and below, you need NFPA 13R. Okay? And take note po, mga kasama. Gusto kong highlight ito, ha? Yan. Oh. Sino? Go ahead. Go ahead. Ha? Denigero? Okay. Wait lang. Automatic sprinkler. Okay na? Yan. So, nasa section 10.267 kita. Ulitin ko lang. Originally, sa lumang IRR, ang allowed lang na reference sa design, sa installation, is NFPA 13. Ngunyan, we now allow NFPA 13R for low-rise buildings, na low-rise. That is 4-story and below. Pag 5-story and up, ang reference sa is NFPA 13. Yan, NFPA 13. And 5-story. Okay? Pag 4-story and below, NFPA 13R. Yan ang katuyaan. Reference for the design. Another very important thing, ang plano should be signed and sealed by a professional mechanical engineer. Take note, professional mechanical engineer. So kung may plano na sinabit sa inyo at ang pirma ay sanitary engineer, hindi pa pwede yun. Dahil ibalik nindo. Kasi dahil pwede na ang nakapirma sa sarong plano ki sprinkler, sanitary engineer. Dapat professional, mechanical engineer. Siya dapat ang nakapirma dyan. Okay? Dapat PME ang nakapirma sa sprinkler. Okay? Pag-abutan naman sa standpipe, yan, mapansinin doon sa standpipe, nawara na po so, yan, nawara na po so dry pipe. Napansin ninyo sa 10 to 6A, require dry standpipe in building. Okay? We now only require wet pipe system. What is the difference between a dry pipe and a wet pipe? Para alam nyo lang kung ano ang pighahanap nindo. What do you think is the difference? O Marinda, paki-explain mo nga sa inda ano ang difference ng wet pipe at dry pipe.
Sir, I'm the Ma'am Rona.
Sino? Si?
Ma'am Rona.
O Rona, sige daw Rona, tabi.
Sir, ang dry pipe na, sir.
Para review na si Rona.
Dahil, sir, tinuro ko sa ko ni sir.
Dekay. Okay. Sige. Sige.
Ang dry pipe, sir, walang tubig. Tapos ang wet, sir, may tubig.
Siyempre, basic. From the terminology itself. Diba? From the terminology itself, siyempre, pag sinabi mong dry, walang tubig. Pag wet pipe, may tubig. Okay. So, if you talk about a building, pag sinabi mong dry pipe, saan mo yan mahihiling? Pag sinabi mong wet pipe, saan parte kang building mo yan mahihiling? Anybody? Diba? Ano? Okay. Usually, mahihiling nindo sa building, iguang fire department connection o yung Siamese connection. No? Yung fire department connection o Siamese connection is not always dry. Ha? Take note ha. May misconception na akala nila pag may Siamese connection or fire department connection, that is always dry. Not true. Not true. There are fire department connections.
Wala yung camera. May isa yung camera po.
Paki-turn off tabi microphone. It's not true na always siya ay nasa dry pipe. May mga fire department connections tayo that are supplying to a wet pipe or even to the sprinkler. So pag sinabi tatabing dry pipe, yan so usually yaon sa laog kang enclosure kang fire exit. And nahihiling tatabing outlet is dos imedya. Yan yung dry pipe. Ang purpose baga kang dry pipe, that is supposed to be for the fire department use. Para sa BFP, nganing pagdalagan mo duman sa building, ang daradara mo lang hose, halimbawa, ang tulo ay nasa fourth floor. Di mo na kaipuan maglinya ki tubig, maglinya ki hose, hali sa fire truck, kasi rin sa fourth floor. Ang gigibuhon mo, pagdalagan mo, bitbit mo sa hose, takbo ka duman sa fourth floor, dalagan ka sa exit enclosure, kabit ka duman sa outlet. No? Kung ang dara mo una ay media na ho, makakaki-reducer para masuplayan to 1 1/2. Kung ang dara mo dos media, di diretso ka kasi dos media sa outlet. Tapos, Si truckman, makabit man duman sa fire department connection, tapos by radio natin pressure, dalaga na siya. No? So, pigamit mo sa tubo, dry pipe. Pag sinabi mo namang wet pipe, you are referring to a fire hose cabinet. No, you're referring to a fire hose cabinet. When you see a fire hose cabinet, that is always supposed to be supplied with water, with enough pressure. Kaya there is no fire hose cabinet that is dry. Tandaan po nindo ha. Pag fire hose cabinet, karamihan may tubig. So pag ang fire hose cabinet may tubig, sinabi, dry nga yan sir, kalukuhan yan. There is no fire hose cabinet that is dry. Okay? So ngunyan, I just would like to emphasize that dry pipe is no longer required in the Philippines. Why? Because we have realized the fact na if we have a high-rise building that is more than 8 stories, our fire truck can no longer supply it through pipe system. No, hindi na kaya ng pressure. So, anyway, ang 60-story building naman sa atin is already protected with sprinklers, then the sprinkler will do the job. That's why it's very important that you have a properly maintained sprinkler system. So take note, as we speak now, new buildings are no longer required to be provided with dry pipe system. Well, if the building designer wanted to put a dry pipe system, ay already hindi natin sila pwedeng turuan. Kung gusto nila, di maglagay sila. It will just be an additional cost to them. But we do not require it anymore. Okay? Yan. So kaya, kung mapansin nindo, ang provision ng 10268, very short na lang, A and B na lang. Originally, that is a very long requirement. No? That is a very long requirement. Okay? Now, but of course, any standpipe system should fully comply with NFPA 14. No? So, dapat maghigpit tayo ngayon kasi dapat ang dry pipe or ang wet pipe should be compliant with NFPA 14. Meaning, there is a proper pressure, and then, of course, there is an enough hose system in the building, meaning all areas are properly protected by hose. No? Dapat walang hose system that is more than 6 meters from the end tip of your nozzle. So, pag binunot mo sa fire hose cabinet, binunot mo sa hose, so pinakapurok kang nozzle mo, dapat not more than 6 meters ang any space in the room. So if that is more than 6 meters, at the end tip of your nozzle, the required ang wet standpipe system. With occupant load exceeding 1,000. Take note po yan ha. Assembly occupancies with an occupant load exceeding 1,000. If you have an assembly occupancy na greater than 1,000 on occupant load, kaipuhan ka ang fire hose cabinet. Okay? Kang nasa Quezon City ako, darakulaon ng mga simbahan kang Iglesia ni Cristo ang Tigturugdok. More than 1,000 ang capacity. Bigla require me anti-fire hose cabinet. So, syempre, pag wet pipe, may tangki kitubig, may fire pump to supply it with proper pressure. Another is buildings that are 4 or more stories in height. Yan. Pag 4 or more stories in height ang building, kaipuhan ka yan fire hose cabinet. Okay? Another thing is storage, business, and mercantile occupancies, at least 1,860 square meters in area. Okay? So, storage, business, mercantile, having a floor area exceeding 1,860 square meters, you need it to be protected with fire hose cabinet. Of course, when it is required from Division 8 to 20. Kung sabi nga, maglagay ka ngayon, standpipe system. So, you need to provide the standpipe system. Okay? So, malinaw po dyan, ha? Malinaw ang about sa standpipe. Okay? Maring di kita sa portable fire extinguisher, the same requirement the same requirement sa fire extinguisher. Ang inot mong gigibon, yan, i-classify according to hazard. Low, moderate, or high. Low, moderate, or high. Tapos, punta ka digdi sa table. Yan, punta ka dito sa table. For Class A fire. Class A fire. Pag sinabi mong Class A fire, fires involving ordinary combustible material. Pag na-determine mo na siya kung low, moderate, or high, yan. Low hazard, 200 square meters. 1 fire extinguisher. Moderate, 100. High, 75. Kung nasa mga hallways, travel distance, 15, 12, and 10. Now, in cases where buildings are compartmentalized or separated from each other by fire barrier, each compartment not exceeding the area specified under Table 7 shall be provided with fire extinguisher. Anong ibig sabihin ka ni? Halimbawa sa mga hotel. Do you need 1 fire extinguisher per enclosure or per room? Or you only need to provide fire extinguishers along common areas, meaning the corridors or hallways? Okay? Sabi niya, when building spaces are compartmentalized or separated from each other by fire barriers. Take note po itong word na niya, fire barrier. Each compartment must be provided with at least 1 fire extinguisher. So in cases of hotel, can you call 1 room of a hotel to be 1 fire barrier? The answer is yes. Okay? So you need 1 fire extinguisher for each room, for hotel. You need 1 evacuation plan per room in a hotel. You need individual strobe lights as visible notification signal for fire alarm. So that's how you protect a hotel. Okay? Now for Class B hazard, ito naman, low, 200 square meters, moderate, 100 square meters, high is 75 square meters. Okay? So travel distance from 1 fire extinguisher to another fire extinguisher, 10 meters. Okay? So ano po nindo yan you have to be very particular with that requirement. Huwag naman mag-over, Huwag naman mag-over kasi minsan sobra man kita ka re-require ki fire extinguisher. Ngunyan na taon, saro. Pag-abot kang masunod na taon, i-refill suluma, madagdag ki saro. Duwa ng fire extinguisher. Pang-tulong taon, i-refill suduwa, madagdag ki saro, suluna. Kaya pagkatapos kang 10 taon, 10 fire extinguisher na, tuyaon duman sa sarong building. Tindahan ng fire extinguisher. So, we have this criteria that you can use to determine how many fire extinguisher is required per building or per area. Now, of course, for Class C, meaning energized electrical equipment, you need a extinguishing medium that is non-conducting. Okay? That means you cannot use a fire extinguisher with water, like foam system. Kasi it will be a conductor of electricity. Ngunyan, may question ako sa inyo. Nag-inspection kasi, for example, internet shop. 100 square meters na internet shop. Pag abot mo duman sa internet shop, igwa kiduwang fire extinguisher na dry chemical tag 10 pounds. Question, compliance in the sa fire extinguisher requirement? Anybody? Anybody? You have a 100 square meters internet shop, no? And then, when you inspected that internet shop, you found out that there are 2 brand new ABC type portable fire extinguishers, 10-pound capacity. Question, are they compliant? Makaraig, what do you think?
Kung ang fire extinguisher na yun sa inyo is dry chemical type.
ABC, dry chemical.
Yung dry chemical type, sir, non-compliant, sir.
Bakit?
Kasi, sir, ang internet shop, sir, is iba, sir, may mga delicate electronic equipment, sir.
Delicate electronic equipment where? Anong kaipuhan naman?
Dapat, sir, is pwedeng carbon dioxide or HCFC, sir.
Okay. That is wrong. That is wrong. Kasi yung ABC is already, yung dry chemical, which is rated for ABC, is already enough for the So again, what you can do is you explain na that fire extinguisher can actually affect the equipment that are inside the internet shop. No? So kung gusto nila bumili ng another, then that's better. Pero it's no longer a requirement, no? Because yung ABC fire extinguisher niya is already compliant. Okay? So let us proceed sa Division 7, which is building utilities. No, building utilities. Okay. So let us talk about dito sa cooking equipment, no? May question? Let us proceed dito sa go ahead. Who's that?
Sir, question ko lang, sir. Halimbawa, sir, yung FOI, sir, pwede mag-aray, sir.
Go ahead.
Halimbawa, sir, pag-inspect sa building, halimbawa, sir, wala pang fire extinguisher. Tapos, ano po siya, sir, yun, sir, halimbawa, internet shop. Tapos, wala pa siya, sir, fire extinguisher. Kung mag-recommend, sir, ng fire extinguisher, ano ba dapat, sir, ang ano, sir? Carbon dioxide type na, sir, o dry chemical.
Okay, you just do not well, you can put there, ilalagay mo doon is fire extinguisher that is appropriate for anong klaseng hazards ang nandun. Because ang nandun na hazard is not only class C. May class A hazard din, di ba? So, ilalagay mo doon is provide fire extinguisher that is appropriate for class A, class and class C hazard. Kasi wala namang B hazard doon, di ba? B hazard. Okay. Ngayon, kung ang bilhin niya ngayon na fire extinguisher is carbon dioxide lang, that is only applicable or appropriate for class C hazard. It may not be applicable for class A hazard. So, pagbalik mo duman sa building, then may violation pa rin siya. Kasi, he only provided fire extinguisher that is appropriate for class C, but not for class A. So, ma-require ka na naman si panibagong fire extinguisher, which is appropriate for class A. This time, mabakal siya ki PABC. So, ang pinakamagayon kay ni makaray, karag na kay ni kaguduman. Kung kaipuan sa kiduang unit, provide 1 unit ABC type and 1 unit pwedeng HCFC or carbon dioxide. Para specific na dahil ka ng problema. Okay? So punta tayo dito sa sa automatic kitchen hood suppression system. Okay. Which establishments are required with automatic kitchen hood suppression system? Generally, sinasabi natin commercial cooking operation. Pag sinabi natin commercial cooking operation, we refer to Jollibee, we refer to McDonald's, we refer to other big fast food chains where they produce volume of food for commercial purposes. Yan yung mga nire-require natin ng automatic kitchen hood suppression. Now, may mga instances tayo before na kahit maliliit, nire-require ng automatic kitchen hood. So, nandito yung mga exemption, no? Except in the following. Number 1, restaurants and similar establishments with an occupant load of less than 50 persons, which could include but not limited to fast foods, carinderias, food stalls, food trucks, food content that use the following equipment. Number 1, outdoor equipment. Yung mga nagluluto-luto lang baga sa luwas, nag-iinit-init. Number 2, portable equipment. Yung mga initan. Yung mga ganyang klase ng establishment, they're not required to be provided with automatic kitchen hood suppression. Then restaurants that use small cooking appliances and do not have kitchen hood and exhaust ducting system. May mga restaurant kasi na although darakula siya, pero ang lutuan niya nasa ibang separate na building, open. Dakulaon ang lutuan niya pero open. So kung i-require mo yung automatic kitchen hood suppression, sa hindi ka tawag sa automatic kitchen hood suppression. Kasi ilipig ka ini usually to protect the hood and then the ducting system. So if there is no ducting system, where are you going to put the automatic kitchen hood suppression? So ang pag-require ka ini, maski commercial cooking, case-to-case basis, you need to inspect and check whether it is appropriate. Okay? Now, so electronics and communication equipment and telecommunication equipment shall be in accordance with the Philippine Electronic Code to the NFPA 76. Very specific na rin ang requirement for smoke control. The following building should have a smoke management system or smoke control system. Number 1, lahat ng high-rise buildings. How do they comply with the smoke control system? Dapat may pressurization system sa stairwell, tapos may pressurization ng at least 1 elevator shaft, tapos zone smoke control, vestibule, and then smoke-proof enclosure. So, dyan ikakaagto mga smoke control system niya. Pressurization ng smoke refuge area. If a hospital, say for example, designated a particular room or space to be refuge area, dapat i-pressurize yan. So, that is another example of smoke control system. Tapos duman sa atrium kang mga mall, duman sa pinakabubong niya sa ibabaw, dapat may smoke evacuation system duman o smoke control system. Pag abot kang aso duman sa pinakamataas na portion, higupon iluluwas. So that is smoke control system. Tapos dito din sa underground building. Siyempre, pag underground building ka, dapat may smoke control system ka. Kasi madalaga ng aso mo, makukulong yan dyan. So, dapat may smoke control system ka. Siyempre, lahat ng fire exits, all means of egress that are required to be smoke protected. Siyempre. Tapos lahat ng movie houses, gabos na mga sinihan. Take note po, gabos na mga sinihan, kahit may smoke control. Okay? Then, all other buildings or structure with an area of at least 115 square meters. Ini pong 115 square meter, single floor area, ha? Bako ini cumulative. So, halimbawa, igwa kang building. Ang area kang building sa ground floor 600, sa second floor 600, total of 1, 2. They unrequired. Kasi ang pinre-required din 1,115 single floor area. So, halimbawa, igwa ki supermarket dyan sa lugar ninyo. So, supermarket, 1,200 square meter. Ay, di po nga, require ang smoke management system. Kaya, may grocery dyan sa lugar nindo. Ang grocery, 1,200 ang area. Required ka naman yan smoke control system. So, ang smoke control system, dapat iyan na klaseng design. Pwedeng pressurization kang hagdanan kung 2 or 3 story, or 4 story, or 5 story. Depende kung halang tao. Pwedeng, pwedeng smoke extraction. So, dyan sa mga buildings na harababa, tapos one story lang. Pero ang area niya is 1,115 square meters per more. Ang pinaka-appropriate na strategy dyan is smoke extraction system. No? I-extract niya to smoke from the building. So, ano ang mangyayari kaya? Simple lang ang prinsipyo diyan. Makakaag lang ki automatic fire detection and alarm system. May mga smoke detectors. Pag tuminunog sa smoke detector, ang mangyayari, so pump sa taas, maandar, higupon niya. So, laog kang building. Naling pag may ato, ibubuga niya sa luwa. Yan yung strategy dyan sa mga sarabit na building. So, smoke extraction system. Okay? Sa mga complicated structure, sa mga complicated building, pwedeng combination. Pwedeng pressurization, pwedeng smoke extraction, pwedeng protection key refuge area, pwedeng protection key elevator. Okay? So, dyan pag sinabi kang smoke control system, it will be dependent on the need of the building. It will be dependent on the characteristic and structure of the building. Di mo pwedeng sabihin, kaipuhan ngayon magkakagat extraction system. Ito pa lang, kaipuhan ki protection ka mga hagdanan. Pressurization system. Okay? But that is a very technical matter, no? That is a very technical matter. I will admit to you na hanggang niya, nag-aadal ako pag iba-ibang mga design i-smoke control system. So, pag may mga seminars ang PSME, Philippine Society of Mechanical Engineers, about smoke control system, I attend. Kasi nakulo ng strategy dyan, ha? Nakulo ng strategy. By the way, this is a forte of a mechanical engineer. Even if you are a mechanical engineer and you do not have any experience, you will find it very difficult to design. So, kaya ako, until today, nag-aadal ako dyan kasi this is a new requirement of the fire code. Well, I know how to design a pressurization system for both stairway and elevator. I know how to design a smoke extraction system. But there are so many strategies on how you do it, no? Kasi may mga calculations yan eh. May mga pressure calculation kaming pinigibo. What is the ambient pressure of the inside of the building? Gaano sa pressure na ikatago sa stairway? So may mga pressure calculation kang gigibuhon dyan. Gaano kakusog sa pump na mahigop para mahigop niya so paros or so smoke sa loob ng building. Pag naghigop ka, kaipuhan mo ki-make up air. Kaipuhan mo ki-supply na fresh air hali sa luwas, nganing may palit. Kasi otherwise, magbabacuum. Pag nag-vacuum na ang building, imbis na paluwas to pressure, baka bumalik. Kasi nag-vacuum. So, pag naghigop ka, may ilalaad ka man na paro. So, papalitan mo ang apunduman makeup air. So, you have to design it properly. So, ang question is, if the ducting system of your pressurization is like this one, question is, where is the ducting system of your makeup air? Okay? So it's a complicated design which are, prepared, signed and sealed by a mechanical engineer. Okay? underground structures, movie houses. Yeah. Of course, the design, installation, and operation shall be in accordance with the Philippine Mechanical Code and NFPA 92 and NFPA 204. Medyo difficile talaga ang fire safety, ano? You need engineering, you need a lot of standards that you have to read and study. That's why they ko maintindihan nata until today, dakulon pang mga officers sa Bureau of Fire ang nagkukontra na dapat mga engineers ang yaon sa field. Dahil ko talaga maintindihan sa totoo lang. No? If you go to big cities, ang pagkakaraan na chief exes, non-engineers. Very frustrating. How can they implement properly the fire code kung chief exes as well as those inspectors are not properly trained and nagkulong sa payo ng Bureau of Fire. No? Dapat we put the right person to the right position. I know that after graduating your FAE, you will realize na even if you studied 3 months for FAE, that is not enough really, diba? I know you will admit it, no? That is not really enough to really perfect or be an expert or be knowledgeable on the fire code. Kahit ako, when I was new in the bureau, mechanical engineer na ako by profession, I studied for 2 years sa fire safety engineering. Also enrolled sa sprinkler design. I also enrolled sa FDAS design. Until today, nag-aaral ako. Just for me to be quite adept, to be knowledgeable. Pero I don't understand yung mga nag-aral ibang courses, tapos they readily admit na maging chief exes. It's really I am not talking about parklang areas like di Bisatuya kasi kulang talaga sila. Ang pagminin ko duman sa big cities, highly urbanized cities in Metro Manila, in Cebu, na very complicated ang mga structures. Okay? Dapat talaga may appropriate person. Okay? So, ito mga documentation required, kailangan lang i-prepare ng engineers. Okay? Anyway. So, yan. Clearances. Okay, clearance. Gabos na mga klase ng system na dapat i-install sa building, dapat may clearance sa BSP. Dapat may installation clearance. Except those that are already included in the EPSEC. Diba sa discussion ko sa Industrial Rule 9, when all of the plans and specifications are already submitted to you during application for fire safety evaluation clearance, yan dahil nakaipuhan kay installation clearance. Pero kung yan ay late or luma ang building, makabit, ipanibago, kaipuhan may installation clearance. No? Na-explain ko na yan sa inyo thoroughly dun sa Rule 9. So, inulit man lang yan dikdik, no? Inulit. This installation clearance is a prerequisite for the permit na kaipuhan halik sa LGU, like mechanical permit for mechanical system. Halimbawa, may building ka na, luma na route na to elevator, mapalit ka na. Siyempre, kaipuhan ki mechanical permit halik sa LGU. Dahil dapat mataw si LGU ki mechanical permit, hanggat si BFP, din nagtataw ki installation clearance. Okay? That is the fire safety clearance required for installation of that equipment. Okay? So tapos na tayo sa mga prerequisites. We will now proceed. Anong oras na? We will now proceed to the individual occupancies, division 8 to 20. So, but we will do that tomorrow, no? Division 8 to 20. We'll do that tomorrow. So ngayon, before we end, I'd like to entertain questions. May mga hapon po kayo. Any question?
Question, sir. Attorney Kariki.
Go ahead, Kariki.
Ay, sir, yung hinahanap ko, sir, yung dati sa pan-revise yung file code natin, sir, yung IRR. May nakita ko dun yung basta 115
square
meters ata yun, sir. Regardless of floor, ano siya, required na siya ng automatic sprinkler system.
Karike.
Yun, sir, baka wala na talaga sa revise.
No. Karike, pupuntahan natin yan tomorrow sa Mercantile Occupancy. Okay? Ang sinasabi mo, Karike, is occupancy. That will be discussed tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
What are the requirements for a sprinkler system for the different types of occupancy? We're going to finish that tomorrow. Okay?
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
For a while lang. May hapot patabi?
Sir, si Sir Marita daw po.
Ha? Ano
Si
na?
Sir Marita daw po, may question, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, last kahapon, sir, may picture, sir, regarding dun sa stairs. May napansin si Ma'am Rom na from second floor to ground floor, sir, ladder siya, sir.
Okay.
Alam po yun, sir?
Technically speaking, no. Kaso nga lang, in reality baga, i-consider ta naman sana pag may mga limitation talaga. Kasi, halimbawa, from second floor to ground floor, ang babagsakan niya, tinampo na. Kaya, technically speaking, bawal siya. Pero, i-consider ta na, rather than walang fire exit, parehas man iyan kang question duman sa pwede niya sir to counterweight. Technically speaking, wala ka magimahiling na counterweight sa fire code. Pero pag-consider ta siya, tanganing instead of wala siyang fire exit, at least igwa. Kasi pag ang kagayo ng kaya kang counterweight, yaw na siya sa babae. Maski may problema siyang liit, at least yaw na siya sa baba. Madali na siyang maka-abot sa ground. So, technically speaking, it's not allowed, but we consider. Pero kung magigibo nindo sa paraan na sa building permit application pa lang, sa EPSEC pa lang, ay maayos na, din magayon na strategy yan. Diba? Ako kaya, pipipilit ko sa mga plan evaluator ko, pero hindi ko inipigatara. Pag may violation sa initial stage, sa nindo, istriktuhan na nindo, nga ninday na maitugdok. Kasi pag naitugdok ang building, ang strategy ta dyan, magibuhan ta na si paraan ta. Alam nga naman dahil mo ang tawan ki occupancy na itayo na to building, nag-invest na ki milyon peso. Pag ginibo mo yan, iwal ang hanap mo. Diba? Diyan na nagralaw. So may mga complaints kita kung saing-saing. Kasi ako, negosyante ako, nag-invest ako ki millions. Tapos dahil mo ako tatawan ki occupancy, dahil mo ako tatawan ki time to operate. So, ang nangyayari baga, accommodation ang nagigibutan kita ki paraan para maging parang somehow win-win solution. Pero in reality, dahil man talaga pwede. So, ang strategy is, sa plan review pa lang, sa plan evaluation pa lang, kung may problema, i-disapprove nyo na tulo. Kasi dahil pang investment, dahil pa nakakapuon magtugok. Pero kung hihipitan nindoan, yaon na natundok na sa building, ang hinatigahanap sa problema, yan ang nagiging problema duman sa mga implementors na masyadong by the book. Kung ano ang nakasurat sa libro, yun ang ganang. You have to really, as an implementer of the code, you really have to balance it. You really have to balance. Ako siyempre, ang pinaturo ko dito sa inyo, these are the ideal things kung ano so required. But in reality, sa application, there are some adjustments, which I think is necessary. Ang habo ko lang is, do not involve in corruption. Do not involve in corruption. Kasi, sige na, aprobahan ko na nagtauman niya si kwarta. Kumbaga, ang main motivation mo, kaya mo siya pig-aprobahan because there was a money involved. Pero kung ang motivation mo, you consider it because you wanted to have a balance between compliance and economy, well, that is acceptable for me. No, yun lang. Basta ang tigataran ko tendo pag-abot sa field, bako yan by the book. Ha? Diyan kita nagkakaigo kay problema sa mga fire marshal na masyadong by the book. At so iba, piga-twist pa to interpretation to suit his needs, which is wrong. Okay? Pero may kumbaga pigatarang. Ang affidavit of undertaking is only accepted purposely to increase the grace period, not to issue FSIC. But in reality, tigig-ibuta that we sometimes give FSIC because it will affect yung negosyo. We do that sometimes. Ako not all the time. I do that sometimes. Especially kung ang compliance madali unaman sana. Very minor ang affidavit of undertaking. I sometimes consider. Pero ang problema is major, tapos tatawan kong FSIC para mag-operate. That is something that I do not do. Okay? So, yun yung simpag naman. Iba ang libro, iba ang reality. Any other question? May hapon sa tabi? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sa storage, sir. Abaka, sir. Abaka. 2,000 square meter, sir, yung storage. Yung 1/4 nung building, sir, almost door naman, sir. Door.
Parinda. Ang topic natin bukas, individual occupancies. Pag-abot sa storage, duman tayo pag-urunan. Nani eksakto kung duman sa provision. Yeah? So, pag-abot na duman sa provision about storage, ano yung specific mong question? Halimbawa, sprinkler o para lang duman mo sa ilaw. Nganing i-fit na siya sa provision. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Meron pang question? So tomorrow, we will start at 2 o'clock. So baka mag-extend tayo beyond 5 p.m. Ha? So please expect na baka mag-extend tayo tomorrow. So at least advance information sa inyo, makaprepare na kamo. Kung mga nasa station kamo, you expect na pwede kayong mag-uling pangge or you can go home already if you have internet sa mga harong nindo to attend my class. But tomorrow we start at probably around 2 o'clock and probably extend beyond 5 p.m. Okay? So if you have no more questions today, I'd like to call it a day. Let us prepare for tomorrow for our last day. So meron pang hapon? Wala na? So thank you and good afternoon. See you all tomorrow. Okay na. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Salamat po.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let us start class. Let's request the report. Go ahead, Ludi.
Sir, sa EEC 20 plus 2020-10 plus mapagmatsan total strength of 55, approach strength of 49 stores. Yung iba po nahirapan mag-connect, mahina ang signal.
Okay. So, mayroong mga hahabol.
Yes, sir. Pag nakapag-connect na kayo sila, sir.
Okay. So let us start with a prayer.
Yes, sir.
Let us pray po, in the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, our Father, we praise and thank you for this day. You have given us another opportunity to appreciate life and to fulfill our mission as your instrument of peace and progress. Please pardon us for our shortcomings. Help us to amend our entities. May we learn to pattern our lives through your Son's example. Father, bless all our endeavors, especially today's meeting. As in our discussion, in our mind, the decisions that we make, give us your grace that we may effectively do our part as public servants. Bless our plans, programs, and projects so that we may achieve our objectives for your greater glory. All this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Ludi, and good afternoon to everyone. I hope everybody is having a good time and enjoying the day, the weekend. Although we have to hold our classes this afternoon just to finish our topic. This afternoon, we are going to start discussing Division 8 until Division 20, meaning these are the individual occupancies, the specific requirements per type of occupancy. And we shall start with assembly occupancies under Division 8. But before we do that, can I allot again a few minutes for some clarifications of the topics that we have discussed for the past 2 days? Meron bang tanong? May clarification? Wala naman. So mukhang meron ba? Radasa, you'd like to say something?
Wala po, sir.
Okay.
Wala po, sir.
Okay. So if there is none, I am now going to directly proceed with our topic this afternoon, which are the specific occupancies, the requirements of each type of occupancy. Okay, and we shall start our discussion on assembly occupancies. We already know what are assembly occupancies. Define na natin yan. When we discussed Division 3 of the Chapter 2 of Rule 10. So, again, may I ask somebody to please give me the definition of assembly occupancy? Aquinilio, Ami Aquinilio. Can you please tell me what is assembly occupancy? Sino ba to si Ami? Ami, go ahead. Yes, go ahead. What is an... Yes, go ahead.
Sir. Assembly occupancy, sir, which is used by an occupant of more than 50 occupants, sir, of more than 50.
Okay.
The use of drinking, entertainment, like theaters, arena, terminal, and the likes. Yan lang, sir.
Okay. Paano kung sabi mo kasi more than 50? Paano kung eksaktong 50? Will you still classify that as assembly occupancy? Go ahead, Aguinildo. Classify mo pa bang assembly occupancy ang nandun sa isang lugar?
3 or more.
Okay. The definition is buildings or portions thereof that are used together by 50 or more persons for purposes of...
Bitseda, sir. Bitseda. Ano lang, sir, nagigamit kasi ko, sir, ng phone.
Okay. Sige. Which are used together by 50 or more persons for purposes of deliberation, eating, drinking, amusement, awaiting transportation, entertainment, or similar uses. No? So yun ang definition ng assembly occupancy. So, ito po yan. No? Buildings or portions of buildings used for gathering together of 50 or more persons. So this is just a review. Ang purpose ay deliberation, worship, entertainment, eating, drinking, amusement, awaiting transportation, or similar uses. So, nagre-review lang tayo ha. Examples niyan, chapters, assembly halls, auditorium, exhibition halls, museum, restaurant, drinking establishments, places of worship, classrooms of 50 and over capacity, libraries, internet shops with more than 50 or more persons, dance halls, club rooms, skating rinks, gymnasium, and so on and so forth yan. Yan yung mga examples natin. Gusto ko lang sabihin na yung list na yan ay hindi exclusive, no? Hindi exclusive. Ibig sabihin, maaaring may mga iba pang klase ng istruktura na pasok sa assembly occupancies at hindi kasama sa listahan nila. So basta, what is important is if a particular building or space complies with the definition, yung 50 or more, tapos ang purpose ay yung naka-enumerate na deliberation, worship, eating, entertainment, drinking, awaiting transportation, then that is an assembly occupancy. Now, we again say that restaurant and drinking establishment with an occupant load of 50 persons or less than 50 persons shall be classified as mercantile occupancy. So yung mga restaurants, when they are 50 or more, they are classified as places of assembly. But if you have small restaurants, nag-inspection ka ng maliliit na restaurant or maliliit na beer houses or drinking establishments, tapos ang occupant load niya ay less than 50 persons, so ang classification ng restaurant na yan o yung beer house na yan or any other drinking establishment for that matter is our mercantile occupancy. So I hope maliwanag yan sa lahat. Again, yung occupancy of any room or space for assembly purposes na less than 50 persons ang capacity and incidental sa ibang klase ng occupancy, they are considered part of the original occupancy. Ang example natin dito, ito. Tingnan po ninyo ang nasa drawing natin. Tingnan ang nasa drawing natin. This is an office building or business occupancy, but there is a conference room. No? May conference room dyan. Yung conference room, kung bibilangin natin, ang capacity is only 14. No? 14. So that is less than 50 persons. Pero syempre, ang purpose, deliberation kasi meeting room, conference room. But because hindi siya nag-comply sa 50 persons, this conference room cannot be considered as assembly occupancy. Ang classification niya is business pa rin. Nagiging incidental lang yung opisina dyan sa, yung conference room sa isang opisina. Okay? Now, for purposes of occupant load calculation, we again give you the occupant load factors that are assigned for assembly occupancy. So again, meron tayong 0.65 square meters without 6 seats. Pag less concentrated use naman, 1.4. Pag standing room or waiting space, 0.28. Gianan, Daryl, Gianan.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon po.
Yes, good afternoon. Magbigay ka nga ng example nitong letter A. Concentrated use without fixed seats. Ano sa tingin mo ang example niyan? Kung saan i-apply natin ang 0.65 square meters per person para makalculate natin ang occupant load. Example nga.
Example, sir, is function hall, sir.
Function hall na
hindi
ano ang gamit? Concentrated use without fixed seats.
Yung
halimbawa, ano?
Pag may maggagamit, sir, yung mga seat niya, ilalagay pa lang, sir. Bali, hindi siya nakafix po.
No, ang question ko is, magbigay ka ng isang gamit ng hall na yon, napapasok yung calculation is 0.65 square meters per person. Dance halls. Diba? Sayawan. Diba?
Yes, sir.
Sa mga plaza-plaza. Although, sometimes open sila. Pero kung halimbawa, enclosed space. Diba? May fiestahan, may sayawan. Magiging concentrated use yun. Kasi wala ring fixed seating. So that is an example ng letter A. Diba?
Yes, sir.
So, if you have, say, for example, a venue like that, and then gagamitin siya as venue for a party, so ang calculation mo ng capacity or ng occupant load will be 0.65 square meters per person. So, malalaman mo ngayon kung ilan katao ang pwedeng mag-stay doon sa room na yon na gagamitin na party area. And then, based on that number of person, you're going to calculate the capacity of the fire exit. Base ba sa calculation mo ng occupant load, kaya ba ng capacity ng mga fire exit niya? Okay? Yan ang example ng concentrated use without fixed seats. Dance halls, party areas. Ito naman na Ditan.
Yes, sir. Good.
Aaron Ditan.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Magbigay ka naman ng example nitong less concentrated use, and we are going to use 1.4 square meters per person. Anong klaseng assembly naman yan? Sige nga, magbigay ka nga ng example.
Less concentrated use.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Wait lang, sir.
Anong example niya na i-apply mo yung 1.4 square meters per person?
Sorry, sir. I have no idea.
Okay. But you know what are assembly occupancies, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mag-isip ka ng isang assembly occupancy na sa tingin mo, ang gagamitin natin to calculate for the occupant load is 1.4. Halimbawa, restaurant. Can you use 1.4? How about conference room? Is it less concentrated?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yung
Pwede, sir.
conference room, di ba? Yung how about restaurant?
Yes, sir.
Siguro case-to-case basis. No? Case-to-case basis. Kung medyo ang observation mo, like say for example, Jollibee, dyan sa lugar ninyo, where ang mapansin mo is medyo jump-up yung mga upuan, di ba? So better use 0.65 so that you're going to determine a bigger stairway or a bigger fire exit. Mas maganda kasi mas marami yung makalculate mo kasi mas malaki yung fire exit na ipapalagay mo. Correct? Bitan?
Yes, sir.
Alan Vicente. Oh, sir. Ano nga ulit ang purpose bakit kailangan nating mag-calculate ng occupant load?
Para po sir, maano yung ano sir? Para makuha sir yung requirements sir, kung halimbawa occupant, assembly, kung papasok siya.
Kung papasok saan?
Assembly area. Halimbawa, 50% sir yung occupant load, papasok siya sa assembly.
Yes. That is just one of the purposes. But what do you think is the main purpose of calculating the occupant load? O, tama ka. Isa sa mga purpose ay para malaman mo kung anong klaseng occupancy classification mo siya i-classify. Tama yun. Pero sa tingin mo, anong pinaka-gamit ng pagkakalculate ng occupant load?
Ano sir, para mabilang sir yung seat, number of seats, tapos
para mabilang yung number of
seats na required.
And then what?
Yung width niya, yung ano
number
siya.
Lang ba? Number lang ba? Number, size? Capacity, correct. Di ba? Capacity. Para malaman mo kung lahat ng tao na maaaring ma-accommodate yan sa building na yan ay makakalabas. Di ba? By relating yung occupant load calculation with capacity of means to egress calculation. Tama ba yun, Vicente? Okay. Thank you. So, again, balikan natin itong occupant load factors na naka-assign sa places of assembly. Yan yun, ha? Sa standing room or waiting space naman, halimbawa, naghihintay ka ng sakayan, like sa mga bus terminal, 0.28 ang ginagamit natin yan. Okay? 0.28 square meters per person. Okay. Now, for areas with fixed seats, yung occupant load natin is determined based on the number of seats that are installed. But that is for existing buildings because we assume that before that seats are installed, they were first approved by the BSP. Now, during application for fire safety evaluation clearance of that particular building where seats are to be fixed, no? Yung mga upuan i-install na fixed, dapat bago yan i-fix or i-install, maghingi muna ng approval sa BSP. So kung ikaw ang plan evaluator, ano ang gagawin mo para malaman mo na hindi sobra yung number of chairs or seats na ilalagay? Karike.
Ano siya?
Yes. Anong gagawin mo?
Kukumpitin muna sir yung yung space, yung area ng occupancy para malaman natin kung i-compute.
Ano ang
Then, yung area muna, sir, yung, halimbawa, yung area muna ng isang establishment.
Opo, area, matapos kung ma-compute yung area, ano nang gagawin mong susunod? What's next?
Kukunin natin, sir, yung, yung occupant load, kung ilan ang, mag-base tayo, sir, sa, kung assembly occupancies, mag-base tayo doon sa, yung, halimbawa yung concentrated, bibasehan natin yung, i-compute natin yung occupant load.
Okay, ang gagawin mo is you're going to calculate for the occupant load. Tama? You're going to calculate for the occupant load.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And that calculation will be used to determine how many seats are going to be installed. Tama ba yon, Karike?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, hindi basta-basta magkakaroon ng fixed seats or chairs sa isang establishment. The number of seats or chairs that are to be fixed must first be approved by the BSC during plan evaluation. Okay? So, like sa mga sinihan. Tama, Karike? Di ba sa mga sinihan, chairs are fixed or seats are fixed. Tama ba, Karike?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh. So, bago mo papayagan yung isang sinihan na ilagay yung mga upuan na yan, i-compute yung muna yung occupant load. Para kung ilan yung lumabas sa calculation ninyo, yun lang ang number of chairs na ipapalagay ninyo dyan sa sinihan na yan. Okay? Well, let us start from a very important requirement for assembly occupancy. Itong posting of occupant load exit of the room. No? So, nakikita po ninyo itong drawing dito, maximum occupancy 350. That is an example of posting of an occupant load signage. Mandatory po ito dito sa Pilipinas. Ha? Mandatory po yan dito sa Pilipinas. Kailangan lahat ng assembly occupancies may nakalagay na ganyan doon sa main entrance or exit. Like sa sinihan, no? Like sa sinihan. Doon sa pinto ng sinihan, dapat nakalagay kung ilan yung occupant load. Okay? Pwede rin naman na halimbawa sa restaurant, no? Halimbawa sa restaurant, this establishment or restaurant can accommodate blank number of persons. Halimbawa, 100 persons. So that, yung mga papasok dyan will know ilan ang tao lang dapat na nasa loob. So kung sa tingin nila overcrowded na, then they can be warned na wag na silang pumasok sa loob ng restaurant na yon. Okay? So, mandatory requirement po ito mga kasama ha. That is a requirement that is mandatory in the Philippines. Kaya i-require po ninyo doon sa mga ini-inspection ninyong mga assembly occupancies. Ha? This is only mandatory for assembly occupancies. Okay? Now, waiting space shall not encroach upon the required clear width of exits. So, yesterday or last 2 days, I told you about capacity of means of egress calculation. And to review, yung capacity ng isang exit is determined by dividing the width by the capacity factor assigned to whether it is a stair or level component and ramp. Tama yun, di ba? Na-recall niyo yun. Ang capacity ng isang fire exit ay madidetermine natin pag i-divide natin ang width ng fire exit na yan sa naka-assign na capacity factor. That's how we determine the capacity of the means of egress. Ngayon, pagdating sa assembly occupancies, may mga arrangement na checker type para kang nasa sinihan. Di ba? para kang nasa sinihan or nasa sinihan ka, naka-theater type seating ka, may calculation ngayon nung capacity nung corridor or aisles or capacity nung stairs, no? Halimbawa, balikan ko lang. Balikan ko lang, wait lang. Halimbawa itong nasa left, tingnan niyo yung nasa left na drawing. Yan ay typical setup ng isang cinema, theater type seating. Okay. So, mapapansin niyo may hagdanan, di ba? May hagdanan. So, ang tanong, how do you calculate for the capacity of that stairway? Okay? Merong calculation tayong ibibigay. Kung may rampa, kung in case na ramp ang nailagay, meron ding calculation, which is different from the standard formula. So, we go to that formula for theater type seating. Okay? So, ang formula is, yan. By the way, not the formula. The capacity, yung formula will be the same, but the capacity factor, meron ng variables, which is A and B. Sabi mo, nahirapan na nga ni kami sir kang numbers, dadagdagan mo pa ki letters. Kaya may nga ni habo may mag-algebra, may mga XX ka mga may YY. Diyan lugon nagkagkamang kay ABC. So, there is this variables of ABC. And the value of A, B, and C depends on the situation. No? So, paano ba yan? Yan, ganito. No? So, what will be the value of A? Yung A is dependent on the riser height. Di ba tinuro ko na sa inyo yung riser ng hagdanan? Di ba? What is riser? What is thread depth or thread? Okay? So, yung A, titingnan nyo yung riser height ng stairway. Okay? If the riser height exceeds 178 millimeter, then you have to compute for the value of A using this formula. A is equal to 1 plus the riser height minus 178 divided by 125. Okay? That will be for the A. What about yung B? Yung B naman is dependent on whether there is a handrail within 760 millimeter in a stairway. Na? Whether there is a handrail. And yung C is if the ramp is steeper than 1:10, then yung C will have a value of 1.10. If it's not steeper than 1:10, then C becomes 1. Okay? So doon naman sa B, sa handrail, if there is a handrail within 760 millimeter, then B becomes 1. So tandaan po ninyo ha, yung A pertains to the riser height, B pertains to a handrail, and C pertains to the steepness of the ramp. Okay, so meron tayong problem. Yan. Example. Theater type seating ang pinag-uusapan natin ha. Imagine ninyo na nasa auditorium kayo for theater type seating. An auditorium has 5,000 seats. It is not smoke protected. One stair is 1,780 millimeter wide. Riser height is 178 millimeter. Handrails are positioned at each side. An additional handrail runs along the center of the aisle. One ramp is 1,120 millimeter wide and rises with a slope of 1:12 to the rear exit door. So question, what is the capacity of the stair and what is the capacity of the ramp? Okay? So, question is, what is the capacity of the stair and the ramp. Okay. So, how do we calculate this one? Ang gagawin natin is, we are going to use the standard formula. No? We're going to use the standard formula, pero yung ating capacity factor, we're going to use the variables, yung A, B, and C. Okay? So, yan. Kung gagamitin natin yung standard na formula, siyempre, yung capacity ng stair is equal to the width of the stair divided by the capacity factor. Tama? But yung capacity factor in this instance is not 7.6 or 5, but 5.6 C, no? Kung babalikan natin, 5.6 or 7.6 A and B. Tama? So, sabi niya, this is 1,780. Yan. 1,780 millimeters. Yan, millimeters. Yan yung width. Okay. Tapos, i-divide natin ng 7.6 A, B. Okay. Question, sir, ano ang value ng A and B na yan? Again, yung A is dependent on whether the riser height is exceeding 178 millimeters. But in this problem, the riser height is 178. Therefore, it does not exceed. It does not exceed the 178. In fact, it is equal. So A becomes 1. So 1,780 millimeter, okay, divided by 7.6 times, since the riser height is not exceeding 178, that becomes 1. Okay, A becomes 1. How about yung B? Saan nga dependent yung B? B is dependent on whether there is a handrail. Diba? There is a handrail within 760 millimeters. So let us analyze. No? Let us analyze. Kung may hagdanan ka na ganito kalaki, yan yung hagdanan mo, no? Hagdanan mo. Tapos ang ano niya, ang width niya galing daan papunta dito, yan, ang width niya is 1,780. Yan ang width niya. Okay. Yan. Sabi niya, handrails daw are positioned at its side. And another handrail run along the center of the aisle. Okay? So, if we are going to divide, yung 1,780, we divide it by 2, it becomes 891. Okay. 890. O, sige. 1,780. Sorry. Divided by 2, it's 890. Tapos, there is direction upward. Tama? There is direction downward. Okay. So, kung 890 ito, tapos may handrail sa gitna. May handrail sa gitna. Okay. May handrail pa dyan sa gitna. So, if you divide again 890 by 2, there is a handrail within 445. Okay? There is a handrail within. Therefore, there is a handrail within 760 millimeters. So in that case, B becomes 1. Okay? Ayan. So, 1780 divided by 7.6. Yan ang sagot.
234, sir. 234.
So the answer is 234. 32.
4, sir, 4 po.
So 234 persons. Yan yung capacity, no? Using standard calculation. Malinaw po? Any question? May tanong ba kayo dyan? Yan yung capacity nung ating stair. Paano naman yung capacity ng ramp? Yung capacity naman ng ramp is equal again to the width, okay, divided by 5.6 C. Tama? Yan. May value yung C. So, ang width niya ay 1,120 divided by 5.6. Yan. C. Ano nga yung C? Saan connected yung C? C is connected on whether the ramp is steeper than 1:10. Tama? Yung 1:12 ba is steeper than 1:10? Yes or no? Anybody? Anybody po? No. Since it is no, the answer of the value of your C becomes 1. Kasi hindi siya steeper. So 120 divided by 5.6 is how much? How many?
17, sir.
317. 317 person. Okay. So, tandaan ninyo yan, ha? Yan yung lahat ng value ay 1 for A, B, and C. Bakit siya 1? Kasi yung A, hindi nag-i-exceed sa 178 mm yung riser height. Bakit 1 yung B? Kasi may handrail within 760 mm. Bakit 1 yung C? Because yung steepness ng or slope ng ramp is not steeper than 1:10. In fact, it is 1:12.
Sir, question, sir.
Go ahead.
Sir. 1,120 divided sa 5.6 is 200, sir.
200. Hindi 317.
Sir, 200.
Okay. So 1,120 divided by 5.6, that is 200. Correct. So mali ito, ha. Mali itong 317. It's 200. Okay? Yan. Nakikinig lang kasi ako sa ito. Okay? So 200. So malinaw na po, Yan yung sa example number 1. Punta naman tayo sa example number 2. Yan. Example number 2. An auditorium has 5,000 seats. It is not smoke protected. One stair is 1,780 millimeter wide. Riser height is 190. So this time, the riser height is greater than 178 millimeters. Okay? So you need to calculate for the value of your A. Okay? Now, handrails are positioned at its side. There is no handrail along the center of the aisle. So, there is no handrail along the center of the aisle. Ibig sabihin, there is no handrail within 760 millimeters. So, B becomes 1.25. Okay? ramp is 1,120 millimeter wide and rises with a slope of 1:9 to the rear exit door. Therefore, that is steeper than 1:10. Therefore, your C becomes 1.10. Malinaw? Okay. So, calculate natin. Capacity is equal to the width, which is, ang kinakalculate ko dito, stair, ha? Stair. So, punta muna tayo sa stair. Stair. Okay. Stair. So, capacity ng stair is equal to 1,780 millimeter divided by 7.6 AB. Tama? Now, question, what is A? So, punta tayo. A, because the riser height is exceeding 178 millimeter. So, A is 1 plus the riser height, which is 190 millimeter, minus 178. Okay, 178. Close paren, open paren, divided by 1, 2, 5. Okay? So, this is now 1 plus 0.096. So, A is 1.096. Okay? So, may value na tayo sa A. Ang A natin becomes 1.096. So, pwede na tayo mag-calculate kasi alam na natin yung value ng B. Diba ang value ng B? 1.25. Kasi there is no handrail along the center of the aisle. So, 1,780 divided by 7.6 times 1.096 times 1.25. Ilan ang sagot? Ilan ang sagot? 178. Ha?
10.41, sir. 10.41 po. Yeah.
Ilan? Ilan?
10.41, sir.
Bakit 10.41? Sandali. Ha?
170,
1,780.
170.9, sir.
Divide. So, the answer is 107. Okay. Kanina, ilan yung sagot natin? 2, 3, 4. Correct? So, pag bumaba yung capacity dahil lang sa riser height at saka walang handrail. Okay? 170 person. Punta tayo sa ramp. Capacity of the ramp is equal to 1,120 divided by 5.6 times 1.10. O, ilan yung capacity ng ramp? Para sa ramp ito, ha? Ramp. Ilan ang sagot dito?
181, sir.
181. O, bumaba din. Kasi kanina 200 eh. Dahil lang sa stiffness of the ramp. Any question? Clear na po ba, mga kasama?
Sir, hindi clear.
Hindi clear? Ano ang hindi clear
sir,
dyan?
ito lang sir, paano sa letter A, itong 1 plus itong sa riser ito sir, ay na 190 minus 178 and then divide 125. Nag-arrive po siya sir sa 1.09 sir. Paano po sir nakuha itong 0.856 ba ito? Hindi ko na ayaw. Dahil nag-1 plus yan, sir. 1 plus 0.
Sandali. 190. Okay, 190 minus 178. That's 12. You divide it by 125. That's 0.096. Tama? 190 minus 178 divided by 125, it gives you 0.096. Tama?
Yes.
Oo. Plus 1, kaya ang sagot mo ay 1.096. Sa A. Tama na?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay na? So, any other question? Any other questions? Mayroon pang may tanong?
Sir, question, sir.
Sige, go ahead.
Sir, halimbawa, sir, yung slope na yan, sir, na 1:9. Violation na yan, sir. Kasi, sir, ang maximum talaga, sir, 1:12.
No. There is no violation. Mababawasan lang ng capacity. Okay? Other questions po? Meron pang may tanong? Meron pa pong may question? Sigurado yung naintindihan nyo yan, ha? Make sure that you understand that part. Magsisisi kayo pag hindi nyo naintindihan yan. Okay? Shall I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, pumunta na tayo sa number of seats required, the number of exits required sa assembly occupancies. Siyempre, nagko-comply pa rin siya doon sa general rule. Parehas siya, ang requirement niya is parehas sa general rule. Ano nga yung general rule? O, ayan sa baba. Depende sa occupant load. Depende sa occupant load kung ilan ang exit na required. So, pag less than 500, kailangan mo maglagay ng dalawa. Okay? Pag 500 to 1,000 ang occupant load, then maglalagay ka ng minimum of 3 exits. Pag greater than 1,000 persons, then maglalagay ka ng minimum of 4 exits. But again, I'd like to reiterate and emphasize to you that compliance with the number of exits does not mean automatic compliance with the requirements of the fire code. Because as I have told you yesterday, you still need to calculate for the capacity. And I have shown you yesterday in some of our examples that even if they have enough number of bins of egress, sometimes the capacity are not sufficient. So you still have to calculate for the capacity of the fire exit. So tandaan po ninyo yan ha. Less than 500, it's 2 exits. From 500 to 1,000 persons, it's 3 exits. Then greater than 1,000 persons, you need a minimum of 4 exits. Okay? Now, for the capacity of your main exit, kasi ang pinag-uusapan natin dito is a room or space or a building where marami ang tao. It can accommodate 50 or more persons. So, the fire code requires that your main exit must be able to accommodate a total of at least 1/2 of the total occupant load. And the other exits must be able to accommodate 2/3 of the total occupant load. So ano ang ibig sabihin yan? Pag places of assembly ang pinag-uusapan natin, naglalagay tayo ng factor of safety. Di ba? Kasi kung i-add mo ang 1/2 plus 2/3, that is more than 100%. Tama? O, kung halimbawa, meron kang 100, 100 ang occupant load mo. Okay? Yung main entrance exit mo, ang capacity dapat is at least 100. Ay, sorry. Ano bang sinabi ko 100? Kung may 100 ka tao ka as an occupant load, yung main entrance exit mo should be able to accommodate at least 50. 50 ang capacity. No? Yung another exit mo must be able to accommodate 2/3. 2/3. So, 66 persons. Correct? 66 persons. Kasi yung 2/3 ng 100 is 66. So, pag inad mo ngayon yung 50 plus 66, it becomes 116. That is more than 100. So, may factor of safety ka. Ha? That is a requirement for your assembly occupancy. You do not calculate for 100%. Ha? You calculate for at least 116%. Okay? Ganun ang determination ng capacity ng main exit tapos other exit. Okay? Now, siyempre may mga corridors sa mga places of assembly. So, ang minimum corridor width, siyempre 112 centimeters. Okay? 112 centimeters. Okay. Tandaan ninyo ha, kung ako sa inyo, i-table ko yung mga corridor width na yan. Sa places of assembly, 112. Mamaya sa educational, ilan kaya? Mamaya sa residential, ilan kaya? No? So that you just know. Sa mercantil, ilan kaya? Okay? Yeah. So what about the travel distance requirement sa assembly occupancies? Pag ang building may sprinkler, the travel distance is 46 meters. Okay? So, diniscuss ko na sa inyo kahapon kung ano yung konsepto ng travel distance. Diba yung travel distance, sinusukat yan galing sa most remote area ng building papunta doon sa kanyang fire exit. Kung yung hagdanan niya, which is serving as a fire exit, is fully protected, then the measurement terminates at the door of the fire exit. If the stairway is not protected, then the calculation or measurement of the travel distance terminates outside of the building. Di ba yan yung pinakita ko sa inyong illustration kahapon? Illustration A and illustration B. So, pag may sprinkler ang building, yung sukat na pinag-uusapan natin is 46 meters. kung without sprinkler, alam mo, baliktad to. Baliktad, sorry. Baliktad ito. Okay. Pag may sprinkler, Pag may sprinkler, okay, so ito ay, yan. Pag with sprinkler, mas malayo. Pag without sprinkler, mas malapit. Okay? Sorry. Nabaliktad. So, pag walang sprinkler ang building, mas maikli ang travel distance na allowed. Okay? Pag may sprinkler protection ng isang building, pwedeng malayo ang travel distance. Because the assumption is the sprinkler can protect your travel to the outside of the building. What are the types of fire exits that are allowed in places of assembly? You have door, you have horizontal exit, you have smoke-proof enclosures, you have stairs, you have ramps. No? Pwede yan sa places of assembly. Pwede sa tingin nyo ang window opening sa places of assembly? Yes, pwede kung ang places of assembly ay isang palapag lang. One story. Kung yung mga, and then nagkaroon ng emergency, pwedeng makount na emergency exit yung windows. Pero kung ang iyong assembly occupancy is located on the upper floors, window opening is no longer applicable. Okay? And then, sa discussion natin kahapon, yung mga locking devices, pagdating sa door, sinabi ko sa inyo na pwede ang knob, pwede ang latch, or pwede ang knob, pwede ang panic device, or other simple releasing device. Sa places of assembly, hindi yun applicable. Sa places of assembly, kailangan panic hardware lang ang nakalagay sa fire door as locking device or latching device. Tandaan po ninyo yan, ha? Hindi applicable ang doorknob sa isang place of assembly. Kailangan panic hardware palagi. Bakit sa tingin nyo kailangan panic hardware palagi? That is because marami nga ang tao sa lugar na yan, pagsabay-sabay, kailangan hindi sila ma-interfere ng pagbubukas ng pinto using doorknob or lever type or any other mode of opening the door. Mas madali kasi pag nagtutulakan na, pag nagtulakan kasi sila, pag nabangga ng katawan yung doorknob, yung panic hardware, the window or the door will automatically open or can be opened without using of the hands. Magtulakan lang kayo as long as the direction of travel is going outside. Kasi kung ang direction of travel of the door is going inside, that will be another ozone disco. No? That will be another ozone disco. Na yung swinging ng main entrance exit is inside, hindi outside. So, when there was a commotion inside the building, nagkumpulan yung mga tao doon sa pintuan, hindi nabuksan. Kasi nagtulakan na eh. Pero if it's swinging outside, kahit magtulakan sila, once tinamaan yung panic hardware, they will be able to get out of the building. Ayan. Okay. So punta na tayo sa arrangement ng mga upuan, aisles and railings, no? Ayan. So siyempre may sinihan ka or may auditorium ka, mga naka-fixed chairs or naka-fixed seats. So, the general rule is, aisle accessway between rows of seats shall have a clear width of 305 millimeter. No? 305 millimeter. So, tingnan natin. Yan. In between, yan. Itong part na yan. Itong may arrow, yan. Yan yung aisle requirement in between seats. No? Kung nakukuha ninyo. Ito. So, in between seats, yan. 305 mm. Ayan. Ayan, 305 millimeter. Yan yung requirement. Sa mga sinihan, sa mga sinihan, nag-inspection kayo, bagong building, bagong yung sinihan, yan ang minimum separation ng bawat upuan. Okay? Now, they shall be increased by 7.6 millimeter for every seat over 14. Okay. So magka-count ka muna ng magka-count ka muna ng 14 seats, 1 to 14. Yung 1 to 14, ang minimum aisle accessway is 305 millimeter. Pag sumobra na sa 14, mag-i-increase ka na ng 7.6 millimeter for every seat over 14. Magdadagdag ka ng 7.6 millimeter kada upuan na dinadagdag mo. So that means from 15, 16, 17, and so on, you're going to add 7.6 millimeter per seat. And the maximum, yung maximum is 560 millimeter. So ang minimum aisle accessway is 305 and ang maximum ay 560. So this is the minimum, this is the maximum. Okay. So ito ngayon ang question ko sa inyo. Ilang upuan para marating mo yung 560 millimeter? Anybody? Ilang upuan bago tayo maka-maximum na 560 millimeter? Okay? Ilan? Anybody? Anybody? Ang ilang upuan natin mamamari-reach yung maximum na 560 millimeter aisle accessway? Anybody?
33, sir. 33, sir. 33.
Ha?
33.
No, not 33.
44. 47.
Ha?
47.
44. Correct. It's 47. Bakit 47?
Plus 14, sir.
Plus 14, correct. So, 560 millimeter minus 305 is equal to, ilan yan? 560 minus 305, it is 255. 255. Divided by 7.6, it gives you 33 plus 14, it gives you 47 seats. Tama? Cabrera. Tama ba yan, Cabrera?
Yes, sir. Tama po, sir. I-add pa pala yung 14, sir.
Correct. So, marireach natin yung maximum spacing na 560 mm kung nasa 47 seats na tayo. Okay? May question kayo. Di ba, sir, bawal yung 47? Dapat hanggang 14 seats lang per row. Di ba yan yung ating lumang fire code? Naalala mo ba, Richard? Diba sa lumang fire code, sa sinihan, maximum of 14 seats per row. Correct?
Opo, sir. Opo, sir.
Yan. Ngayon, dito sa ating bagong fire code, ito na, yan ang nakalagay. Rows of seating served by aisles or doorways at both sides shall not exceed 100 seats per row. So, hindi na 14, 100 seats per row. Okay? So kung may may 100 kang upuan, Richard, gaano kalaki ang aisle accessway? Richard?
Sir.
Kung may 100 seats ka na, maximum muna. Maximum 100 of seats, magkakatabi. Tanong ko sa'yo, gaano kalaki ang spacing between the seats? Yung front and back chairs.
560 mm, sir?
Correct. 560 mm. Maximum ka. Tama? Maximum. So, 560 millimeter in between seats. Okay, very good. So, yan. Ito ang minimi natin, itong spacing na yan. Yung spacing na yan. Okay? O, yan. So, kung 100 seats ka na, iyang space na to, yan, itong space na yan is 560 mm. Yan. Kung 100 seats ka na. Kung mag-maximum. Okay? In fact, 47 seats pa lang, 560 na siya. Correct? Yan. Ganun din dito. So again, that is 100 seats per row. Paano kung ano? Sorry, may nakalimutan na akong ilagay. Paano kung, ito kasi, ang pinag-uusapan dito is, left and right mo may aisle or may pinto. Paano kung one side lang? Paano kung one side lang? Diba? O, yan. Rows of seating served by aisles or doorways at both ends shall not exceed 100 seats per row. Paano kung one side, open on one side lang? How many chairs or seats do you think are allowed? Will it be 50? Will it be 50? What do you think? Sino ang may kopya ng fire code dyan? Sino ang may hawak na fire code? Can you please look at section 10282? Yan sa seating aisles and railings. What is the maximum number of distance? No, hindi na pinag-uusapan diyan ang number of chairs. Pag open sa single side. Can you check Ludi? Pwede mo bang i-check kung gaano kahaba ang distance?
Ano, Sir Daddy, anong section na nga po ulit?
10282, section 10282, sa seating aisles and railings. Places of assembly. Pag open lang siya sa one side. Ha? Ilan? Pag-check nyo nga sa 9 meters. Okay. So, if it open on one side only, ang pinag-uusapan natin ngayon is the travel. Ito ang pinag-uusapan natin. Look at this illustration. Okay? Pag open on one side only, just like this illustration natin, ang pinag-uusapan natin is this distance. Yan, yung distance na yan. Okay? Yung distance from here to here. It shall not exceed 9 meters. Okay? Pag open sa one side. Pag both sides open, ang pinag-uusapan natin is how many chairs? That is 100 chairs per row. Okay? So, plan evaluator. Pakicheck po ninyo yan pag may mga plano na dadarara sa inyo, ha? Pakicheck. Kasi may mga bagong constructions mo niyan na talagang darakulaon. Example, yung Philippine Arena sa Bukawi, Bulacan, yung sa Iglesia ni Cristo. It's a very, very big auditorium. It's a very, very big auditorium. So, kung hindi natin na-check ng mabuti yan, bakit it is more than 100? Ba? Bakit it is more than 100? So, kailangan i-check natin para maprotektahan natin ng mga aisles, ng mga corridors, yung bawat every 100 para may daanan yung tao in case of evacuation. in case kailangan nilang umalis sa building. Yan. So let us now go to the fire alarm requirement for assembly occupancy. So lahat po ng assembly occupancies may default system na manual fire alarm. Ha? Kailangan lahat ng assembly occupancies may manual fire alarm system. However, pag ang occupant load ay umabot na sa more than 300 persons, meaning 301 or more, magiging automatic detection in alarm system ang requirement. Okay? So sa places of assembly, ang default system or automatic may manual fire alarm system. Automatic may manual fire alarm system. Pero pag calculate mo ng occupant load calculation mo, nakita mo ang lumabas ay 301 or even more than that. So, ang i-require mo sa report mo is automatic detection and alarm system. So, plan evaluator, inspectors, please take note of that. Huh? Please take note of that. You are now going to require them with manual or with automatic fire alarm system if the occupant load of that place of assembly is more than 300 persons. Okay. O, sprinkler requirement. Kailan required ng sprinkler ang isang assembly occupancy? Automatic ba na required ng sprinkler ang sinihan? Automatic ba na required ng sprinkler ang isang restaurant? Okay, o, ito ang sagot. The following assembly occupancies with an occupant load of 150 or more, shall be protected throughout by an approved, supervised sprinkler system. A, bars with live entertainment. Okay. Yung mga mahilig dyan pumasok sa beer house. Ha? Tapos may sumasayaw doon sa, sa stage na mga naka-bikini. Live entertainment taga, bar with live entertainment. So, pag bilang-bilangin mo yung sukat-sukatin mo yung area, magsukat-sukat ka doon, tapos i-divide mo sa 1.4. Pag ang occupant load ay 150 or more, dapat may sprinkler yan, beer house na yan. Kaya yung mga malalaking beer house, dapat may sprinkler. Pero pag ang occupant load ay less than 150, no need for the sprinkler. Okay? Letter B, dance hall. Siyempre. Discotheques and assembly occupancies with festival setting. Ano ba yung festival setting na sinasabi? Seating na sinasabi? Today na bagaki mga dahil naki-separation ang chairs, bleacher type, yan ang festival seating. Bleacher type na tiga-apod. Okay? So pag ang capacity, pag ang occupant load kayan is 150 or more, kaipuhan po iyanin sprinkler system. Okay? Take note, mga kasama, for big assembly occupancies in your AOR, take note, no arrange in the required sprinkler system. Okay. Number 2, ito so one instance. Another instance is buildings containing assembly occupancies with occupant load of more than 300 shall be protected by approved supervised sprinkler. Saan? Throughout the story containing the assembly occupancy. D, throughout all stories below containing the assembly occupancy. And in case the assembly occupancy is located below the level of exit discharge, meaning basement, throughout all stories intervening between that story and the level of exit discharge. So kung nasa basement, sa basement at saka sa ground floor kung saan dadaan palabas ng building. Okay. Ano ang example niyan? Magbigay nga kayo, buildings containing assembly occupancies. So ang pinag-uusapan natin dito ay a building that is originally not an assembly occupancy. Okay, example, Eskwelahan. Eskwelahan. So, you have a school building. Example, 3-story. 3-story school building. Sige, drawing kita, di mas makanusan ng drawing ko. Tangan, ma-visualize ninyo. Igwa kaki tulong palapag na building. Pagpasensyahan nyo na sa drawing ko, ha? Ground floor, second floor, third floor. School building ini, ha? School. Sabi ko baga, building containing assembly occupancy. Originally, bako man siya assembly. Oh. Si ground floor, classroom. Okay? Classroom. Si second floor, classrooms man. Classroom. Si third floor is auditorium. Auditorium. Remember, an auditorium is an assembly occupancy. Tama? Oh. Ang capacity ng auditorium niya, 400 persons. Ang capacity. So, originally, yung building na yan, bako man yung required key sprinkler. Diba? Kung ihilingon mo siya as an educational building, bako man siya required key sprinkler. Kasi kailan required ng sprinkler ang isang eskwelahan? Kung high-rise or kung may basement na ginagamit as a laboratory or classroom. Yun ang requirement ng sprinkler sa eskwelahan. Pero, dahil meron siyang auditorium sa third floor at ang capacity niya ay 400, meaning more than 300. Yan, more than 300. 400 siya. The building is now required to be protected with sprinkler. Tandaan ninyo, ha? The building is now required to be protected with sprinkler. Saan ilalagay yung sprinkler? Siyempre sa fourth floor, sa second floor, and sa ground floor. Okay? Another example. You have a commercial building. No? May commercial building ka. 3 palapag iraray. 3 palapag. 1, 2, 3. So, ground floor, mga, stores, mga tindahan. Mga stores. Ano yan? Mga unit-unit lang, saradit na tindahan, mga for rent. So, second floor, mga offices. Yan. Offices. So, third floor, originally offices. Yan, offices. Offices. Okay? Mga opisina naman, third floor. Okay? After several years, nag-arali na sa mga nag-urupa dyan sa third floor, bakante na. Nahilingon yan kay simbahan, church. So mga born-again Christians baga, yan. Usually, nag-uurupa man sana magayan sa mga building. Okay, nagre-renta. So yung dating opisina, kinonvert nila into a church. Okay, kinonvert nila into a church. And yung church na yan, during service, may occupant load na more than 300. Sabihin ta 350. Oh. The building is now required to be protected with sprinkler. Okay? Malinaw po. Lawas.
Sir, good afternoon.
Yes. Sain mo ikakagang sprinkler dyan sa building na yan?
Lahat, sir, ng all throughout the building po, sir.
Correct. All throughout the building. Now, paano kung ilipat ko lawas yung church dito sa second floor? Ha? So instead na third floor, yung second floor na dating opisina i-convert into a simbahan. Sain mo niya ng sprinkler?
First floor and second floor lang, sir.
Correct. first floor and second floor only. Okay? So, malinaw po sa inyo, ha? Naintindihan ninyo? I hope everybody understands that. Okay? Take note, ha? Ito ay originally not an occupancy, originally not an assembly occupancy. Okay? Exemption. Pag-ururunan ta, anong mga buildings ang exempted? Maski siya ay may maski siya ay assembly. Okay, ha? Number 1, exemption. Single multipurpose room of less than 115 square meters that are not used for exhibition or display and are not part of mixed occupancy. So, kung may may isarok kang kwarto na hindi man ginagamit for exhibition and not part of mixed occupancy, hindi siya required ng sprinkler kahit yung room na yan ay ginagamit mo for assembly purposes. Okay? Number 2, assembly occupancy with all sides open. Tama, di ba? Mga basketball courts, may bubong lang. Lahat ng sides open. Maski pa ang capacity kantang 1,000, exempted. Okay? Number 3, places of worship at the level of exit discharge with sufficient means of egress. That is the reason why ang mga Catholic churches, darakulao ng pinto, dahil naman piga-require ki sprinkler maski pa ang capacity, 1,000, 2,000. We do not require them to be protected with sprinkler because they are at the level of exit discharge, meaning sarong palapag lang, and darakulao ng pintuan, more than enough to accommodate all the churchgoers. So they are exempted from sprinkler system. Pero so example ta duman sa letter B or sa number 2 kasubago, so church nasa second floor or nasa third floor, that's why they are not exempted sa sprinkler system requirement. Okay? Any question dyan sa part na yan? May hapot kayo? Is there any question?
Sir.
Go ahead, Karike.
At sa halimbawa yung church nasa ground floor, pero hindi katulad ng Catholic Church na marami yung pinto, katulad yung sabi mo, nag-rent ka lang yung sec, tapos kulang lang yung exit na.
So, siyempre, kailangan pa rin, kahit nasa ground floor siya, kailangan pa rin ng sprinkler kasi hindi sufficient yung means of egress. Now, saan mo lang ilalagay yung sprinkler system mo? Doon lang sa ground floor. Okay? Hindi na kailangan yung second floor and yung third floor. Okay? May tanong pa? Okay. May question ako sa inyo. Ha? May question ako sa inyo. May nagtugdok ni Jollibee sa lugar nindo. Jollibee. It's a 2-story Jollibee building. 2-story Jollibee building. Yung ground floor, siyempre may kusina, may order area. Ang occupant load ay 290. Okay? Yung second floor purely for dining purposes and for probably playground kay mga aki. Ang capacity is 400 persons. 400 yung second floor. Will that Jollibee be required with sprinkler? Anybody? Anybody? Yan. Anybody? Hindi siya makasimbag. Do you need to protect it with sprinklers?
Yes, sir.
Ha?
Yes, sir. Based kasi sir sa 300, more than 300.
Okay. Yes. Base dito sa provision number 2, no? Base diyan dito sa number 2. Kasi ang occupant load nung isang floor, nung isang floor is more than 300. Ang ibig kong sabihin dito, hindi mo i-add yung ground floor and second floor. You use this particular provision to require a particular building to be protected with sprinkler if any one floor, if any one floor is able to accommodate 300 persons capacity. If any one floor does not exceed 300, then it is not required to be protected with sprinkler. Oh, another example. Jollibee, the same Jollibee, yung second floor to. Anybody? No. No, because sabi 290 nga. So hindi mo kasi i-add yung ground floor and second floor para ma-reach mo yung 300. So any one floor should be 300 or more than 300. Okay? Clear po ba yan sa lahat? Okay. So, mga cooking equipment.
Sir, question, sir.
Go ahead.
Sir, halimbawa sir, sample sir, Jollibee sir, occupant load niya sir, 290, pero yung actual na nandun sa loob na seating capacity is 400. Mga sprinkler po sir.
Ano? Actual? What do you mean actual?
Yung pag-inspection sir, nakita doon sir, yung seating, yung upuan sir ay 400.
No, ganito. Kaya nga tayo may plan evaluation. Kasi sa plan evaluation, i-determine natin yung number of persons that are allowed for purposes of exit calculation. So, kung nag-compute ka ng 290 at 290 lang ang capacity ng means of egress, ay hindi pwede na magkaroon ng 400 doon sa loob. Violation yun pag pinagamit nila sa 400 katao. Hindi mo sila hindi mo sila bibigyan ng violation na walang sprinkler. Ang violation nila, overcrowding. Nakuha mo?
Yes sir, thank you sir. Yes sir.
Yeah. Ngayon, kung dinesign mo siya para sa 400 katao, kung dinesign mo siya sa 400 katao, tapos ang exit capacity mo is also 400 persons, therefore, kailangan mo ng sprinkler. Kasi 400 katao talaga ang nakadesign.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Oh. Kung ang nakadesign ay 290, tapos ang capacity ng exit is 290 at ginamit ng 400 katao, ang violation ay hindi sprinkler. Ang violation ay overcrowding. Okay? Clear ba yun?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, punta na tayo dito sa mga building service equipment. No? Example, cooking equipment. So, kung dyan sa isang places of assembly na yan ay may commercial cooking operation, like restaurant, Jollibee, siyempre, kailangan ng automatic kitchen hood fire suppression. Okay? And then, doon sa general rule, di ba, sinabi ko na sa inyo yung evacuation plan. Inuulit yan dito sa section 10.2.10, no? A plan showing the capacity and location of the exit ways and hours shall be submitted for approval by the municipal marshal, and approved copy of the plan shall be kept prominently on the premises. Okay? So ito, i-relate mo ito doon sa emergency evacuation plan sa 10 to 5.13. Okay? Section 10 to 5.13.
Pero baka naman makibatag.
Hindi lang yung location of exit and then the capacity. You are here, fire extinguisher, fire alarm, primary exit, secondary exit. Kukumpletuhin mo na yung plan of exit rate na yan. Emergency evacuation plan. Okay? Yan. Overcrowding. The city municipal fire marshal, upon finding any overcrowding, condition or obstruction in aisles, passageways, or other means of egress, or upon finding any condition which constitutes serious menace to life, shall cause the performance, presentation, or entertainment to be stopped until the condition or obstruction is corrected. Nung nasa Quezon City ako, naalala ko, sikat na sikat pa si Manny Pacquiao noon. Sikat na sikat pa si Manny. Yung nasa kainitan ng mga laban ni Manny Pacquiao. I was assigned to be on standby sa isa sa mga sinihan sa SM Fairview. No? 3 katao kami. There are 12 cinemas. There are 12 cinemas sa SM Fairview. All of the cinemas, tinigil yung regular showing, nagpanood ng kung hindi ako nagkakamali, that's Pacquiao Marquez. So, yung mga kainitan pa ng laban ni Pacquiao. At the middle of the fight, yung binabantayan naming sinihan, nag-blank screen. Di sigawan yung mga tao, takbuhan sila sa kabilang sinihan kasi nasa kainitan ng laban ni Manny Pacquiao at ni Marquez. Nagbubugan yung dalawa. Biglang nag-black screen. Yung mga tao sigawan, kasi mga after siguro mga 20 seconds na, hindi mo nga balik, sigawan na. Tapos, yung mga nandun sa malapit sa, naglabasan na, lumipat sa kabilang sinihan. In short, magkakaroon ng overcrowding doon sa isang sinihan. Yung mga naka-assign doon na bombero, tinatry pigilan yung mga papasok na galing doon sa kabilang sinihan. What happened? May isang nasapak. Nasa kainitan ng laban ni Manny Pacquiao, hindi mo papapasukin. So, wala kaming nagawa actually dahil sa pangyayaring yon. Kasi nasa kainitan ng bakbakan ni Pacquiao at saka ni Marquez, pipigilin mo mapanood. Talagang sasapakin ka doon. So, anyway, may provision, you can stop kung kaya mo. Okay. So, tapos na tayo sa assembly occupancies. Meron bang tanong? Pupunta na tayo sa educational occupancies. May tanong ba? Okay. So, kung wala, diretso tayo dito sa educational occupancies. Okay? So, na-define na natin to, di ba? Sa Rule 3, ay sa division, sa Rule 3, sa definition of terms. Yan. Sa Division 3 pala, sa Division 3. Yan. All buildings or portions thereof used for gathering of group of 6 or more persons for purposes of instruction. Yan yung educational occupancy. Yan, kasama dyan yung mga schools, universities, colleges, academies, nursery schools, kindergarten. Okay. For purposes naman of computing for the occupant load, you use that occupant load factors. Diba? Sa classrooms, we use 1.9. For laboratories and shops, we use 4.6 square meters per person. Yan yung ginagamit natin. Okay. So nurseries naman, where sleeping quarters are provided, that is 3.3 square meters per person. Doon naman sa mga may 6 seats, of course, the number of 6 seats. Pero again, babalikan ko ulit yung discussion ko kanina, bago natin payagan na magkaroon ng fixed seats dyan sa bagong building na yan, sa bagong educational building na yan, dapat dumaan yan sa plan evaluation, kinalculate ngayon ni plan evaluator kung yung number of 6 seats na ilalagay dyan ay tama sa capacity ng mga means of egress. Otherwise, papabawasan natin or papadagdagan natin yung means of egress. Okay? Take note ha, Ang occupant load, palaging nakakabit yan sa means of egress. The very reason why we compute for the occupant load is because we wanted to make sure na yung taong nandyan ay makakalabas sa building na yan. Kaya di ba, may mga occupant load, may mga occupancies na ang nakalagay is maximum probable population. Kung ako ang masusunod, ipopropose ko na lahat ng occupancies, wala ng occupant load factor eh. Palagi na lang na maximum probable population. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Aalamin mo kung ano ang sa tingin mo, pinakamaraming number of persons na pwedeng gumamit. Doon ka magkakalculate ng capacity ng stairway. Para palagi kang sigurado. Kasi nga, halimbawa, nag-calculate ka ng capacity ng means of egress or occupant load ng educational occupancies, ang kinount mo lang ay estudyante kada kwarto. Estudyante kada kwarto. Biglang nagkaroon ng party, magkasama yung magulang at saka yung estudyante, dinadouble yung occupancy, ang fire exit na dinisign mo para sa sa regular. Di may problema ka ngayon. So, mas maganda sana pag maximum probable population. Okay? So, sa room or space na ang occupant load ay 50 or more persons, dapat may dalawang pintuan. So, kung may classroom ka na kung may classroom ka na ang number of chairs or ang occupant load is 50 or more, dapat dalawa na ang pintuan. And the door shall swing in the direction of exit travel or swinging outside. Okay? Now, pag sa travel distance naman, pag walang sprinkler, 46 meter. Kaparehas nung assembly occupancy. At pag walang sprinkler, pag may sprinkler is 61, pag wala is 46 meters. Okay? Yung corridor width biglang lumaki. Minimum corridor width in a school building is 1.83 meters. Kanina sa places of assembly, ilan ngayon? 112 centimeter. Diba? 1.12 meters. Dito, 1.83 meters. Mas malaki ang requirement niya. Bakit kaya mas malaki ang corridor requirement? Kasi, pag sabay-sabay nag-break, sabay-sabay nagdi-dismiss, so ang dami ng mga bata na kailangan na gumamit ng hallways, no? Towards the... And pag nagkaroon din, of course, ng emergency, you can just imagine if a fire alarm sounds, so all of the students will go to the hallway or corridor to access the fire exit. So, it needs a minimum of 1.83 meters. Okay. How many students or persons will be accommodated by 1.83 meters corridor width? Anybody? Ilang katao ba ang pwedeng ma-accommodate ng 1.83 meters na yan? Sino pwede mag-compute? Anybody? Anybody?
66, sir.
Ilan?
366, sir.
366? Bakit 366?
$1,830 millimeters divided by 5.
Correct. 1,830 divided by 5. Okay? Kasi level component. So, 366 katao ang pwedeng gumamit ng 1.83 meters na yan as the minimum. Paano kung mas marami sa 366 katao? Ano ang gagawin mo? Anybody? Paano kung ang kailangan number of persons ay mas marami sa 300 66.
Dapat
Anong gagawin?
Dapat sa dagdagan po ng corridor width po.
Correct. So, yung corridor width mo will be increased. Hindi ibig sabihin, naglagay ka ng 1.83 meters, complied ka na. Complied ka na. Ang ibig sabihin ng minimum na yan, no? Ang ibig sabihin ng minimum na yan, even if less than 366 persons ang gagamit ng corridor na yan, ang ilalagay mo pa rin ay 1.83 meters. Okay? Nakuha ninyo? Nakuha ba ninyo? Kasi minimum yan 1.83 meters. At yung 1.83 meters na yan, para sa 366 katao yan. Kung mas konti sa 366 katao, hindi mo babawasan. 1.83 meters ka pa rin. Pero, kung mas marami sa 366 katao, magdadagdag ka ngayon ng corridor width. Okay? Linaw yun. Of course, dead-end corridor shall not exceed more than 6 meters. Classroom located at the basement shall have access to at least one exit that leads directly to the exterior without entering the floor above. Pero medyo very difficult yan to be complied, no? Medyo mahirap i-comply yung provision na yan. Yan. Yung mga building na ginagamit ng may physical or mental handicap, pwedeng may discretion yung fire marshal to require additional safety measures. No? Pwedeng dagdagan ni fire marshal ang requirement. Yan, may authority siya under section 10292. Okay, halimbawa, mga naka-wheelchair estudyante dyan. Ang minimum requirement at sa fire exit is hagdanan. Hindi naman kaya ng hagdanan yung mga wheelchair. So, si fire marshal may authority na instead na hagdanan ipalagay dyan, ramp. Kasi yung building will be used by non-ambulatory persons using wheelchairs. Nasa discretion yun ni fire marshal. Siyempre, ang magre-recommend nun, kayo, fire safety inspectors. Diba? Or ikaw as plan evaluator. Nakita mo na, base sa plano, na yung school building will be used by physically handicapped individuals. And ang nakalagay as a proposal is a stairway. Question, how can a physically handicapped individuals use a stairway during emergencies? Unless individual evacuation by caretaker, which is impossible, di ba? So dapat you as the plan evaluator will recommend na yung stairway be converted into a ramp. Then another mandatory requirement for educational buildings is yung windows for rescue and ventilation. So marami tayong ngayon, usong-uso na ang mga air-conditioned classrooms, no? And high-rise or medium-rise buildings used as school buildings. Even if they are located on the second floor, third floor, or fourth floor, or even high, dapat may window opening palagi, no? May window opening. It can be readily opened from the inside without the special use of tools. Tapos, ang clear width ng window opening is 56 by 80 centimeter. And the bottom of the window is not more than 82 centimeter from the finished floor line. Yan ang requirement ng windows for rescue and ventilation. Lahat ng rooms that are used by students, dapat may clear opening na 56 by 80 centimeters. No? Because baka dumating yung panahon, you cannot use the regular exit to evacuate students. So you can use the window opening to access them or evacuate them. Okay? Dito, ang lahat ng vertical opening, including interior stairways, are required to be enclosed or protected. So kung meron kang 2 palapag or 3 palapag or 4 na palapag na building, you need to protect the stairways with fire doors or enclosures. No? Now, there are exemptions. First exemption is when it serves only one adjacent floor other than a basement. So, halimbawa, papunta lang sa second floor. So, 2-story building can have open stairways. It is not connected to other stairways serving other floors. So, kung may 3 kang palapag, no? May 3 kang palapag, pwedeng ang open is ground floor to second floor, yung second floor to third floor mo may enclosure na. Or pwedeng ang open ay second floor to third floor, yung ground floor to second floor dapat may enclosure. So not a maximum of 2 floors. Sandali lang. So, if you have multiple level educational buildings, ang inaalaw lang ng fire code is 2 levels that are unopened. More than 2 levels, hindi na pwedeng bukas ang mga stairway. Okay? So, if you have 3-story, yan, common design ngunyan kang DPWH, 3-story or 4-story school building. Okay? However, itong vertical opening provision, dahil nag-a-apply sa INDA, you know what? Nagdi-design sinda outside stairs. So, pag outside stairs, there is no need for it to be enclosed because there is no way for the smoke to be there is no to penetrate the stairway or maintain the stairway kasi open na siya. Kaya hindi nag-a-apply itong vertical opening provision na to. But in case of interior stairways, dapat protektahan natin. Kasi maaaring makulong yung usok sa loob ng hagdanan pag hindi protektado. Okay? And then, siyempre, may mga room partitions ka, no? May mga room partitions ka as a classroom. So, ang fire resistance rating ng from one room to another room, meaning yung separation between the 2 rooms, should be at least 1/2 hour fire rating. Tapos yung mga pinto, siyempre dapat nun ay at least 44 mm solid banded core wood doors or the equivalent. Hindi pwede yung style ngayon na flush doors. Alam mo yung flush doors, yung may pagtatagpiin yung 2 plywood, lalagyan ng doorknob. Hindi pwede yung ganon. At least 44 mm solid na pintuan, 44 mm. Or equivalent niya. Baka maglagay ng mas maganda. Okay, that's better. Okay? Except kung sa mga one-story structure, diretso sa labas. Ay, walang din na kailangan ng ganun kahigpit na requirement. Okay? Interior corridors, more than 91 meter in length, shall be divided into smoke partitions. So, wala naman siguro ganun kahaba na school building, 91 meters. Tapos, in case, basta i-divide daw siya into 2. Okay? Maglalagay ka ng partition. Ganito yan. So, may hallway ka, ganyan kahaba. Hallway. Yan. Hallway. Ang distance mo is 92 meters. 92. Kasi more than 91 92 meters. Ang sabi ng fire code, hatiin mo yan into 2 partitions. Into 2 partitions. Hindi naman pwedeng maglagay ka ng wall dyan. Ano mo yan tawag dito, hallway or corridor mo yan. So, anong gagawin mo? Maglalagay ka ngayon ng normally open door. Yan, nakadikit dyan. Okay? Yan, nakadikit dyan sa wall mo. Tapos, pag tumunog yung fire alarm, pusa siyang magsasara. Yan. Siya magsasara. O, sarado na ngayon. Okay? So, smoke partition 1, smoke partition 2. Itong mga pinto na to, normally, open. Nakamagnet yan sa gilid ng nakamagnet yan sa gilid ng wall mo. Pag tumunog yung fire alarm, kakalas yung magnet, sasara yung pinto. Okay? Now, pagdating sa fire alarm, ang default system is manual. Manual. Okay? Lahat ng school building, dapat may manual fire alarm system. Pero pag may sprinkler na, or may automatic fire suppression na ang isang eskwelahan, kailangan, automatic fire alarm na. Okay? So just like yung assembly natin kanina, siyempre palaging may manual fire alarm. Pag nag 300 or more ang capacity, magiging automatic fire alarm. Dito naman sa mga eskwelahan, palaging may manual fire alarm. Pero pag pinalagyan mo na ng sprinkler ang iyong building, kailangan automatic fire alarm na. Bakit? Kasi i-interconnect mo yung fire alarm at saka yung sprinkler. In such a way na pag tumunog yung sprinkler, gagana si fire alarm. Okay? Or kung magka-problema si sprinkler system, halimbawa may nagsara ng balbula, tutunog si fire alarm, no? Tutunog si fire alarm. Yan yung supervision. Di ba? Palagi nating nababasa sa fire code, approve, supervise sprinkler system. Supervision means any of the components of the sprinkler system is hampered, may nagloko or may nasira, the fire alarm will sound, no? Para maalarma yung school management na may kailangan ayusin sa sprinkler. That is supervision. Okay? Approved, supervised sprinkler system. Okay. So kailan naman required? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. May clarification na po, sir. Kasi may mga existing ng building dito na design ng DPWH sa educational occupancy, sir. May sprinkler, may sir, sprinkler. Kaya lang, yung para alam nila, sir, manual lang. Okay lang po ba, sir?
Malinaw dito sa requirement natin. Malinaw. Balikan natin. Ayan. If protected with automatic fire suppression system, the operation of the system shall automatically actuate the electrical school's fire alarm system. Ayan. Yan ang reference mo. Okay? So, dapat magiging automatic alarm system yon, hindi manual fire alarm system. Okay?
So, i-require namin sila, sir, na
ng FDAS. Ng FDAS. Okay? Sige. Tapos, ilalagay mo doon sa findings or sa recommendation mo that the FDAS must be interfaced with the sprinkler system. Okay?
Okay po, sir. Thank you po, sir. Thank you po.
Okay. So, kailan required ng sprinkler ang building? Ayan. Every portion of educational building below the floor of exit discharge shall be protected with complete automatic sprinkler protection if yung basement na yan or yung basement na yan is being used as a classroom or laboratory. Kung basement na yan ay bodega lang naman, no need for the sprinkler. Pero kung yung basement na yan ay ginagamit as laboratory or classroom ng mga bata, required ng sprinkler ang building na yan. Okay? Another instance is when a building is a high-rise building. Siyempre, kung high-rise ang isang building, ang isang school building, siyempre dapat may sprinkler. Tama?
No, sir. Isa pa po, sir.
Go ahead.
May mga hindi kasi high-rise building na educational dito, sir. Pero, base sa design, may kasama po, yung plano nila may kasamang sprinkler system, sir.
Okay.
Pero kung babasihan po natin talaga yung fire code, hindi naman siya required.
Tama.
Ang problema lang, sir, pag during final inspection, sir, kasi minsan government late ang submission ng plano, pero yung building malapit na matapos. So during conduct ng final inspection, nahihirapan silang mabigyan ng occupancy, sir, kasi yung design nila ng sprinkler, sir, hindi po ma-meet yung requirements natin sa hindi po operational, sir.
Okay. So,
yun ang sir, na karaniwang na-encounter namin problem dito, sir.
Okay. Ganito kasi yan. Kung hindi naman required ng sprinkler ng fire code, tapos yung management nag-decide na maglagay, then kailangan niyang i-install yan according to the standard. According to the standard. Tama kayo doon. Dapat i-set nyo sila according to the standard. Kung may mali, huwag kayong pumayag. Alam nyo kung bakit? Ayaw natin magkaroon ng false sense of security ang mga gumagamit ng building na yan. Ay, may sprinkler nga yan, safe ako digdi. Only to find out, route man pala, dahil man pala magana kasi ba kuman according to the standard. So, if a building is not required to be protected with sprinkler, but the management decides to install a sprinkler, then sisingilon natin sila base sa appropriate standard. Okay? So, kung bako proper ang pump, bako proper ang installation, dahil tag kita mataong FSIC. Maski dahil siya required. Why? Because of the false sense of security na pwedeng mangyari. Okay? So, you can see, siguro nabasa nyo na. Hindi may question. Duman niya, sir, sa paragraph A or sa paragraph 1, ang required lang sprinkler hotel is storage in height. Sila lang ang required sprinkler. Pero duman niya, sir, sa paragraph A sa baba, pag 5-story niya, sir, NEPA 13. Tapos, pag 4-story niya and below, NEPA 13R. So nalilibong sinda. Ang sir, sa record pala man sa nangyaya 4-story, digdi sa that means sir, record pala. No. Ang ibig sabihin man sa nakaiyan, sa provision na yan is even if not required, and mo protektado ang iyong building, dapat sisingilin ni ika sa appropriate standard. So kung 3 stories and below or 4 stories and below, sisingilin ni ika base sa NEPA 13R. Okay? Pag 5 stories and up, sisingilin ni ika base sa NEPA 13. So yun ang ibig sabihin kang provision na to. Dahil ka mo malibong na sa paragraph A ngayon, 4 and up. Tapos nga digdi sa letter A sa baba, igwa nga ki 4 and below. Ano ba talaga ngayon? 1, yung sa taas is speaking of what are the instances where a building is required to be protected with sprinkler. Yung nasa baba is talking about what standards are to be used in case there is a sprinkler in a building. Okay? Malinaw yon. So, balik kita digdi sa educational building. There are already 2 instances na na-determine na required to sprinkler ang building. Number 1, pag may basement, tapos ang basement ay gagamit na classroom or laboratory. Tama. That is pursuant to this provision. Another instance is when a school building is a high-rise building. Tama. Diba? Can you point me a third instance where a sprinkler is also required in an educational building? Sige nga. Anybody? Ikuha na kitang doang instance. Ano pa ang mga instances? Aside of course from voluntary installation. Ano pa ang third instance where it is mandatory that a building must be protected with sprinkler?
may assembly, sir, sa rooftop, sir.
Correct. Yung example ko kanina doon sa assembly occupant. Diba? It's a school building, nagkaroon ng assembly, ang capacity is more than 300. The building is now required to be protected with sprinkler system. Okay? So, yung mga hazardous areas sa school building, paano po protektahan? Pwedeng separation ng firewall or provision ng sprinkler. Ha? Ano ba yung mga hazardous areas? Halimbawa, laboratory, may mga explosive material, pwedeng generator room, no? Pwedeng storage area of combustible and flammable material. They have to be separated by a firewall. Kung dahil ma-firewall, kagang key sprinkler or automatic fire suppression system. Kung sa eskwelahan, dakulang eskwelahan, ribo-ribo ang estudyante, may commercial cooking operation, may mga exhaust duct, so kitchen, kaipuhan, kagang automatic kitchen hood fire suppression. Okay? Yung rooms together by shall not be located above. So, ang original na provision kaiyan, pati grade 1 bawal sa second floor. Ngunyan, ang pinagbabawal na lang sa second floor, so, preschoolers, meaning below grade 1. Okay? Ang grade 1, pwede na sa second floor and above. Okay? So, preschoolers, bawal sa second floor, bawal sa basement. Dapat ground floor lang sila. Question. Sir, paano ngayon sa mga tutorial center? Usually ngayon, nag-urupa man sa nangyayari sa building, nasa second floor, nasa third floor. Tapos ang client ngayon, sir, is multiple, varied grade. You cannot apply this provision. Okay? Varied yung hindi naman sila lahat preschoolers eh. So therefore, you cannot apply this one. Okay? So any question doon sa school building or educational building? Okay? If none, let us have a break muna. Break muna tayo, ladder break, and eat your snacks, and then we go back.
Opo, sir. Opo.
Okay. So, we've now continue, no? Dito na tayo sa daycare occupancies. Okay? So, we recall again the definition of daycare occupancies. These are buildings or portions thereof which are being used by 4 or more patients or clients who receive care, maintenance, and supervision other than their relatives for less than 24 hours. So, ito yung example ko sa inyo kahapon na yung mga single parents na may anak, kailangan iwanan dahil pupunta sa trabaho, tapos kinahapunan, pag uwi niya, kukunin niya yung anak niya or yung parent niya, and then they will bring them to the residence. So that's daycare occupancy, no? This is again taken from originally taken from educational occupancy. Dati part siya kang educational occupancy. However, because the purpose is different and medyo may diferensya, yung may pagkakaiba kunti yung requirement, so nagdedicate na tayo ng separate division para sa kanya, which is now Division 10, Division 10. Yung places of assembly, Division 8. Yung educational is Division 9. So, Division 10 tayo ngayon sa daycare occupancy. Okay. So, for purposes of calculating the occupant load, parehas lang siya nung nursery school, which is 3.3. So, dito, ang occupant load factor natin for purposes of calculating the occupant load is 3.3 square meters per person. Now, of course, yung means of egress niya should comply with the general rule, no? Comply. Dead end corridor not to exceed 6 meters if not protected with sprinkler, and 10 meters if protected with sprinkler. Yung common path of travel niya is not to exceed 10 meters if not protected with sprinkler system, and 20 meters if protected with sprinkler system. Kaparehas din naman nung school buildings, itong daycare occupancy building must also be provided with windows for rescue and ventilation. Kaparehas lang yung requirement niya. 56 by 80 cm din ang laki. And not more than 82 cm above the finished floor line. So, may bintana, yung bintana na yan, pwedeng mabuksan from the inside without the use of the special tool. So, yung mga bata, pwede nilang ma-access. Or for evacuation purposes, rescue purposes, pwede rin ma-access ng mga rescuers from the outside. Okay? Ngayon, kung merong mga residente dyan sa daycare occupancy na yan, of at least 12 that are non-ambulatory, this is a requirement where ramp is mandatory. This is an instance where ramp is required to be installed in the building. Kung may mga client dyan na non-ambulatory, halimbawa, itong center na to ay tumatanggap lamang ng mga batang may kapansanan as daycare. Therefore, ramp is mandatory because these clients may be using wheelchairs. So, kailangan yan may rampa. Okay? So, yung vertical opening, kaparehas to ng school, no? Not more than 2 adjacent floors ang pwede lang open. Okay? Parehas lang ang requirement niya sa school. Sa fire alarm, yan, ang kailangan dito ay automatic detection in alarm system. So, bawal ang manual sa daycare occupancy. Automatic, siya? Ang default system niya is automatic detection in alarm system. So, unlike doon sa places of assembly, sa educational, na ang default system ay manual at magiging automatic lang sila kung more than 300 na ang capacity sa assembly and sprinklered na ang building sa educational. Dito sa daycare occupancies, automatic. Ang default system is automatic detection in alarm system. And it provides for the location of the detector. Front of the doors to stairways, corridors, lounges, recreation areas, and sleeping rooms. Dapat yung mga areas na yan provide detectors. Either smoke or heat, depende kung ano ang pangangailangan sa particular na kwarto. Now, when is a sprinkler required in daycare occupancies? If you have a 5-story building. If the daycare occupancy is located in a 5-story building, then that is required to be protected with sprinklers. Okay? So, punta tayo sa... By the way, any questions sa daycare occupancies? Meron ba? So, kung wala, proceed tayo sa healthcare occupancies. Healthcare occupancies. These are buildings used for purposes of medical or other treatment, or care of persons where such persons are incapable of self-preservation because of age, physical, or mental disability. Yan ang characteristics ng building na ginagamit for healthcare occupancy. So kasama dito yung hospitals, nursing homes, and birth centers. Yung lying-in clinic na sinasabi ninyo. Kasama yan dito sa healthcare occupancies. Okay. Now, let us talk about this fundamental requirement of defend-in-place strategy. Sa lahat ng mga klase ng occupancy sa fire code, ang pinakamahigpit ay healthcare occupancy. Why? Because most often than not, the occupants of this building are non-ambulatory, meaning they cannot move on their own. Some of them are on wheelchairs, some of them are newly operated, some of them cannot move on their own. So, non-ambulatory. And because the mostly of the occupants are non-ambulatory, you need a defend-in-place strategy. Defend-in-place strategy means you want to prevent the rapid spread of fire. You want the fire to be discovered at an early stage. so that the fire can be extinguished. You want to delay the spread of fire. And of course, the persons who are in charge in that building must be properly trained on how to deal with fire and how to deal with evacuation. Yan yung component ng defend in place strategy. So, merong proper design, construction, and compartmentation. Proper design in order for the building to be properly protected, yung construction and compartmentation to delay the spread of fire. Okay? Then, of course, provision for detection, alarm, and extinguishment because you wanted to detect the fire at an early stage and you want to extinguish the fire at an early stage. Dapat nasa inception stage pa lang yung sunog, bumubuga na yung sprinkler para hindi na lumaki. Kasi nga, hindi natin ma-afford na magkaroon ng evacuation sa mga hospitals because they are mostly non-ambulatory. And of course, there must be a regular drill, training sa mga staff and personnel of the hospital, no? Including the isolation of fire and transfer of occupants to areas of safe refuge. Or, in a worst-case scenario, evacuation of building na ayaw nating mangyari. Worst-case scenario yung evacuation of building. Mahirap magkaroon ng evacuation sa mga hospital sa Pilipinas because ang layo ng patient to nurses ratio. I think ang international standard is one nurse to 4 patients. Dito sa Pilipinas, I think ang prevailing standard is 1:12. So 1 nurse for 12 patients. So paano niya ilalabas yung 12 ng sabay-sabay, no? So medyo mahirap ang evacuation. That's why we do not contemplate na magkakaroon ng evacuation sa Pilipinas sa mga hospital. Kaya defend in place strategy. So pag sinabi nating defend in place strategy, common sense will tell us that all hospital buildings in the Philippines must be protected with sprinkler. All. No? It is common sense that all hospitals must be provided with automatic detection and alarm system. Okay? And hospitals must have regular drills. 1 every quarter per shift. Okay? So if there are 4 quarters in a year and you have 3 shifts, then a hospital needs 12 drills in a year. No? Because we want to have regular drills for the occupants of the hospital building and they should be able to respond properly when there is an emergency. Yun yung component ng defend in place strategy. Another very important issue that I want to clarify to you is that yung mga location ng emergency room, operating room, intensive care units, delivery rooms, and similar facilities, which are originally allowed only up to the 2nd floor, pursuant to the old implementing rules and regulations. In this revised implementing rules and regulations, we still want that all of these facilities, OR, ER, ICU, DR, be located at the ground floor or the level of exit discharge. However, when it is not possible because of whatever reasons, no, maaring hospitals where essential facilities ang kailangan nasa ground floor and yung mga ito maybe on the 2nd floor. Okay, so papayagan na daw natin yan ngayon based on the current fire code. Pwede siya up to the 5th floor, no? Pwede na siya up to the 5th floor or first level basement, basta the difference in height must be negotiated by a ramp or a horizontal exit. So this is another instance where a ramp becomes mandatory in a building, no? Just like doon sa daycare occupancies na may more than 12 clients who are non-ambulatory, they are mandatorily required to be provided with a ramp. Dito, sa hospital building, if you have your OR, ICU, ER, and other similar facilities at the 2nd floor or up to 5th floor, the difference in height from that floor to the ground floor must be negotiated with a ramp. Or, you need to provide a horizontal exit that transfer from one building to another building. So, maglalagay ka ng bridge. Halimbawa, may delivery room sa fourth floor, hindi pwedeng maglagay ng ramp kasi limited yung space. So, your solution is you can provide a bridge that transfer from the fourth floor of that building to another floor in another building. Okay? So, tandaan po ninyo ha, ito pong mga facilities na to, pwede na po sa second floor hanggang fifth floor. Pero kung nasa second floor or fifth floor siya, kailangan po may ramp. A fully enclosed ramp. Ha? Take note, fully enclosed ramp. So, yung issue dyan sa Naga City, sa BMC, actually, ang nag-trigger ng revision na to BMC, no? Sa mga ano diyan, if you are familiar. Sino bang familiar sa kaso ng BMC? Ha? 'Yun ang nag-trigger ng revision na to. Kasi dati, ang gusto natin hanggang second floor lang. But because there was a very serious issue diyan sa Bicol Medical Center, hindi ma-aprobahan yung occupancy. Kasi hindi ko alam sino ba ang may problema, yung Bureau of Fire, yung designer, yung contractor, hindi ko malaman. Pero, ako may isa akong sigurado na may pagkakamali doon. Yung plan evaluator, no? Yung plan evaluator ng Naga City at that time. Okay? Nakalusot yung location ng mga operating room, ICU doon sa fourth floor. So naturally, the fire marshals na nakaupo, hindi magbibigay ng occupancy kasi mali. Unfortunately, it was approved by the previous fire marshal and the previous plan evaluator. Okay? Don't you know that I was subpoenaed by the Presidential Anti-Graft Commission? Tinatawag ako sa Malacanang for 2 consecutive times, no? Just to be an expert witness against the I think the former medical director of BMC. Tinatawag ako dun sa Malacanang. And I was even subpoenaed to submit documents. How can I submit documents of BMC when I am not the fire marshal of Naga City? And worse, when I was not able to submit, I was made to explain. No? Pinag-explain pa ako. Sabi ko, expert witness lang ako. Ngayon, napag-explain pa ako. Ako pa yung gustong kasuhan. So, I had to execute an affidavit. I had to make that affidavit notarized by a lawyer para lang masabi ko sa kanila na I am not the fire marshal of Naga City. Why would you require document from me? No? I was just there. You invited me as your expert witness and now you want me to explain. So, that is BMC, no? Yun ang nag-trigger bakit kailangan nating i-revise itong provision ng fire code na to because of that issue para matigil na yung issue. Okay? But of course, hindi naman natin pinabayaan na mapahamak yung mga pasyente. Naglagay pa rin tayo ng safeguard. Ano ba yung safeguard na yon? Sige, gusto mo maglagay sa higher floor, maglagay ka ng rampa. At ang rampa mo, fully enclosed. Fully enclosed. Okay? Yan. So, for occupant load calculation purposes, ito ang gagamitin natin, occupant load factor. Doon sa mga wards, sa sleeping department, 11.1 square meters per person. For inpatient treatment department like dialysis center, operating room, 22.3 square meters per person. By the way, may tanong ako sa inyo. Bakit sa tingin nyo nag-iba-iba ang figure? Iba-iba. Sa assembly, 0.65, 1.4, 0.28. Pagdating sa educational, 1.9, 4.6. Pagdating sa daycare, 3.3. Pagdating naman dito sa healthcare, 11.1 and 22.3. What do you think is the reason? Anybody? Bakit iba-ibang figure niya? Anybody? Who has an idea?
Depende sir sa ability sir ng mga occupancies.
Depende sa availability ng mga occupancies. What do you mean by that?
Hindi sir, yung ability, yung kakayahan.
Ability ng mga occupants.
Yes, sir.
Pwede? Ano pa sa tingin nyo ang reason? Bakit iba-iba ang
Mga appliance, sir.
Ha?
Equipments and appliance, sir, na involved sa mga...
Ang figure, yung numerical value or numerical figure that is given in the occupant load is based on the characteristics of the building. No? Characteristics or use of the building. Example, sa educational, classroom versus laboratory. No? Classroom versus laboratory. Sa classroom, ang kailangan mo lang is a desk or a chair. But in laboratory, you need equipment. You need laboratory equipment which require more space compared to a chair or a desk. So naturally, in laboratories, you would need more area per person compared to a classroom. Bakit mas malaki naman sa hospital? 11.1 versus naman say for example sa educational which is 1.9. Naturally, sa hospital, nakahiga ka palagi kasi may sakit ka. So the bed would occupy a larger space compared to a chair which would occupy a smaller space. So naturally, a hospital would have bigger occupant load factor compared to an educational occupancy. So that's the reason bakit iba-iba siya. Bakit iba-iba siya? Because of the use of that particular structure or building. Okay? Okay, so punta tayo sa exit details, travel distances of a hospital. From the room door to your fire exit, 30 meters ang requirement. Okay? Any point in a building and yung exit, yung fire exit, that is 46 meters. Okay? Tapos any point in a room or suite and yung room door niya, 15 meters. Okay? Galing sa loob. Ang laki-laki ng ano yan, ang laki-laki ng hospital room yan, no? 15 meters ang tatakbuhin mo sa loob ng kwarto mo bago ka makalabas sa pinto mo. That's too big, no? That's too big. Okay. O yan, gaano kalaki ang aisle, corridor, or ramp? Ang minimum size na is 2.44 meters. Okay, so balikan natin. Si places of assembly, 1.12. Okay? Si educational, 1.83. Okay? Si daycare occupancy, silent. Silent si daycare occupancy. So pag silent, ano ang general rule? The general rule is 915 millimeters. Take note, di ba? Sabi natin kahapon, the minimum size of any means of egress is 915 millimeters unless specified under Division 8 to 20. Ang ibig sabihin nun, pag nagbigay ng figure yung Division 8 to 20, yun ang masusunod. Since wala, 915. Gets nyo? Nakuha nyo yung prinsipyo? Hindi nagbigay si daycare occupancy. O pagdating niya sa healthcare, meron na 2.44 meters. So, nakuha nyo yung difference. 1.12, 1.83, 915, 2.44. Apat na occupancy pa yun. Iba-iba na ng corridor or aisle requirement or hallway requirement. Tandaan nyo yan, ha? Suite or room of more than 93 square meters shall have at least 2 exit doors remote from each other. Okay. Doors, huwag na natin i-discuss masyado itong locking arrangement. Generally, hindi na natin tinitingnan kung ano ang locking arrangement. Pero ang general rule is, dapat bawal i-lock sa loob ng bawal mag-lock sa loob ng ng kwarto yung pasyente kasi if in case kailangan ng rescue or evacuation, nakalock sila, paano natin ma-access? That's the general rule. Okay? Now, gaano kalaki ang pinto ng bawat room sa isang hospital? Exit access doors from hospital sleeping rooms, meaning yung mga wards, mga kwarto, diagnostic and treatment rooms or areas such as X-ray, surgery and physical therapy, all doors between these spaces and the required exits, and all exit doors serving these spaces shall be at least 112 cm. So hindi nag-apply dito yung minimum ha. Ano nga yung minimum sa door? 710 mm or 71 cm. Pero pagdating sa hospital, ang minimum mo is 112 cm. 1120 mm. Di ba makita nyo sa mga hospital, ang lalaki talaga ng pinto. Why? Because you have your wheelchairs. You have your stretchers. Diba? Kaya hindi pwede siyang standard or ordinary size of a door. It's always bigger. The minimum is 112 centimeters. Okay. Is there a possibility na mas malaki siya sa 112 centimeters because of probably number of occupant load? Is there such a possibility? Sa tingin ninyo? Kasi yung 112, again, is just the minimum, ha? It's just again the minimum. Is it possible that it can be increased? Because you need to increase it because there are more occupant loads? Posible ba yun? Considering na 11.1 ang occupant load factor or 22.3, is there a possibility? Parang remote, parang malayo. Kung mas malaki man sa 112, it's not because siguro dahil maraming occupant load. Probably mas malaki sa 112 cm because there are equipment that are bigger than 112 cm na kailangan padaan dyan. That's probably the reason. But because you want to increase it, but because there are more occupant load, I think hindi yata practical or realistic, no, na ganun, magdadagdag ka na size because there are more occupant loads in a hospital. Considering napakalaki na yung occupant load factor. Now, may requirement tayo sa hospital na dapat ang isang hospital, mamaya makikita niyo yan sa protection or compartmentation. May requirement tayo sa hospital na each floor must be divided in at least 2 compartments. No? Must be divided in at least 2 compartments. Ganito yun. Kung ito yung isang floor, yan yung isang floor ng isang hospital. Ang requirement is dapat nahahati yan sa dalawa. No? Fire zone 1, fire zone 2. Minsan, may hallway dumadaan. May hallway dumadaan. Hallway. So, hindi naman pwedeng maglagay ka ng wall dito. Hindi pwedeng maglagay ka ng wall dyan. Masisira yung hospital mo. So, ang strategy again is, maglalagay ka ng pinto dito, normally closed door. Yan. Normally closed door, nakamagnet sa wall. Sasara siya pag tumunog yung fire alarm. So, ano sinasabi niya dito? Each of the following systems shall be so arranged as to initiate the self-closing action throughout the entire health facility, the required fire alarm system, the required automatic fire detection system, or sprinkler system. So, kahit alin sa mga to, detection, fire alarm, suppression, dapat magsasara yung mga normally open doors. What do you think is the purpose? The purpose again is to limit the spread of fire or delay the spread of fire, or to limit the affected area. So yan ang purpose ng self-closing actions ng mga normally open doors. Ayan. Ito na yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. Subdivision of building spaces. To divide into at least 2 compartments every story used by patients for sleeping or treatment, and any story having an occupant load of 50 or more persons. So, each floor has to be divided into at least 2 compartments. Tapos yung maximum area ng isang is at least is not more than 2,100 square meters. No, yung isang compartment. So, meron kang ganyan. Yan, hahatiin mo sa dalawa. Hatiin mo 1, 2. So ito, dapat hindi lalagpas ng 2,100. Hindi lalagpas ng 2,100. Ito rin, hindi rin lalagpas ng 2,100. Okay? Tapos, both length and width shall not exceed 46 meters. 46 meter, tapos ito, 46 meter. Not more than 46 meters. Okay? So that's how you divide a hospital. Of course, hindi yan always box, ha? Baka gusto nyo, naka-box ang style. So, sa plan evaluation, pwede nyo sundan yung mga walling nila, yung regular walling. Di ba? Pwede nyo sundan yung regular walling. Basta, ang importante lang, hindi open sa isang, hindi open sa isang compartment lang yung isang floor. Dapat naka-subdivide din siya. The fact that the floor is subdivided by rooms used by patients and the subdivision is compliant with the fire rating requirement, that will comply with the subdivision of building spaces. Okay? So, even unoccupied yung floors, basta usable, kailangan hatiin din. Okay? Smoke partition shall be constructed with at least 1 hour fire resistance rating wall. So, yan. Isang oras ang fire rating na required ng smoke partition. So, yan. Ito na yung sinasabi ko kanina. Corridor openings in smoke partition shall be protected by a pair of swinging doors. Doors to swing in the direction opposite from each other. The minimum width of each door is 112. Yan yung drawing ko sa inyo kanina. No? Yan yung drawing ko sa inyo kanina. Yan. Vision panel. Okay. Shall be required in doors. Sa lahat ng mga occupants yung pinag-usapan natin, palagi natin pinag-uusapan lang fire doors, hindi natin pinag-uusapan ang vision panel. Dito sa hospital, mandatory ang vision panel. No? Naka-fire door ka na, yung fire door mo may vision panel. Bakit? Kasi nga, dapat nakikita mo ang nangyayari sa kabilang side. Okay? So, importante na pag inilipat mo yung mga pasyente sa zone 1, nakikita mo kung ano ang nangyayari sa zone 2. Or, nasa zone 2 ka, palipat ka sa zone 1 dahil gusto mong ilipat yung pasyente, hindi mo alam, doon pala ang origin of the fire. That's why you should be able to observe what is happening on the other side. And of course, since it is vision panel, syempre, ang glass niyan is wired glass or fire-rated glass. Diba? Para hindi mabasag. Okay? And then, stops are required on the head and sides of the door frames in smoke partitions and center mullions are prohibited. Syempre, yung mga stopper, bawal yan sa gitna ng hallway. Syempre, ang stopper mo dapat nasa taas. Okay? Siyempre, ang room door mo ay ang door are opposite, 'di ba? Normally closed. Nasa side. Pag magsasara siya opposite from each other. Siyempre dapat may stopper. Kasi pag walang stopper, magaganon-ganon 'yan. May stopper. Ang kadalasan na pagkakamali, yung stopper nilalagay sa baba. Hindi pwede. Dapat ang stopper mo sa taas ng iyong door para hindi makaabala sa evacuation. Okay? Protection, ito, mahigpit ito. Mahigpit ito, mga kasama. Bawal na bawal sa hospital ang may vertical opening. Kahit anong klaseng vertical opening. Period. Bawal na bawal sa hospital kahit anong klaseng vertical opening. Stairway, ramp, elevator shaft, lahat yan dapat fully enclosed and protected. No? Bawal na bawal yan. Kaya nga, dami kong nakikita mga hospital, open ang stairway. Yan. Well, probably because these are old hospitals. So if I were you, yung mga newly constructed hospitals, make sure that they are fully compliant with this protection of vertical opening. Bawal na bawal po ang mga hagdanan open. Dapat yan fully enclosed and protected. A door in a stairway enclosure shall be self-closing and shall be normally kept in closed position. Tama yun, siyempre. So, kung ang iyong stairway ay needed to be protected, siyempre may fire door ka that protects it. So, dapat close. Okay lang record ang fire automatic heat and or smoke detection shall be installed in all corridors. Siyempre, kasi nga FDAS. In no case shall smoke detectors be spaced far okay? Kasi si DOH, alam niya na yan na required ng BST. Kaya unti-unti, sinasama na nila sa annual budget nila yung paglalagay ng mga hospital. Medyo may problema lang tayo sa issuance ng NTC dyan. Kasi syempre, hindi yan makomply sa 15 days. O ngayon, para hindi kayo maipit, pa-execute nyo agad ng affidavit of undertaking yung hospital, yung medical director. Pagawin mo agad ng affidavit of undertaking, pasubmitin mo agad sa inyo. Para kung may mangyari man, may affidavit of undertaking na kayong hawak. No? And understandably, hindi talaga pwedeng mag-comply ang isang government agency within 15 days. Alam niyo kung bakit? Budgeting system ng gobyerno. Diba? Pupropose ka ng project ngayon, ang possible implementation niya 2 years after. Okay? Kasi papaprobahan mo, pupunta ka sa Kongreso. Yan. So, matagal pa. Kaya, yan. Understandably. So, ang solution natin dyan, affidavit of undertaking. Affidavit of undertaking. Sir, paano yan, sir? 6 months lang. Hindi pa sila makaka-comply. O, ganito ang gawin mo. I-maximum muna na 6 months. Okay? After 6 months, pa-renewin mo ulit. Di ba? Baka naman after ng 6 months na yan, medyo may development na. Okay? O after 1 year, wala pa rin nangyayari. Pag multahin mo na, pabayarin mo na ng multa, 37,500. No sprinkler system. Ayaw magbayad, ipasara mo, i-recommenda mo ng closure. I-recommenda mo ng closure. Saan mo i-recommenda ng closure? Wala namang business permit yan. Sulatan mo si DOH. Sulatan mo si DOH. Yan. Pag hindi umaksyon si DOH, sumulat ka na, save ka na. Save ka na. Ginawa mo na yung trabaho mo eh. Di ba? Sulatan mo si DOH. Ayaw nila umaksyon, bahala sila sa buhay nila. Ang tanong, Sir, bakit nyo po hindi isinara? Hindi naman pwedeng isara yan ng physically ipadlock namin. May mga pasyente saan namin dadalhin. Diba? Ang importante, sinulatan namin kayo ang gumawa ng paraan. Okay? Of course, the sprinkler must be connected to the fire alarm. Okay? Then, control valve shall be electrically monitored so that at least a local alarm will sound when the valve is closed. Kaya nga, supervised sprinkler system. So, protection ng hazardous area, siyempre by sprinkler or by firewall. Okay? So, proceed tayo sa... May question?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yung about sir sa sprinkler pa rin sa hospital, kasi yung dito, provincial ang nag-ali under ng DOH, provincial lang nagka-budget, provincial government.
Okay.
Tapos, kailangan din nila ng certificate natin kasi para gagamitin sa PhilHealth and other license.
So, anong question?
Yung question, bibigyan pa rin natin ba kasi hindi nag-comply sa sprinkler?
Alam mo, obvious ang sagot, hindi. Pag gusto mo magbigay, bahala ka. Liability mo yun. Pero, Legally speaking, you cannot. Because sabi ng fire code, bago ka magbigay, full compliance. Diba? Full. Tingnan mo ang SSICC nakalagay dyan. After it has fully complied with the requirements of RA 9514 and its IRR. Okay? So you cannot. You cannot. If you want to issue out of consideration, then that's your risk. You will be answerable pag nagka-problema. Ikaw ang sasagot niyan at ikaw nagbigay. Hindi mo pwedeng sisihin yung fire code kasi sa fire code, bawal talaga. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Other questions? Meron tanong pa ba sa mga hospital? So, punta na tayo dito sa Residential Board in Care Occupancy. O ito, for clients ulit, not related by blood or marriage, for purpose of providing personal care services. Example natin dito, mga homes for the aged, di ba? Yung mga social rehabilitation for alcoholism, drug abuse, mental problems, yung mga residential boarding. May dalawang klase ng residential boarding care, small facilities and large facilities. Okay. Bago tayo pumunta doon sa sa mga specific requirements, gusto ko munang ibigay yung general requirement na kaparehas nung residential. Yan. Means of escape or egress shall not pass through any non-residential, non-healthcare occupancy. Okay? So, ano ibig sabihin nito? Kung may residential board in care ka na building or facility, bawal yan ilagay sa hindi residential or hindi hospital. Okay? Halimbawa, may bahay ampunan ka sa taas ng mall. Bawal 'yon kasi ang mall is hindi naman residential, hindi rin siya healthcare. Okay? So, bawal 'yon. So, what is a small facility? A small facility is less than 16, up to or less than 16. So, from 4 to 16 residents, small facility yan. 16, more than 16, that is large facility. May pagkakaiba kasi. No? May pagkakaiba. Okay. Yung small facilities, ang treatment niyan parang ordinaryong bahay. Okay? So, access to primary means of escape, like yung door, secondary means of escape niya, pwedeng hagdanan, pwedeng pintuan, pwedeng hallway, ganyan. Tapos, pwedeng dumaan sa adjacent unlockable space, pwede ring window ang kanyang means of escape. Tapos, ang smoke partition niya, or ang pagkakahati-hati ng mga area, at least 1/2 hour fire resistance rating. Okay? Tapos kung may hazardous area, at least 1 hour fire rating. Tapos dito, manual fire alarm lang ang kailangan sa small facility. Manual fire alarm. Pero, kailangan mo maglagay ng single station detectors. Ano ibig sabihin ng single station detectors? Battery operated detectors. Manual fire alarm system ang nakalagay, pero may mga smoke detector pa rin na battery operated. Okay? Tapos, kung nakalagay siya sa 4 or more story na building, yung small facility mo, kailangan may sprinkler. Okay? So, how corridors are constructed? At least kalahating oras, substantial andor, tapos may vision panel. Punta tayo sa large facility. Sa large facilities, more than 16 ang resident. So, for purposes of occupant load, 18.6 square meters per person. Parang residential lang. Okay. So, means of escape or egress from the sleeping room shall be at least that the small facilities. Ibig sabihin, may pinto paspunta sa kwarto. Ang secondary niya pwedeng bintana, pwedeng hagdanan, pwedeng hallway. Okay. Tapos, means of escape within the sleeping room shall comply with single dwelling. Di ba? Single dwelling. pag sinabi mong single, ordinary yung mga bahay natin, palagi pa rin tayo may 2 means of escape, di ba? Pag nasa kwarto ka, meron kang pintuan, papunta sa kwarto, ang secondary mo is window opening. Okay? So, dapat ganyan daw ang sa large facility. Okay? Vertical opening, may basement yung building, kailangan niya ng protection ng hagdanan. Okay? So, large facility, yan, separation, protection ng hazardous areas. Usually, kung walang sprinkler, lalagyan mo lang ng firewall to separate hazardous areas. Okay? Fire alarm. Good. Automatic alarm ang kailangan sa large facility. Okay? Automatic alarm. Sprinkler, kailangan yan sa large facilities. Pag may 16 or more residents, kailangan merong sprinkler. Pero kung isang palapag lang yan, 1 story, tapos less than 5 bed capacity, actually mali ito kasi 16 na nga yung nasa taas. So except 1 story, yan, ano ka dyan? Hindi ka kailangan ng sprinkler. Kahit pa 16 or more ang residents, more than 16, pero isang palapag ka lang, hindi mo kailangan maglagay ng sprinkler system. Pero 2 palapag ka, kailangan mo maglagay ng sprinkler. Okay? Corridors, smoke partition, at least kalahating oras. Of course, may door closer. May door closer ang mga pinto. Tapos, not allowed on corridors, siyempre, louvers, transfer grills, operable transport. Kaparehas din ng general rule. Bawal ang may opening sa hallways. Any question sa residential boarding care? Proceed tayo sa residential occupancy. Okay? Alam naman na natin yung definition ng residential occupancy, di ba? Yan yung that provides normal sleeping accommodation or for normal residential purposes. Okay? May sleeping accommodation for normal residential purposes. Hotels, motels, apartels, pension houses, and so on and so forth. Yan yung mga kasama sa residential, including single and two family dwelling. Pero may classification yan. There is classification. We have hotels. Ang hotel ay more than 15 sleeping accommodation. Tandaan ninyo ha, more than 15 hotel yan. Dormitory, siyempre, not members of the same family, magkakasama sa isang bahay o sa isang kwarto, joint occupancy, like college dormitory, convento, fraternity houses, military barracks. Yan ang example ng dormitory. Yung mga boarding houses natin, di ba? Mga boarding houses na very common sa mga malalapit sa mga malalapit sa mga schools, malalapit sa mga offices, boarding houses. Okay? They are classified as dormitories because they do not belong to the same family group, but they are living together under a joint occupancy in the same building in a single management. Okay? O apartment building naman. Pag sinabi mong apartment building, there are 3 or more living units. May independent cooking and bathroom facilities and either designated as either as condominium, row house, apartment house, tenement, garden apartment, or by any other name. Ibig sabihin, sa isang building or sa isang group of buildings or sa isang building, merong 3 or more na mga independent na bahay. No? Pwedeng row house, di ba? Pwedeng vertical. No? Pwedeng vertical, yung like yung mga matataas na condominium natin sa Manila. They are called apartment building. Okay? Dito sa sa Legazpi City, merong tinatayong parang eco homes. doon sa may boulevard. That is an example of an apartment building. Tapos ang presyo ng Eco Homes, parang presyo ng nasa Manila. No? 20 square meters, it will cost you 2 million pesos. Na. Bakal na sana ako naman sa bulod, ki bakanting loti, patugdukan ko na sana ki barong-barong, kaysa mabakal ako ki 2 million na. Nakakulong ka sa diri mong sa four corners of the walls of your condominium. Pagluwas mo, hallway na, mayo ka man lamang ki, no? So that is an example of a apartment building. Now for lodging or rooming house, gari man sana gari man sana hotel, pero up to 15 lang ang occupancy. Pag more than 15, hotel. Pag up to 15, lodging or rooming house ang category kaya. Ha? And then, of course, yung mga ordinaryong bahay natin. Single and two family dwelling. Mga ordinaryong bahay natin. Okay? That is single and two family dwelling. Okay? So, for purposes of calculating the occupant load, you use 18.6 square meters per person or the maximum probable population, whichever is greater. Na-explain ko na yan sa inyo kahapon, di ba? Bakit may maximum probable population, whichever is greater? Because you have to get the greater number for purposes of assigning the capacity of your means of egress. You do not look for the smaller number. You look for the larger number or the bigger number because you wanted to make sure that all of the occupants in the building must be able to get out of that building. So, hanapin mo yung maximum probable population. Example ko nga niyan sa inyo, di ba? May 50 square meters na condominium unit. If you compute yung 50 square meters based on 18.6, that's 2 or 3 persons per apartment. However, you know for a fact that apartment will not be used by 3 persons. It will be used by a single family. So you compute it based on the family. Halimbawa, 5 or 6 or 7 members. So you get the greater number compared sa 3. Okay? So design your fire exit based on that big greater number. Okay? Similarly, bawal din po ang residential occupancy na dumaan sa non-residential occupancy. Okay? No residential occupancy shall have its means of egress pass through any non-residential occupancy in the same building. Hardware sa baba, bahay ng inchik sa taas. Okay? Pag nasunog yung hardware, tigok sa second floor. Bakit? Yung means of egress dumadaan doon sa loob ng hardware. Bawal ho yun. Hindi naman sinasabing bawal kang tumira sa taas ng tindahan mo. You should have a dedicated means of egress that is not passing through the hardware. Or if you want to use that same stairway, you have to be protected with sprinkler. Maglagay ka ng sprinkler para payagan ka na yung means of egress mo will pass through the non-residential occupancy. Okay? Sa Manila, usong-uso yung mall sa baba, condominium sa taas. Usong-uso yan. Pero, to comply, ang ginagawa nila, si mall may sariling fire exit, si residential may sariling fire exit. Si residential, hindi dadaan doon sa mall. Paglabas niya ng fire exit niya, nasa labas na siya. Diba? So, to comply with the requirement. Usong-uso yan, di ba? If you are familiar dyan sa mga SM development, yung may mga mall sa baba, sa taas may condo na, matataas na building. Pero separate ang fire exit. Okay? Yan. Balik na naman tayo sa 112. Yung corridor, no? Sa hotels and dormitories. Balik na naman ulit tayo. Travel distance from the door of any room to the fire exit, 30 meters, kaparehas lang ng sa hospital. Within the room, to corridor door is 23 meters pag walang sprinkler, tapos 38 meters pag may sprinkler. Discharge, ito na. Pag-uusapan natin yung discharge. So pagdating pa lang sa hotels in dormitories, isa na, di ba, you need 2 stairways, assuming na high-rise yung building mo or low-rise. You need 2 exits. Isa lang ang pwedeng mag-terminate sa loob. The other one should terminate directly outside. So, kung may hotel diyan sa lugar ninyo, tapos yung dalawang fire exit pareha sa loob ng building nagte-terminate, violation. Violation. Unless maglagay siya ng fire-rated corridor. Yung discussion natin kahapon, maglagay siya ng fire-rated corridor. Or, kung hindi siya maglalagay ng fire-rated corridors, yung ground floor wherein the fire exit will terminate must be protected with sprinkler system. And the travel distance from the door of the fire exit to the main door should not be more than 6 meters. Okay? So, tandaan po ninyo yan ha. Sa hotel in dormitories, ang general rule is isa sa loob, isa sa labas. Yan ang general rule sa hotels in dormitories. Mas maganda kung both na fire exit diretso sa labas. Pero kung isa sa loob, isa sa labas, pwede. Pwede. Okay. Yan. Ayun na yan. Yan na. Napag-usapan na natin yan. Okay. So, paano daw ang separation sa mga hotels and dormitories? 1 hour fire resistance rating between room doors. Hindi yung naririnig mo yung halinghing sa kabila. No? Pag naka-check-in ka, pag higa may humahalinghing dun sa kabila. Kasi ang pagitan nyo lang ay plywood. Bawal 'yun. Kailangan ang pagitan ninyo, yung walling ninyo, must be at least 1 hour fire resistance rated na wall. Kung naririnig mo ang halinghing sa kabilang pintuan, that means hindi yan 1 hour. No? Baka lawanit. Baka plywood. So, separation from one room to another room must be at least 1 hour fire resistance rated wall. Okay? Pag naririnig mo yung langit-ngit ng kama sa kabilang pinto, that means hindi yan 1 hour. Diba? Pag medyo tagadulsa na, baka 1 hour yan. Pero pag langit-ngit kang so kama, ay bako yan 1 hour. Or kaya may naghahalinghing, bako yan 1 hour. Dapat 1 hour fire resistance rated. Okay? Tapos, so mga pintuan should be able to withstand at least 20 minutes of fire. No? So, fire rating of at least 20 minutes. So, the wall that encloses the particular room is 1 hour. The room door is at least 20 minutes. So, aside from the 20 minutes, the door to a hotel or a dormitory must be self-closing. Ini common na nahihiling kong violation ha, mga kaiba. Bibihira kung makahiling si hotel room door na self-closing. Common na nakakaligtaan sa as fire safety inspectors. All room doors of a hotel or a dormitory must be self-closing. Yo? Bawal yan na walang door closer. So kung may isang gatos na room sa room hotel, dapat igwaman ki 100 door closers that automatic closes the door when you get out. Ano ang purpose niyan? The purpose is obvious, di ba? You get out of your room, you fail to turn off, say for example, an electrical equipment that overheated, nagkaroon ng sunog, at least the fire will be confined in that particular room. Diba? Kung open yan, the smoke will immediately get out, the heat will immediately get out, and it will probably spread throughout the building. So that's why kailangan self-closing doors. Okay? Opening in corridor shall be prohibited other than door. So, palagi na natin, inulit-ulit na natin yan kahapon pa. No? Bawal ang any other opening sa corridor except the room doors. Doors that open directly into access corridor shall be self-closing and self-latching. Yan ang sinasabi ko. Fire alarm, yan. Automatic fire detection and alarm system shall be provided for hotel or dormitory having accommodation for 15 or more guests. Okay? Okay? For less than 15, a manual fire, kailangan automatic fire alarm. Less than 15, manual fire alarm system. Pero, dapat ang mga kwarto, maski manual fire alarm, may ano manggiraray, may battery-operated smoke detector. Tandaan po nindo ha, tandaan po nindo. Even if the required fire alarm system is manual, if there are sleeping accommodations that are provided, the sleeping accommodation must still be provided with battery-operated detectors. Okay? Halimbawa, sa mga dormitories, sa mga boarding houses na pag-i-inspection nindo, maaaring walang fire alarm requirement or a manual fire alarm is only required. But do not forget that you should require them to install smoke detectors that are battery operated. So every time na nag-inspection ka, every year, yan sa mga kwarto pang boarding house na yan, please always check the operability of the smoke detectors. Okay? Tandaan po ninyo yan ha. Bako lang puro fire extinguisher. Pwede man smoke detector. Gamang grade kidiit. Kaya dahil nito paglingawan. Yo, smoke detector. Yan. Every sounding device shall be of such character and so located as to arouse. Grabe ang word na ginamit. Arouse all occupants of the building or section thereof endangered by fire. Sabi man sa word, may word pala na arouse. Ang nauna ko sa arouse, firme negative. Pwede man pala siyang positive, arouse all occupants. That means magimata, mawarningan. Okay? Well, protection of vertical opening, general rule of course apply na dapat enclosed and protected. Okay. Yeah. Fire alarm, siyempre dapat maski automatic siya, siyempre may ano pa rin, may manual pull stations pa rin. Tapos immediate notification to the BFP, automatic fire department notification to the BFP. Tapos, sa hotel and dormitories, positive alarm sequence is permitted. So, in-explain ko na baga sa inyo kung ano ang positive alarm sequence. Oh, ito, very important po. Very important. Hotels and dormitories, including its guest rooms and suites, shall be required to be equipped with both, take note both audible and visible notification appliances. Ito common violation din. Maglawag ka sa mga hotel, wala man ki strobe light kang nahiling sa loob ng mga kwarto. O ayan, very clear provision of the fire code. There must be both audible and visible notification appliance inside hotel guest room or dormitory room. Tandaan po natin yan. Yan. Of course, duman sa mga dormitories na mayo nin automatic detection and alarm system, sinasabi ko na, kay Puhan may battery operated detector. O yan. Kailan required ang sprinkler sa hotel and dormitories? Ayan, 4 or more stories in height. Ha? Diyan lang required sprinkler ang hotel and dormitories. So 3 stories and down, dahil naman sila required sprinkler. Unlike duman sa old IRR sa old IRR, na nakalaag duman, all hotels and dormitories shall be provided with sprinkler. Now, no more. Dito sa ating revised implementing rules and regulations, only 4 or more stories in height are required to be protected with sprinkler system. Now, ano yung standard na gagamitin? 4 stories and below, yan na nga po. Sinyo natin ang answer sa may below, 4 story man sanang required. Kasi nga, baka gustuhon kang magsadiri na magkaagki sprinkler, maski dahil man required. So, dapat sumunod siya sa standard, which is NFPA 13R. 5 stories and above, you use NFPA 13 as the standard for installation, design, maintenance ng sprinkler system na yan. Malinaw po yan mga kaiba ha. I hope that is very clear to you, no? Kasi maraming nalilito dyan sa provision na yan. Although 4 or more stories height lang ang nire-require ng sprinkler, pero yung even below, naglagay tayo ng standard, which is NFPA 13R. Why? Because if owners wanted to protect their hotels or dormitories, even if not required by the fire code, they should still have something to follow, which is NFPA 13R. Subdivision, kung walang sprinkler, at least 1 hour fire resistance rating. Pag may sprinkler, at least kalahating oras. Nandito na tayo sa apartment building. Sa apartment, ano naman siya na yan? Halos similar naman ng hotel and dormitories, no? Yan. Of course, dapat may access sa 2 separate exits. Yan ang general rule niyan. Pero kung ang apartment mo ay nasa baba, nasa ground floor, tapos may access ka sa luwas direksyo, hindi mo na kailangan magkaigwa 2 exits. Okay? Yan. Tapos ini naman 3-story building, tapos not more than 6 units per floor, tapos ang iyong stairway is fully enclosed, smoke-proof enclosure, or may hagdanan ka sa luwas na cannot be penetrated by smoke or fire, then pwede na ang single exit na yan. Okay? Ini naman, sa exception number 3, 3-story pa rin, pero unlimited na ngayon ang number of unit per floor. Pero dapat walang basement. Tapos syempre protected yung iyong stairway para i-require ka ng single exit. Okay? Corridor width, syempre 112 din, kaparehas ng hotel and dormitories, 112 cm. Okay. Less than 50, 91 cm. Travel distance within living unit to fire exit, 15 meters. Entrance door of apartment to an exit, 31 meter if not sprinklered, 46 meter if sprinklered. Discharge, kaparehas lang ng sa hotel. Pwedeng saro sa laog, salo sa luwas. Okay? Ito yung pero may issue kita sa mga row apartments baga. May pressing issue kita ngunyan sa pili ka ini. Yung mga project kang National Housing Authority. Kasi ang requirement 1 meter above the ridge line. Di ba? Sa building code 0.4. Sa socialized housing 0.3, kaya may conflict. So currently pinaghururunan ini sa national office kung i-amend para ma-synchronize natin sa national building code. Pero as we speak now, yung separation from one apartment to another apartment sa row houses, no, dapat 4 hours fire rating at least 1 meter above the ridge line of the roof. Protection, parehas lang ng sa hotel, general rule. Alarm system, yan. Alarm system. Sa fire alarm, kaipuhan 4 or more stories in height para i-record mo si automatic fire alarm. Or more than 12 units to apartment. Automatic fire alarm yan. 3 stories or less, manual fire alarm system, pero kaipuhan mo ki battery operated detectors. Sprinkler. Sa sprinkler, parehas lang kang requirement kang hotel and dormitories. 4 or more stories manggirara yung kaipuhan na protektahan, tapos sa standard na gagamitan mo, this one. Okay, take note ha. For apartment buildings, for hotels and dormitories, only 4 or more stories in height buildings are now required to be protected with sprinklers. So kung may mga hotel dyan sa Indo, na 4 na palapag, kaipuhan ang may sprinkler na. Ha? Very clear po yan. Hotel, dormitory, apartment buildings. Kailangan 4 stories buildings are required to be protected with sprinkler system. Yan. So nasa ano na tayo? Nasa lodging or rooming house. Yan. Sa lodging or rooming house, although hotel ang characteristics niya, pero since sikiton ang occupancy, less than 15 to actually, maximum of 15. Ang category niya, ang treatment niya is just like an ordinary house, no? So, every lodging or rooming house shall comply with the minimum requirements for single and two family dwelling. So, sa single and two family dwelling baga, dapat kada sleeping room and living area, may access ka sa 2 means of escape. And manual fire alarm system with battery-operated detectors are required in sleeping room. So, nag-a-apply sa sabi ko sa Indocaso, bago na. Pag daay ka required ki automatic fire alarm system, manual fire alarm system, basta pag may katurugan, may sleeping area, they must be provided with battery-operated detectors. Sa single and two family dwelling naman, ordinary mga houses, very simple ang requirement. Yan. 2 means of escape. Yun naman lang ang requirement. 2 means of escape. Although, yan yung dimension. 1 outside window for every sleeping room. Tapos ang clear width niya is 56 by 80. Kaparehas lang kang sa eskwelahan. Tapos door shall not be less than 700 mm width. Living units and sleeping room shall be installed with single station detectors. Tapos provided with fire extinguisher. Siyempre, ma-inspection ka baga. Final occupancy. Bago tawag ki occupancy kang munisipyo or kang engineer or kang building official. So, requirement now for new residential buildings or new single and two family dwelling yan. Battery-operated detectors. Okay? Mandatory na po yan ha. For new buildings lang. For new houses. For old, for new lang yan. Shall be provided also with fire extinguisher. Malinaw na yan sa satuyang fire code mo yan. Dati question, sir, ano nga ang mga ordinaryong houses nga? Kaipuhan niya si fire extinguisher. Yan, tinimbag na. Shall be provided with fire extinguisher. Okay? 5 minutes break. So let's continue. Nandito na tayo sa mercantile occupancies. Okay, mercantile occupancies, just like what we have discussed before 2 days ago. Ito yung buildings that are used for the sale and or display of merchandise. So mga tindahan, basically mga tindahan ang minimin natin dito. These are the examples, no? Yan. Again, the list is not exclusive. There are, mercantile are classified according to whether it is Class A, Class B, or Class C. No? Actually, this is based on area or the number of stories or number of floors. Pag sinabi nating Class A, that is 2,788 square meters or more, or those utilizing more than 3 story That is Class A. 29 square meters to 2,786 square meters. No? Or utilizing any balcony, mezzanine, or floor above or below the street floor for sales purposes, and not more than 3 stories are utilized. Okay? Tapos sa Class C naman, that is 270 square meters or less gross area. Yan different. 2788, more than 3, 279, 2786. Tapos, yan, alam na naman natin yung di ba, yung occupant load factor, 2.8 and 5.6. Pag ground floor, 2.8. Pag above upper floors, that is 5.6 square meters per person. So, what are the exits allowed sa mga tindahan? Doors, stairs and smoke-proof enclosures, horizontal exits, ramps. Tapos, number of means of egress. Ang general requirement is 2. Pero, sa mga Class C, ibig sabihin maliliit na tindahan, single means of egress shall be permitted provided that the travel distance to exit does not exceed 23 meters. So, tandaan niyo kaya maraming mga tindahan ang hindi kailangan ng 2 means of egress or may fire exit. Minsan natatawa ako, kalit-lit na tindahan. Wala ngayon sir, secondary. Dahil man po kaipuan ki secondary because of this provision. No? If it's less than 278 square meters, hindi kailangan ng secondary means of egress provided that the travel distance does not exceed 3 meters. 23 meters. Okay? Another in Class C means of egress, single means of egress shall be permitted provided protected by sprinkler. So, kung may sprinkler, yung building, pwede ang single means of egress. Okay? Tapos, not exceeding 30 meters ang travel distance. Provided it is Class C. Provided it is Class C. So, minimum size ng aisle ay 80 cm. Tapos, ang center aisle ay 1.5 meters. Okay? So, 1.5 ang center aisle, yung cross aisles ay 80 cm. Maximum travel distance is 46 meters. Okay? Protection, lahat daw kailangan ng elevator, stairway, dapat may stairway protection. Tapos, ang exemption is 2-story. Pag dalawang palapag lang, hindi kailangan ng enclosure. Okay? May sprinkler, 3 palapag. Pag Class C store, pwedeng unprotected opening. Okay? Tapos, sa Class A and Class B stores, ang kailangan natin is automatic fire alarm system. Sa Class C, manual fire alarm system. O kailan required ang sprinkler? O ayan. 3 or more stories in height. 3 palapag na tindahan. Tapos, at least one of the floor is 232 square meters. Okay? Number 2, 1,115 square meters in gross area. That is 1 floor, 1,115 single floor ang pinag-uusapan natin dyan. Tapos, basement exceeding 232 square meters used for sale and storage. So, these are the 3 instances where a sprinkler system is required in mercantile occupancy. Number 1, 3 palapag na building. 3 palapag. Tapos, isa sa mga floors is at least 232 square meters. Number 2, if you have a single story building that is used for mercantile, halimbawa grocery, supermarket, and the area is at least 1,115 square meters. Wait lang may tumatawag lang sa akin. Okay. So again, these are the 3 instances na kailangan ng sprinkler sa isang tindahan. Okay? Malinaw po yan tatlong palapag ang tindahan, isa sa mga palapag ay at least 232 square meters. Pangalawa, meron kang isang one-story building na ginagamit for mercantile purposes, just like supermarket, groceries, and ang area niya is at least 100,115. So, kailangan niya ng sprinkler. Ngayon, may basement ka naman, and it exceeds 233 square meters, and ginagamit din yan for sale and storage purposes dun sa tindahan. So, kailangan din yan ng sprinkler. Okay? For hazardous areas, pwedeng separation by fire resistive construction or protection ng automatic fire suppression system. Okay? So, punta tayo sa business occupancies. Pag sinabi natin business occupancies, mga opisina, no? Yan. Na-define na natin yan before. Alam na rin natin na 9.3 square meters ang ginagamit natin as occupant load factor. Pero may bago tayo. Yung mga call centers, BPOs, IT centers, ang ginagamit natin dyan ay 4.6 square meters per person. Yung mga required na exit or allowed na exit sa business, door, stairs and smoke-proof enclosure, horizontal exit ramps, and exit passageway. Corridor width, kaparehas nung sa Places of Assembly, kaparehas nung sa apartment building, kaparehas nung sa hotel, 112 cm or 1120 mm. Okay? Sa mercantile occupancy, kung babalikan ninyo, 1.5 meter. Okay? Palaging issue sa mga offices whether a single exit is allowed. In fact, may isa kaming issue sa Iriga yata yun, na parang may nagreklamo because it was being required ng secondary exit. Malinaw naman sa fire code na pag ang isang business occupancy like bank, no, has an occupant load of less than 100 persons and ang travel distance is not more than 30 meters. Diba? Tingnan mo ang characteristics ng isang bangko. Malalaki ang pintuan, tapos pagtakbo mo less than 10 meters, nasa labas ka na ng building. So why would you need a secondary exit? Diba? So yan, very clear yan dito. Yan lang ang tandaan ninyo. 100 persons. Yan. Ito lang ang tandaan ninyo. Fewer than 100, tapos not more than 30 meters ang tatakbuhin. Single exit yan sa business occupancy. Ha? Okay. Napakalinaw niyan. So, there's no need para mag-secondary exit. Okay? O, kung may tatlong palapag na building, pero not more than 30 people ang gumagamit per floor, tatlong palapag, 30 people per floor, total travel distance not exceeding 30 meters. Okay. Required din, allow din ang single exit dyan. Of course, mezzanine. Siyempre, mezzanine. Floor lang yan above an ordinary floor. Okay? So, walang problema dyan. Single tenant, 30 meters din. Pwede rin yan. Dead-end corridor, pag may sprinkler, 15 meters. Pag walang sprinkler, 6 meters. Common path of travel, 30 meters pag may sprinkler. Tapos, 30 meters from single tenant. Not more than 30 meters. Pag walang sprinkler, 23 meters. Okay? Travel distance, yan. General rule, 61 and 46. 61 sa may sprinkler, 46 meters sa walang sprinkler. Yan. Yung protection of vertical openings, of course, pa-apply yung general rule. No? Apply yung general rule. Fire alarm requirement, yan. Automatic pag ang occupant load ay 300 or more. Less than 300, manual fire alarm ang kaipuhan natin. Mga opisina to ha, mga opisina to. Yan. Tapos, yung business occupancy, marirequire lamang ng sprinkler kung high-rise. High-rise lang, saka natin pwedeng i-require ng sprinkler ang mga offices. Sir, paano po, sir, yung hindi siya high-rise pero masyadong malawak yung office? Unfortunately, hindi pinag-uusapan dito ang area. Ang pinag-uusapan dito is height. Okay? So sa industrial, of course, alam na natin yan, making products of all kinds. Yan. Tapos 9.3 square meters ang ginagamit natin for occupant load factor. Yan. Ito yung mga fire exits that are allowed, door, stairs in smoke-proof enclosure, horizontal exit, ramps, pati slide escape. Ito yung sinabi ko sa inyo last time. Ang slide escape is allowed to be used as fire exit sa industrial occupancy. So, ang corridor width is kaparehas din, 112 cm. Tapos, syempre, 2 exits. General rule is 2 exits. Except kung less than 25 persons, pwedeng single exit. Travel distance, 31 meter pag walang sprinkler, 46 meter pag may sprinkler. So, take note ha, mas mababa ang travel distance requirement pagdating sa industrial. Ang general rule is 46 and 51. Pero pagdating sa industrial, it becomes 31 and 46 only. Okay? So, common path of travel is 15 meters, dead end is 15.5 meters. Discharge, kaparehas nung sa hotel and dormitories and apartment building. Isa sa loob, isa sa labas pwede. Okay? Vertical opening, pwedeng 3 palapag walang enclosure basta may sprinkler. So, fire alarm, automatic kung 25 or more employees, less than 25 manual fire alarm. Sprinkler, kailan required pag high hazard occupancy. Dinifine na natin kung ano yung high hazard. Very rapid spread of fire, explosion, and then toxic or poisonous gases. Okay, diyan papasok yung high hazard occupancy. Sa storage, siyempre, lahat ng mga klase ng bodega, for purposes of occupant load, we have maximum probable population. Ito yung mga required na exit, door, stereo smoke-proof enclosure, horizontal exit, ramps, and slide escape. Kaparehas nung sa industrial. Number of means of egress, of course, two means of egress. Pero pag less than 1,394, tapos distance, 23 and ordinary. Okay? Protection of vertical opening, kaparehas ng general rules. Fire alarm, automatic kung high hazard ang nakatago or exceeding 2,000 square meters ang area. Manual, kung low or ordinary hazard and not exceeding 2,000 square meters. Sprinkler, every high hazard lang ang kailangan ng sprinkler system. Again, rapid spread of fire, toxic or poisonous gases, explosion. That will classify it as high hazard occupancy. So that ends yung mga general requirements. Questions? Any question? So if you have more questions later on, pag nag-implement na kayo ng mga Fire Code of the Philippines, may mga questions kayong na-encounter, you just find me on Facebook. Nandiyan naman yung pangalan ko, di ba? Tapos, ayan yan yung aking number, 0917-651-0878. Yan yung aking number. Yan yung aking globe. Yung aking smart is 0939-920-8251. Yan. Yan yung aking smart. Yung aking email ay Engineer Luna, ENGRLUNAS NAS at Yahoo yahoo.com.ph. Huwag niyong kakalimutan yung .ph kasi pag walang .ph, nawawala yung email. Yan yung aking email address. So sa Facebook, pangalan ko lang. Sa Viber, yung 2 number ko, parehas yan may Viber. Okay? So you can contact me if you have some questions. Pero pagdating po sa call or text, you just follow simple rules, no? Simple rules. First rule is you have to be stored on my phone first. I do not answer calls which are unsaved on my phone. Dakoy kaya ako pigdurulagan ng mga ex-girlfriend ko. Nag-aragad kito stinto kaya para durulagan ko ni joke lang. So dapat, siyempre, dapat midbid mo. Okay. Pandua, another rule is, dapat, I should have the last say. I should have the last say. Anong ibig sabihin kaya? Nag-text ka sa kuya, Sir, pwede ba akong mag-apot sa imo? Sabi ko, go ahead. Mag-text ka lang, busy ako, dahil taka ma-entertain sa question. Hindi nag-text ka, nag-apot ka, tinimbag ta ka. Kung satisfied ka na sa simbag ko, tapos nag-thank you ka na, masimbag ako